I pretended to be bankrupt on purpose to see if people's hearts were genuine. As a result, when my relatives and friends heard that I was in debt, they immediately turned against me. Jack, you're bankrupt. Who would dare to lend you money? Even my girlfriend Jessica, who I've been dating for many years, married her lover without hesitation the day after I declared bankruptcy. There was no farewell, only a wedding invitation, which seemed like a deliberate humiliation. I thought life had pushed me to the brink of despair. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the school beauty Olivia suddenly came to the door with a pair of twins. Jack, after that night, I'm pregnant with your child twins. This is the $200,000 I saved over the years. You can use it for emergencies. I was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether to be surprised or moved. But what's even more outrageous is yet to come. A friend request suddenly popped up on my phone with only 5 words in the note. I am you in 20 years, shall Lee. Instantly, all kinds of possible scams came to my mind. My future self? This must be a new type of telecom scam. But this is the first time I've seen this kind of routine. Looking back, in recent years, scams such as T-girls, paying a large sum of money to have a child, and celebrity deaths have emerged one after another. But this time, there's actually a future me method. Interesting. I couldn't help but smile and decided to accept the friend request. Next, the man sent a message. Jack, I am you in 20 years. Although I know you won't believe it now, I can prove that I am you in the future. Then he continued, in 10 minutes, there will be a gas explosion in the neighborhood next door. Tomorrow morning, the North Power stock will hit the daily limit, and the suspect the city police are offering a reward for is hiding in an abandoned warehouse less than a kilometer away from your neighborhood. I frowned. This was too dramatic. This scam spared no expense, and they even wanted to detonate the gas. And they also wanted to make the stock market go up to the daily limit. How much capital was needed behind these operations? I didn't believe it, but curiosity drove me to open the location of the abandoned warehouse. Almost instinctively, I decided to take a look. When I walked to the gate of the next-door community, there was a loud bang and flames shot up into the sky. The gas exploded. I was stunned. Could it be that this is really my future self? Well, do you believe it? Call the fire department now. Don't just stand there. There will be no casualties this time. I immediately called the fire department. In less than 5 minutes, the fire truck arrived. After just half an hour of firefighting, the fire was under control. This is impossible. I took a deep breath, still doubtful. Tomorrow's Northern Power stock will be the final touchstone. The next morning, I sat in front of the computer early to watch the market. Sure enough, when the market opened, the North Power stock began to soar. Soon, it was directly suspended. My heartbeat accelerated. You guessed it right. My future self sent a message, and my tone was so calm that it was chilling. After confirming these unusual events, I basically believed that the man was my future self. Next, I followed his instructions and went to verify the suspect that the police were offering a reward for. I gave the information to the police and directed them to the abandoned warehouse. The police then took action and brought back the suspect 20 minutes later. At this time, my mood fluctuated. You really are my future self. I sent a message to Lowly after I got home. It's not that I calculated it accurately. It's something I experienced personally, he replied. Then, he revealed even more shocking news. In the near future, a large-scale war will break out in the world, which will cause the price of gold to soar. He suggested that I invest in gold futures and make huge profits. He patiently taught me how to operate it, and I immediately followed his instructions, mortgaged my RV, opened a gold futures account, raised $5 million in cash, and, through leverage, turned it into $18 million US dollars. You know what? Gold prices will skyrocket. After he said this, he asked me to stay with my girlfriend Jessica temporarily. Wife, I'm bankrupt and I'm here for you, I said to her jokingly. Bankrupt? What does that mean? Jessica, who had just finished taking a shower, was wearing super short pajamas, revealing a pair of breathtaking long legs. While wiping her wet hair, she walked out of the bathroom with a frown on her face. That's exactly what it means. When I saw Jessica's charming look, my heart was immediately moved. He smiled and opened his arms, walking towards Jessica. Normally, Jessica would have thrown herself into my arms at this moment. Then the two of them began to make love, and what followed was an indescribable scene. But today, Jessica frowned and slapped my hand away. She stared at me, her eyes filled with suffocating impatience. Bankrupt? Jack, are you kidding me? I'm not a second-generation rich. I come from an ordinary family and have made some money with my talent for finance. But Jessica was my goddess in college, and at first she only saw my potential money. Now that she is bankrupt, the way she looks at me has become cold, as if everything has collapsed. I spread my hands helplessly. Some time ago, I mortgaged my house and car to play gold futures, but there was a big drop, and all my funds were forced to close, and my house and car are gone. Now, I only have 2,000 yuan left. Honey, I have to rely on you to support me. She frowned suddenly. Do you think I will support you? Jessica sneered. You promised to buy me a car and a house, but what happened? You didn't do it, but you want me to support you? She had no sympathy at all and just coldly mentioned breaking up. Break up now. No discussion. And I'm going to marry another man tomorrow. I'm pregnant, and the child is not yours. I was a little stunned. I never thought she would turn hostile at this time. Bankrupt, I was obviously no longer attractive. The woman in front of me was merciless, like cutting a rope. Didn't you tell me that it's all about money? I asked, with a hint of sarcasm in my voice. Of course. Her eyes were cold. You can give me the life I want, luxury goods, and brand name bags. Now you have nothing, and you still expect me to stay with you. Her direct attitude made me feel a little cold. The love that was once passionate has now become so cold. Okay, since you're so determined, let's break up. I finally calmed down. Just remember your decision today. The corner of her mouth curled up into a disdainful smile, and she pointed outside the door unceremoniously. Get lost. This is my home. I laughed immediately. Although her indifference made me angry, I knew what to do. Did you forget something? I asked back. She looked at me, confused. What? I rented this house. I sneered. The agreement was signed by me and the landlord. If anyone wants to leave, it should be you. Her face changed. She never expected me to say that. What do you mean? How can you, a grown man, be so stingy? She asked angrily. I shrugged. Didn't you say you were going to marry another man? Doesn't he have a place for you to live? Her eyes widened, anger bursting out of her eyes. Okay, Jack, you're cruel. I'm leaving. Then, she went back to her room to pack her luggage. I felt relieved when I saw her dragging her heavy suitcase out. Every step she took made me more resolute in my decision. After she left, she posted a selfie with the caption, Li Feng, you will regret this. My friend's circle was immediately flooded with messages from suitors, but I no longer cared. I deleted her WeChat without hesitation. I don't think she necessarily betrayed me. She just said she had an affair because she didn't want to live a poor life with me. But no matter what the truth is, goodbye, my goddess. This relationship is over. I took a deep breath and called a few good friends. Gold futures. Now is a good time to make a fortune. If you become rich, don't forget your friends. The first person I thought of was my college roommate, Dennis, who was the person I trusted the most. Dennis, are you asleep? I have a good opportunity. Let's invest together. Hey, Jack, what's wrong? Is Jessica upset with you again? Dennis' voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of relief. I think Jessica must be very angry now. You actually kicked her out of the house. When I heard this, I felt helpless and sighed softly. She broke up with me. I said lightly, feeling deeply lost. Ah, you got dumped? You're tall, rich, and handsome. Dennis' tone was somewhat incredulous, and he obviously couldn't believe this fact. How could a tall, rich, and handsome man get dumped? This was simply unbelievable to him. Now I'm tall, poor, and handsome. I sneered. I'm bankrupt, I lost my house and car, and now I don't even have money to eat. I added, so, Dennis, I want to borrow 10,000 yuan. Can you help me? I will definitely pay you back in a month. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone, and then Dennis asked, Bankrupt? How could that happen? Are your stocks stuck? He seemed to not believe it. After all, the stock market has been doing well recently. So how could it suddenly go bankrupt? It wasn't stocks. I traded gold futures. The price of gold plummeted and I lost everything. I explained helplessly. What? Millions were lost? Even the house and the car? Dennis was obviously shocked. The change happened too fast. Millions were gone in an instant. Dennis knew that millions might not mean much to me, but to him, millions was a number he couldn't even dream of. I smiled bitterly. Yes, Lao Lin, I don't have a penny now. I've really fallen to this point. I added, that's why I want to borrow 10,000 yuan to get by. Can you help me? There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, and then Dennis's voice became a little evasive. Lao Li, I just gave my girlfriend 80,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, and I really don't have any money left. Why don't you ask someone else? 80,000 yuan for the bride price? I almost wanted to laugh. Dennis, you don't even have a girlfriend. How can this reason sound made up? But I still suppressed my laughter. Lao Lin, it's only 10,000 yuan. Do you think I'm begging you for anything? Dennis' voice began to sound impatient. Jack, I know you've been nice to me in the past, but let's not mention those things. You're forcing me. He was obviously reluctant when he said this. I force you? How many times have I helped you before? At that time, you used your tuition to gamble, and I still lent you 10,000 yuan. I said angrily. All the things in the past have now become my capital to fight for this little money. Okay, Jack, I can't come up with that much money. You can find someone else. Dennis' tone became cold, and he hung up the phone directly. That's it. I was stunned for a moment. My heart was full of anger. My friend, he is like this. I was disappointed and called again, but found that I had been blocked. Is this a friend? I sneered and deleted Dennis's contact information. This former brother turned against me without hesitation when I needed him the most. I called my other two roommates, Oscar and Johnson, but they hung up the phone as soon as they answered it and blocked me immediately. These bastards. I cursed angrily, feeling completely disappointed. I had given so much to them, but what happened? They just threw me aside one by one. I cleaned up the room casually, feeling a little powerless. The next day, I woke up and found that I was kicked out of the university class group. What's going on? I frowned, feeling something was wrong. Just as I was about to figure out what was going on, my phone screen lit up and loudly sent me a message. Good morning, Jack. Did you just find out that you were kicked out of the class group? I was stunned for a moment, then I understood. How did you know? Haha, don't hit yourself. Most people in university groups are snobs. You don't need to take it too seriously. Lowly sent a smiling face with a relaxed tone. My heart sank. Lowly really knew what was going on. Dennis must have taken the lead in making sarcastic comments in the group, and the others also started to treat me coldly. My former friend had now become a stranger and even started to deliberately distance himself from me. Don't worry, it's not worth being sad for these people. Lowly continued. Don't think too much, little Jack. Lowly's voice came through the phone. You already know the attitudes of your friends, and there's nothing to expect from your relatives. I suggest you go home now and see what your relatives look like. Go home. This made my eyes light up. Once upon a time, my relatives at home welcomed me with a smile, but now, even my relatives have become an unknown variable to me. I decided to go back and see what they really think of me. When I got home, my parents were obviously a little surprised. My mother asked hurriedly, Xiaofeng, why did you come back so suddenly? Why did you bring your luggage back? I nodded and said, It's okay. I just broke up with Jessica. These few simple words couldn't hide the turmoil in my heart. Break up? The father frowned. Did you do something to let her down? My heart sank. My father's idea was completely based on the traditional concept of men, thinking that having money makes it easy to make mistakes. I hurriedly explained, Dad, Mom, things are not what you think. I just failed in investment. I briefly told them about the house mortgage, futures losses, and bankruptcy. Of course, I did not reveal anything about Lao Li's matter. After all, that matter was of great importance, and I absolutely could not tell them. After hearing this, the father and mother finally felt relieved. So that's how it is. Jessica is quite vain. Seeing her like that, I can see the truth. The mother sighed. What she values is not you as a person, but your money. After that, the mother muttered softly, It's good for her to do this. It's better to separate them early to avoid trouble in the future. I nodded. Yes, Mom. If we really get married, she will definitely not support me if anything happens to me. You're right. My father nodded, supporting my decision. But you mortgage your house and car. This is a big risk. My mother was a little worried. The futures market is so risky. If we lose money, wouldn't all our years of work be in vain? I smiled and said, Mom, don't worry, I'll be fine. When I make money, I'll buy you a big villa. Although I wasn't completely sure in my heart, I had to say these words. Forget about the villa, as long as we can live a good life. Mother shook her head and said lightly, Dad, Mom, I'm in a bit of financial difficulty right now. Can you lend me some money for emergency? I couldn't help but ask. I know you don't need it, but you're in such a difficult situation now. This 50,000 is our savings, so take it first. My father transferred the money to me through his mobile phone. I instinctively said no, I'm fine. I'm fine these days. Don't refuse. I haven't spent much of our savings over the years. I will be able to help you through difficult times in the future. My father insisted on transferring 50,000 yuan to me. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I will definitely work hard. I accepted the money with a warm heart, but I couldn't help but worry about the upcoming challenges. That night, my father specially called my 3 aunts to come, and the atmosphere during the dinner was a little depressing. My father mentioned my bankruptcy, and his tone was a little embarrassed. What? Xiaofeng went bankrupt. Stephen was the first to speak, without a trace of concern on his face. Instead, he began to brag about his daughter's achievements. Look at my Lily. She just passed the teacher recruitment exam and has an annual salary of 160,000 yuan. This is a good path and a stable job in the future. What the millions Xiaofeng earned before. I couldn't help but smile. The man in front of me was obviously living in poverty, yet he was bragging happily. The father was a little embarrassed. You know our family situation. Lily has just started working and is a little short of money. Can you help Xiaofeng? Before he could finish his words, Stephen interrupted him immediately. Brother-in-law, our family is also under pressure. Lily just started working, and she has to buy a car, a Mercedes-Benz GLB, which costs 300,000. There was a sense of pride in his tone, as if he wanted to tell everyone that he was the most successful one. His father's face changed, but he still patiently explained, "We understand your family situation, but your family doesn't need to say anything more." Stephen suddenly interrupted loudly. "Even if they are relatives, I still have to think carefully about how to spend the money." A $300,000 car? As soon as Stephen finished speaking, everyone cast envious glances at him. The families of the eldest and second sisters all looked up, their eyes flashing with greed. This car might be a luxury that they could never afford in their lifetime. Everyone knew that Stephen could show off a little when he had money. I sneered, "Uncle-in-law, you mean you don't plan to lend me money anymore? I only need 50,000 yuan for startup capital. Whatever you can give me is fine." This guy boasted every day that he had made tens of millions in the stock market, but when it came to the critical moment, he refused to take out even a penny. I remember when Stephen got married, his family was so poor that they didn't even have a bed. The wedding bed was made of 2 long benches. In the end, my dad paid for him to buy a bed. "Sorry, Xiaofeng, I really can't afford that much." Stephen felt his pocket, took out 500 yuan, and threw it on the table, then hurriedly pulled his wife and 2 daughters up. "Brother-in-law, we have something to do, and we'll leave first." I stared at the 500 yuan with disgust, thinking that this person really had no conscience. My eldest and second aunts also stood up. Although they could also take out 50,000 yuan, they were unwilling to lend it to me. After all, how could I bear to give away the money I worked so hard to earn? "Okay, eldest aunt, second aunt, take care," I said calmly. I didn't expect anything from them. Since these relatives were unwilling to say even the most basic polite words, I certainly wouldn't need to worry about them when I became rich. Well, no need to see me off. The 2 aunts waved their hands quickly and turned to leave. At this moment, his father stood up suddenly, picked up the $500 on the table, walked to Stephen, and stuffed the money back into his pocket. "Stephen, take your $500 back. Our family doesn't need your $500. My father said this angrily, then turned away with a look of disappointment on his face. I knew that he had completely lost hope for these relatives. "I'm so angry." The father paced around the room. "All these years, I've loved them in vain. He has given so much to these relatives, especially the third child. When the family was in financial difficulty, he paid for her to go home and recuperate after childbirth. I didn't expect that now they would not even lend a little money to help. I can feel my father's disappointment, but he has seen through people's hearts. Dad, it's better to see through these people earlier and stop wasting time." I patted my father's shoulder, but my heart was filled with anger. Dad has devoted so many years to them, but now he is abandoned by these so-called relatives. "Okay, I'll do as you say." My father nodded deeply. At this moment, he really saw through these people. After I comforted my father, I returned to my room. For the next month, I decided to stay at home and wait for an opportunity. The gold futures market has begun to change, and I must always pay attention to it. If something unexpected happens and I miss the best opportunity, it will be a waste of time. At 9 o'clock in the evening, my cell phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a message from my college classmate, Ethan. "Mr. Lee, I heard that you went bankrupt." Ethan's voice was cautious, and he seemed a little worried. "Yes, Lao's son, I'm bankrupt." I smiled and added, "Are people in the class group laughing at me now?" "It's not that exaggerated." Ethan seemed to be relieved. "Here's $50,000. I'll give it to you for emergency." He then transferred 50,000 yuan to me in a calm tone, as if it was not a big deal. I was stunned. This 50,000 yuan was not a small amount of money for me. Ethan could come up with 50,000 yuan, which showed that he was really helping me. I lent him 20,000 yuan back then, and now he took the initiative to give me 50,000 yuan, which made me feel a little guilty. "Lao son, I can't take this money." I couldn't help but say, "This is the money you save from your frugal life. How can I accept it?" "Okay, I'm not giving it to you for free. I'm lending it to you." Ethan said with a smile, "When I was in college, you lent me 20,000 yuan, which helped me a lot. Now I can help you too." Just pay me back when you have money. After he said that, he hung up the phone without giving me a chance to refuse. I looked at the 50,000 yuan on my phone and felt warm inside. After not seeing each other for so long, Ethan actually offered to help me. I always thought I was popular, but now it seems that some friends are still willing to help me. It seems that Jack's popularity is not that bad. I whispered to myself and decided to accept this favor. In a month, I will definitely repay him tenfold or 100-fold. Just as I was about to put down my phone and go to sleep, the screen lit up again. An unfamiliar name came into view, Olivia. Jack, are you bankrupt? Her message was brief, but full of unspoken concern. Chapter 6, I gave you twins. Olivia, my campus beauty. Her beauty was the dream of all boys. With her fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs, she was almost the epitome of perfection. I was just one of the many ordinary people around her. We were in the same department of finance, but because we were in different classes, our relationship was not close. However, a chance meeting at a fraternity changed everything. During our senior year, we both drank too much and woke up in the same hotel room the next day. There is no need to say what happened. After that, I tried to contact her, but she never responded. I gradually forgot about her until the moment of bankruptcy, when she suddenly appeared. The first message she sent me stunned me. I heard you went bankrupt. She didn't seem surprised and said calmly, yes, the campus beauty. I lost 5 million in one go. I replied to her with helplessness and self-mockery. Now, I only have 2,000 yuan left. After sending the message, Olivia did not reply immediately. I thought she was just caring about me, but I overthought it. It seems that I think too much. I laughed at myself, threw the phone aside, and prepared to take a shower. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, a new message suddenly popped up. Olivia's name appeared on the screen again. Jack, this is 200,000. Use it for emergencies. The amount of the transfer stunned me. 200,000? I confirmed again and again that it was not an illusion. How could it be possible? Why did she suddenly give me so much money? I couldn't help but feel angry, and I was puzzled. Chu University Campus Beauty, what does this mean? It's nothing, I just wanted to help you. Olivia's reply was unusually cold. I could hardly hold back my anger. This indifference made me feel dissatisfied. I never asked for her help, nor did I need her charity. Thank you, I don't need it. I replied coldly. She was silent again, and the atmosphere became solemn. Just when I thought it was over, Olivia sent me another message. Jack, your girlfriend broke up with you? She seemed a little curious. Yes, we broke up. I answered frankly. I was definitely not the only one who knew this news. It was not surprising that Olivia knew it too. Oh, she replied simply, and then everything returned to silence. I thought it was all over and was about to fall asleep when my phone rang again. It was a message from Olivia. I almost didn't want to read it, but I couldn't help but open it. Jack, I gave birth to 2 children for you, a boy and a girl. Do you want to come and see them? At that moment, I was stunned and the expression on my face became stiff in an instant. Giving birth to 2 children? A boy and a girl? This was simply unacceptable. I stood there for a few seconds, even forgetting to breathe. You are not kidding? I typed with trembling hands, feeling mixed emotions. No, I'll wait for you at Xingrui Coffee Shop in Shanghai at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. See you there. Her last sentence completely stunned me. She said it so decisively, as if she had already decided to meet. I knew that this meeting was inevitable. I went from being shocked to angry, and then to helpless. Why did she do this? Why did she tell me now? I tried to contact Lao Li, but he still didn't reply. I could only prepare to meet Olivia in a state of confusion and nervousness. The next morning, I washed up, got dressed, and prepared to go out. Before leaving, I sent another message to Lao Li, but still received no reply. I no longer expected to get an answer from him, and I began to feel anxious. However, after one night, I figured it out. The child must have stayed there from that night. Although I don't understand why Olivia gave birth to the child alone. However, now that the child has been born, as long as I can prove that it is my child, I will not shirk my responsibility. Child, I will raise him or her. If the child's mother is willing to let me take care of her, I won't refuse. Gold has also seen a small increase in the past 2 days. This gave me more confidence in what Lao Li said. When the price of gold goes up sharply and I get more than 200 million, I will be able to support the mother and her 2 children. So, now I no longer have the anxiety I had before. Chapter 7, The Child Takes Your Surname. It was only 9 o'clock when I arrived at the cafe, and there was still some time before the appointment with Olivia at 10 o'clock. The cafe was unusually quiet in the morning, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of coffee. I ordered an iced Americano and sat down in a corner. I hadn't slept all night last night, and I felt sleepy as soon as I sat down. Fortunately, the iced Americano was very effective and quickly sobered me up. Time passed by minute, and the clock in the cafe was moving very slowly. I stared at the second hand, and a feeling of anxiety gradually rose in my heart. Finally, when the second hand pointed to the hour, the door of the cafe was pushed open. She came. Olivia was wearing a white dress. Her fair skin and long black hair shone with her beauty. When she came in, she glanced around, quickly locked onto me, and then walked towards my seat. "Are you Olivia?" I stood up and asked subconsciously. She smiled slightly, her lips parted. "Jack." Her voice was trembling, and it was obvious that she was also a little excited. We hadn't seen each other for 2 years, and the years had not left any traces on her face. I motioned for her to sit down. "Olivia, sit down, let's have a good chat." She hesitated for a moment, but still sat down. "How had you been these years?" I couldn't help but ask, feeling guilty. She was pregnant with my child, but had to endure all kinds of criticism. She smiled faintly. "Fortunately, both children are very well behaved. Apart from some rumors, there is nothing wrong." Her words sounded lighthearted, but I know how much pressure it is behind this for a single mother. I felt very bad. I had failed as a father in the past 2 years and had never really cared about her and the children's lives. "Can I see a picture of the kids?" I changed the subject, try not to make the atmosphere too heavy. "Of course." She smiled and nodded, took out her phone from her Hermes bag, unlocked it, and pushed the album in front of me. "You could take a look at it. There are a lot of photos from the first day the children were born to when they were over 1 year old. Each one records their growth." Looking at these photos, my heart was suddenly filled with guilt and mixed emotions. The children look exactly like me, especially the boy's eyes and the girl's nose and chin, which are extremely similar to mine. Seeing this, I no longer need a paternity test. "Olivia, what are their names?" I asked softly. "The boy's name is Noah, and the girl's name is Susan," she replied with a gentle gleam in her eyes. "Noah, MANHWA. These two names are deeply engraved in my heart." Suddenly, I felt a strong sense of responsibility. "Olivia, thank you," I said gratefully. She shook her head. "No need to thank me. I didn't intend to bother you. I just heard that you were bankrupt and your girlfriend broke up with you, and I was worried that you couldn't make it on your own." I stared at Olivia, my heart filled with shock. In Dacia, the right of child to have a surname is extremely important, and usually the child takes the father's surname. Even in today's gender-equal society, it is still rare for a child to take his or her mother's surname. However, Olivia let both of her children take my surname. The meaning behind this is self-evident. "Olivia, thank you," I said sincerely. She shook her head gently. "You're welcome. In fact, I didn't mean to bother you. I just heard that you went bankrupt and your girlfriend broke up with you, so I was afraid you might be upset." Her tone was gentle, but full of deep concern. "Maybe you'll feel better if you have a child to worry about." Her words touched me, and the double blow of bankruptcy and betrayal almost made me collapse. My life used to be smooth sailing, but these blows made me realize that once I lose my support, I am more vulnerable than anyone else. I am really grateful that Olivia saw this and took the initiative to contact me. "Thank you, Olivia." I smiled. "Actually, I'm not as fragile as you think." She looked at me with a hint of determination in her eyes and then changed the subject. "But, Jack, what's going on? I heard that you were very cautious in investing in the past. So why are you so aggressive this time, more than 5 million? And you put it all in?" Olivia was very confused. "I was trading stocks when I was in college, and I made a lot of money. All the students in the finance department know about this. The teacher has asked me to go to the podium more than once to share his trading experience." In Olivia's impression, I am a person who knows how to control risks. Why am I so impulsive this time? Chapter 8: Paternity Test Results. These are all misunderstandings. I laughed easily. Bankruptcy? Not at all. But rumors spread fast, so just listen to them. I quickly recounted what had happened in the past few days. Of course, I didn't mention anything about Lowly. Olivia's eyes widened after hearing this, obviously in disbelief. "What? These people are too much. How could your girlfriend abandon you so quickly? After 2 years of relationship, she ended it just like that. How irresponsible." She seemed very angry, as if she was not worthy of me. Yes, it was too cruel to say that feelings were gone. I shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. "It's not bad, actually. At least I can see people's hearts in advance. Compared with betrayal in a critical moment, what is this?" I waved my hands to hide my sadness. Who wouldn't be sad? After all, That was the woman I'd lived with for 2 years, and she was gone just like that. Jack, since you said you weren't bankrupt, why did the rumor spread so widely? Olivia frowned and looked at me with confusion. Why don't you explain it clearly? I smiled nonchalantly and said, actually, I just mortgaged my house and car and invested all the funds in the gold futures market. You are also a finance major, so you should understand the principle of gold in troubled times, antiques in prosperous times. In a few days, gold will rise sharply, maybe tomorrow. You said war? Olivia was stunned, her eyes full of surprise. I nodded gently. The war is imminent. Mao and Ermao will definitely go to war. If you have some spare money, I suggest you invest in it. You will definitely not lose money. She was stunned and seemed to be uneasy about my bold prediction. After all, the international situation has not erupted into war for many years. If I am wrong, it will be disastrous. Jack, you're too impulsive, Olivia said in a reproachful voice. With such a big risk, how can you mortgage your entire house? With a 20-fold leverage, if the stock price drops, all your money will be gone. I smiled and said, don't worry, gold will definitely rise. I can't be wrong about that. She shook her head and said nothing more. After all, she knew that I had always had a good eye for finance. By the way, Olivia, can I go see the 2 children? I asked a little embarrassedly, but I was eager to see my 2 children. Of course, she smiled, but before we see the baby, we have to go to the hospital first. Why go to the hospital? Is the baby sick? I was a little anxious. A child's illness cannot be ignored. No, the babies are very healthy, don't worry. What I mean is, let's do a paternity test, she said with a smile while stroking her hair. Paternity test? I was a little confused and my heart tightened. Could she have doubted me? As if she could see what I was thinking, Olivia blushed and quickly explained, don't let your imagination run wild. I'm just worried that you don't trust me. After all, this is just our first time, and the probability is too small. I can rest assured if I get an appraisal. I breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, since you insist, let's go. So we went to the hospital together, and the doctor quickly took our blood samples. 2 hours later, the identification report finally came out. Olivia, you are right. The 2 children are really mine. I couldn't help but laugh when I looked at the report. The report showed that the probability of parentage was as high as 99.99%, which was enough to prove that they were my biological children. Olivia smiled, relief flashing in her eyes. Thank you, Jack. It's nothing. Trust is the most important thing. I patted her shoulder. Next, we got in her car and drove to her home. She was driving a Mercedes GLC, and it looked like she had a pretty good life. Sitting in the car, a question suddenly occurred to me. Olivia, you've been out for so long. Are the babies okay? Do they need feeding? I couldn't help but glance at her chest inadvertently. She smiled and said, don't worry, they are fine. Someone is watching over them at home. You don't need to worry about them. I nodded slightly, but couldn't help but recall the impulse of that night. Although the memory of that night was vague, she was such a perfect woman that I couldn't help but feel suspicious. Although that night was an outrageous one, I still remember the joyful feeling, but unfortunately, the night was too dark and I couldn't remember her figure. Chapter 9: How to Hold a Baby Online. What are you looking at? Olivia glared at me, her cheeks slightly red, as if she noticed the burning gaze of my eyes. Ahem, I didn't look at it. I quickly looked away and coughed awkwardly. She snorted. The babies are over 1 year old now. They no longer need breast milk. They are fed with formula. There are nannies at home to take care of them. It's none of my business. I was speechless. I felt a little embarrassed that she could see through my thoughts at a glance. Not long after, we arrived at her house and found out that this community was the one opposite the house I had mortgaged, Wansha Mansion. The price is about the same, $50,000 per square meter. I didn't expect that we were so close, but we hadn't met for 2 years. The car drove into the underground parking lot, and Olivia took me into her home. Sister Sue, I'm back, she shouted as she opened the door. Miss Chu, you're back. Nanny Sister Sue looked at me for a moment, as if a little surprised. The child just woke up and is drinking milk. She didn't ask much. After all, she was a nanny. Olivia led me into the baby room, which was spacious, 120 square meters, divided into 3 bedrooms and a living room. When I entered the baby room, I saw 2 babies lying on the bed, drinking milk. When they saw me come in, the 2 little guys looked at me with curious eyes. Olivia, is this my child? I walked over, my face full of surprise. Even cuter than in the photo. Yes, she said with tenderness in her eyes. I would have given up along the way if it weren't for the 2 babies. I looked at her and felt a warm feeling in my heart. Thank you, Olivia. Nanny's sister, Sue, saw through our relationship and quietly left the baby room, leaving us enough space. This is my child. You don't have to thank me. Olivia smiled and shook her head. I have never blamed you. On the contrary, I am very grateful to you for making me a mother of 2 children. Hearing her say this, I felt a warm current in my heart. She insisted on giving birth to the child, and I only found out about this fact yesterday. After knowing this, I did not back down, but chose to face it instead. At this time, the 2 babies finished their milk, and Olivia picked up the bottles to clean them. She looked at me and smiled. You play with the children for a while. I will clean it myself. I reached out and took the bottle, thinking to myself, as a father, I have to do something. No need. It's our first meeting. Just spend time with the kids. She smiled and waved her hand, then turned to go to the kitchen. At that moment, DeBeo suddenly stopped sucking milk, pointed at me, and shouted, Dad, Dad. I was stunned. My heartbeat quickened. As soon as DeBeo finished speaking, Xiaobao also shouted, Dad, Dad. The 2 children stood up and stretched out their little hands, obviously motioning for me to hold them. My eyes widened. I was totally unprepared. This was my first time being a father, and I had to face such a situation. How could I dare to hold these 2 little ones? Olivia, Olivia, come here. I was so anxious that I almost jumped up. I held DeBeo with one hand and Xiaobao with the other, for fear that they would fall. What's wrong? She ran out of the kitchen and saw this scene, and couldn't help laughing. Can't you hold the baby? I was so anxious that I was sweating all over. This won't work. She walked over with a smile, picked up DeBeo, and demonstrated easily and naturally. It's okay. The babies are not small anymore. It's easy to hold them. Olivia laughed playfully. He directed me to sit on the bed first, and then brought DeBeo over. Chapter 10. Future Wife and 4 Children. Olivia handed the baby to me. Jack, remember to hold the baby's bottom horizontally. The baby will be stable in your arms. I followed his instructions and learned slowly. Finally, I was able to hold DeBeo properly and even walk around. When Xiaobao saw me, he shouted anxiously, Dad, hold me. I couldn't favor one over the other, so I picked up Xiaobao as well. When DeBeo saw her sister being picked up, she immediately started crying, Dad, Dad. I had no choice but to hold the 2 children, one on each side. I didn't feel tired because they were light, but I soon realized that I had overestimated myself. Within 5 minutes, my hands began to ache. Olivia, I can't hold on any longer. I carefully put the children down on the ground. As soon as I put them down, the 2 babies started running around, and I could only chase them from behind. A few hours later, the children were finally tired and lay down to sleep. Seeing them sleeping peacefully, I felt pity in my heart. Olivia, it's not easy to take care of children. You've worked hard. Olivia smiled and said, It's not hard. I actually enjoy taking care of children. Her eyes revealed tenacity. After becoming a mother, she became stronger than before. I looked at her helplessly. Olivia, can you teach me how to change diapers and make milk powder? I have no experience at all. Of course. She nodded gently. In the next few hours, I studied hard and finally was able to change diapers for both children independently, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. As night fell and the 2 babies fell asleep, I prepared to leave. Olivia, I think Sue's mother can't handle taking care of 2 children alone. How about I ask my mother to come over and help? Ask your mother to come over? Olivia was shocked. Isn't it too fast? I smiled and comforted her. My mother is easy to get along with. She can also take care of children. She will definitely like you and the children. She was a little conflicted, but still nodded. Okay, but you have to be gentle in your tone. Don't let your mother think there is something wrong with me. Don't worry. My mother will be happy. I patted her shoulder and made a soothing gesture. Olivia's cheeks blushed slightly. Well, then go back and be careful. She smiled and seemed to relax a little. I left Wangshan Mansion and just got in the car when my cell phone rang. Lally sent a message. Jack, how was your day? I couldn't help but complain. Lally, you are finally online. Sorry. I went out traveling with my wife and kids yesterday and didn't see my phone. He said it nonchalantly and added a smiley face at the end. Wife and children? The wife you were talking about is. Haha. Yes, my wife is Olivia. We have 4 children. My eyes lit up instantly. Olivia? For children? She and I actually got together, and we had so many children. Lally, thank you. If you hadn't let me go all in on gold futures, I wouldn't have encountered so many things, and I wouldn't have met Olivia. I replied with a smile. Haha. Why thank me? We are all family. Lally smiled nonchalantly. By the way, the Mao Xiong and Air Mao will start a war tomorrow. Keep an eye on the futures market. If you have spare money, quickly increase your position. Chapter 11, Preparing a Gift for You. Tomorrow. Lao Li's words exploded in my mind like a bomb. I immediately felt excited. Tomorrow, war breaks out and gold will inevitably rise. This is the law of history, and no one can change it. Aha, Lao Li, this is indeed good news. I laughed and started to think in my mind. I was in urgent need of money now. After all, the expenses of having 2 children were not small. Well, wait until you collect the money. Lao Li responded with a smile. No problem. I nodded, thinking to myself that I couldn't let Olivia take care of all the child's affairs alone. As a father, I had to do something. Lao Li suddenly said, "My wife and I are going to have our 5th baby tonight." After he said that, he hung up the phone. I was stunned for a moment, then smiled, my heart full of envy. Being able to live with Olivia is exactly the life I have always dreamed of. At 9 o'clock in the evening, I finally got home. My parents lived far away, so it took some time to get there. "Why are you so late?" My mother came to greet me as soon as she saw me coming home. "Have you eaten yet? How about I make something for you?" Her words warmed my heart. No matter when, she is always the one who cares about me the most. "Mom, Dad, I have something to tell you." I hesitated for a moment and decided to tell them about the child. After all, this matter cannot be kept secret, and it must be made clear sooner or later. "What's the matter? Tell me quickly." My father and mother were obviously frightened by my sudden seriousness. I cleared my throat, my heart beating faster. "Mom and Dad, I have 2 children. They are over 1 year old." "What? What did you say?" The father stood up suddenly, his face serious. "You gave birth to a child outside?" My heart immediately tightened, knowing that there would be trouble. My father has always been principled, especially in matters like this. I quickly explained, "Yes, Dad, the 2 children are mine. Olivia has worked hard, and I didn't let her suffer any injustice. You don't have to worry." My father and mother were silent for a long time, and the atmosphere was solemn. Just as I was preparing to face their anger, something strange happened. "Dad, Mom, where are you going?" I was a little confused. I didn't expect my parents to turn around and walk towards the bedroom. "I'll prepare a gift for you." The mother turned around, her face serious. "Now that we have a child, it's time to plan the wedding. Let's get ready now." Father nodded in agreement. I was stunned and didn't react at all. What on earth was going on? Why did my parents' reaction differ from what I expected? I thought they would be angry and blame me instead of busying themselves with preparing the betrothal gifts. "You kid, you've already had a child, but you're still not married. How can that be right?" The mother said as she started to pack her clothes. "You have to be responsible. Take Olivia and the child home as soon as possible." This reversal happened so quickly that I was totally unprepared. I was surprised and delighted by my parents' attitude. I didn't expect them to accept this so quickly and even be willing to take immediate action for their grandchildren. As for the bride price, the old couple have saved a lot of money over the years, so it would be no problem for them to get hundreds of thousands or even millions. As long as I could bring my grandson and granddaughter back, everything is worth it. Chapter 12, Meeting the Parents. "Mom, don't worry." I quickly pulled my mother back. It's already past 9 o'clock. Olivia and the kids live in the community across from my house. It will be almost 11 o'clock if we get there. The mother was stunned. It's not good to disturb others so late, right? I looked at my mother's expression and felt relieved. Yes, it was indeed inappropriate to visit her so late at night. "You're right." Father nodded in agreement. The mother paused and suddenly said, "Then let's go tomorrow and meet the girl together. Didn't you say that you wanted my mom to help take care of the kids?" Jack couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, aren't you retired? Why are you taking the initiative to take care of the kids?" The mother looked very proud. "Don't say it's hard work. It's worth it to be able to take care of my grandson." I was speechless, but I felt relieved that my parents finally accepted this. Then, I called Olivia and told her what happened today. Olivia did not refuse. After all, it is not easy to take care of 2 children. "Jack, why haven't you received the $200,000 I gave you?" she suddenly asked. "Olivia, I have enough money." I shook my head. "Once this money arrives in my account, you don't have to send me any more money." "Are you sure?" Her concerned tone made me feel a little guilty. "Don't worry, I can afford the child's expenses myself," I said firmly. "Well, if you're short on funds, feel free to tell me." There was a hint of concern in her tone. The next day, my mother pulled me out of bed early in the morning. "Mom, it's 6 o'clock. Can't you let me sleep a little longer?" I rubbed my eyes, feeling a little depressed. The mother snapped her fingers and said bluntly, "Get up. I want to see my eldest grandson today." She was so anxious to get ready to meet Olivia and the kids early in the morning that I didn't even have breakfast in order to get there before noon. Mom, it's only 6 o'clock. When I looked at the time, I felt like I was still dreaming. If you don't get up, I'll go by myself, she shouted. I can find her house. At worst, I can just ask every household. Okay, I'll get up. I had no choice but to put on my clothes, wash up, and take my mother out. At 7:30, we finally arrived near Wansha Mansion. My mother was obviously impatient and didn't go directly to Olivia's house, but took me to the vegetable market. I'm going to cook a sumptuous meal for noon today. The mother looked so excited that she treated seeing her grandson as a festival. Finally, we arrived at Olivia's house, and her mother knocked on the door. Oh my God, you're Olivia, right? You are so beautiful. The mother looked at Olivia in surprise, with a fascinated expression on her face. Olivia greeted us with a smile. Hello, Auntie, come in. I stood aside and watched it all silently. From the moment the mother entered the door, she acted like she had just met her daughter and was concerned about Olivia's work and life. She did not focus on the two children at all as I expected. The mother came into the kitchen with the purchased vegetables. Olivia, cook some food and try my cooking. Auntie, you are too polite. You are a guest. How can I let you cook? Olivia looked embarrassed. It's okay. I don't consider myself an outsider either. We'll be a family from now on. The mother said with a smile, completely unaware of Olivia's subtle reaction. I couldn't help but snicker at the side. It was so obvious that my mom was in urging me to get married mode. Auntie, please stop being busy and go see the children first. Olivia suggested with a smile. Huh? Son, of course. The mother's eyes lit up instantly. I've long wanted to meet my eldest grandson. Under Olivia's guidance, the mother finally saw her long-awaited grandchildren. Oh, it's really my eldest grandson. He looks exactly like Xiaofeng. The mother was so excited that she almost cried. And my precious granddaughter, she looks as beautiful as your mother. Chapter 13, 3-month deadline. The moment she saw the two children, the mother was very sure that these two children were definitely her son's children. Especially Debeo. He looks exactly like Jack when he was just born as a child. And there is Xiao Bao, with her pink and tender skin and big eyes. She is obviously a beauty at first glance. The more a grandmother looks at her grandchildren, the more she likes them. The babies will also call Grandma. Under Olivia's guidance, the mother kept calling Grandma over and over, which melted her mother's heart. With two children as lubricant, Olivia and her mother quickly became familiar with each other. After a while, they became like real mother and daughter, very close. The mother is indeed very good at taking care of children, and both children like their grandmother very much. Even the nanny breathed a sigh of relief when she knew her mother had come. Before, she was almost the only one taking care of the children. Although the salary is slightly higher than other nannies, it is also very tiring work. Now that she has someone to share the burden with, she can finally breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, the news from Su He and others finally came. The first to be affected is gold. The concept of antiques in prosperous times and gold in troubled times is common all over the world. Gold is unlike any other precious metal in the world. This thing is too difficult to produce and cannot be made artificially. Therefore, gold is hard currency at all times. In just one day, the price of a gold jack had increased by half. Moreover, it continues to grow. In other words, in just one day, the 18 million US dollars of gold that Jack bought with a 20-fold leverage turned into 27 million US dollars, rising to a full 9 million US dollars. Converted into RMB, that's a full 63 million. In just one day, he earned more money than an ordinary person could earn in several lifetimes. It is said that people in the entertainment industry make money by signing an yin-yang contract and can earn more than 2 million a day. It does seem like a lot, but compared with the big players in the capital market, it is nothing. The most profitable industry is always the capital industry. Lally, you are right. The price of gold has risen sharply today. My futures have increased by 50%. Jack excitedly sent a message to Lally. At times like this, he needs someone to share his joy. Haha, calm down, this is not the highest point yet. Keep this up for 2 weeks, and you'll be a billionaire. Oldley said with a smile. Yeah, I know. Jack nodded vigorously. Gold still has a lot of room to rise. What we see now is just a drop in the bucket. Therefore, now is definitely not the best time to take action. Moreover, a mere 60 million yuan could not satisfy Jack. If you mortgage your RV and can't make a quick profit, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Jack originally wanted to redeem part of it first, including the car and the house. But after considering it again and again, I gave up. If you redeem it now, even if you only redeem $1, you will still lose money. It is better to wait patiently for 2 weeks. You will still have time to sell before it reaches its peak. With Lowly around, there's no need to worry about being exploited by capital. The next day, Jack and his mother stayed at Olivia's house. After dinner, Olivia drove them back home. Originally, Olivia wanted to invite her mother to live at home. After all, it's too far from my mother's house to Olivia's house. The subway requires 2 changes of trains to get there. However, my mother refused outright. The 2 children haven't confirmed their relationship yet, and if she moves in with someone else's family at this time, she will be gossiped about. Anyway, the mother has decided that starting tomorrow, she will take the subway to see the 2 babies every day. Just think of it as going to work. Olivia couldn't persuade her mother, so she had to let her do what she wanted. Andy, Jack, I'll go back first. After Jack and his mother got off the car, Olivia waved to them. Well, Olivia, be safe on the road. Let us know when you get home. Good, Olivia said and drove away. Son, Olivia is a great girl. Watching Olivia's car driving farther and farther away, the mother couldn't help but speak. Well, it's really good. Jack nodded subconsciously in agreement. Why don't you try your best to marry her? You already have a child. Do you plan to let your 2 children call someone else dad in the future? The mother looked at her son with some disappointment. Ahem, Mom. Don't be anxious. Take your time. Take your time. Jack scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. My mother is really worried. Slow down, SD. I'll give you 3 months. If you can't get it, don't even think about entering the house. The mother left some harsh words and went back home. Only Jack was left standing alone in the wind. For the next period of time, my mother acted like she was punching in at work every day. I got up at 6 in the morning and took the subway for an hour and a half to get to Olivia's home. Then, I went shopping for groceries and daily necessities. After shopping, I stayed at Olivia's house with the nanny to take care of the 2 babies. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, I took the subway for another hour and a half to go home. It may seem hard, but it is definitely much more comfortable than going to work. After all, you're always working at work, but when you take care of children, they will sleep during the day. She can also take a break when the child is sleeping. Overall, I live a very comfortable life. In this way, half a month passed quickly. After half a month, gold has risen to $2,000 per ounce. I learned from Lao Li that the highest point of gold was $2,085 per ounce. After that, it will fall and the price will remain around $1,900 per ounce. Therefore, now is the best time to take action. Jack didn't hesitate either. He did not choose to ship out at 2085, but started to clear his inventory at 2040. Although this would result in a small loss of money, Jack didn't care about it. If it really reaches the highest point, it may not be possible to clear the inventory quickly. It's better to earn less and be more stable. Jack's current holdings are over $80 million, which is nearly $30 million more than expected. After clearing the inventory, after deducting the handling fees and various taxes, the final amount received was exactly $80 million. Following Lao Li's advice, Jack chose to exchange currency at the highest exchange rate. With an exchange rate of 7.3, $80 million directly turned into 584 million renminbi. After redeeming the house and car, he still had about 578 million left. In just half a month, Jack went from being a small tycoon with a net worth of 1 million to a wealthy man with a net worth of more than 500 million. Chapter 14, Pay Back the Money. Ha ha! I didn't expect it would be so easy to become a billionaire. Looking at the 500 million lying quietly on the bank card, Jack couldn't help but laugh happily. 500 million. He earned money that an ordinary person's ancestors might not be able to earn in thousands of years in just half a month. Such a speed is really terrifying. With Lowly here, I will definitely become a top capital tycoon in the future. Jack has already begun to fantasize about his happy life in the future. He has a car, a house, a beautiful wife, and 2 lovely children. He is a winner in life. After getting the money, Jack immediately transferred 200,000 yuan to Ethan's bank card. He asked for the bank card in advance to facilitate repayment later. Old son, I have already cleared my gold futures positions. Keep the principal plus interest. Jack didn't give Ethan much money. It's not that Jack is stingy, it's just that he knows that money is a very sensitive thing. Giving too much money might affect my relationship with Ethan. Besides, even if you really offer them several million, they definitely won't accept it. 200,000 is not a lot, but it is not a small amount either. Jack, that's too much. I only gave you $50,000, and you only used it for 2 weeks. Even if it's a loan shark, the interest shouldn't be that high. Just send me your card number, and I'll call you back. Ethan doesn't know Jack's card number. The bank statement only shows the payee's name, not the card number. Ethan was shocked when he saw that the other party transferred 200,000 yuan to him at once. In just half a month, 50,000 turned into 200,000. Even loan sharks wouldn't dare to do this, right? Haha, it's okay. I also invested your 50,000 yuan in the futures market. I made a lot of money this time, so this is your dividend, Jack said with a smile. In fact, Jack didn't touch a penny of Ethan's $50,000. He must have appreciated the other person's kindness. But this 50,000 yuan is Ethan's hard-earned money, and Jack will not invest other people's hard-earned money into the capital market. This has also been Jack's principle in stock trading over the years. Jack, you are too radical, aren't you? But you are really far-sighted. You actually guessed that gold would rise. Besides, you are so courageous. You deserve to make money, Ethan said enviously. Although he was envious, he was not jealous. Not everyone has Jack's investment skills. Not everyone can withstand such great pressure. At least, Ethan thought he couldn't do it. Just like that night, Jack also suggested to Ethan that he invest some gold futures. But Ethan didn't dare to do it all. Even if it was just a few $1,000s, he was reluctant to invest. So, in the end, he didn't make a penny in the futures market. In fact, this is the mentality of most people. No one would be willing to invest their hard-earned money in an area with unknown risks. Not to mention the investment that would bankrupt you. Haha, Lao son, no matter what, I have to thank you. Thank you for helping me when I was in the most difficult time, Jack said sincerely. He was truly grateful to Ethan. Especially, 3 roommates who usually treated each other as brothers betrayed him, and he was even kicked out of the WeChat chat group by Dennis. Among so many people, Ethan was the only one who took the initiative to care about him. Of course, Olivia doesn't count. Therefore, Jack had to repay the favor no matter what. Jack, you're too polite. I'm just trying to help you. Ethan smiled and continued, but I definitely can't accept the 200,000. I'll transfer it to you via WeChat, and you must accept it. After Ethan finished speaking, he immediately transferred the money to Jack. However, Jack directly refused and posted the profit chart of his trading. Old son, don't be polite to me. Look, I made more than 500 million this time. Your 50,000 is also in there. I'm only giving you 150,000, which is already too little. More than 500 million? Ethan rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked carefully at the profit chart Jack sent him. And count the decimal points one by one. Oh my God, Jack, you actually made so much money? Isn't this too much? Ethan's eyes almost fell to the ground. How did Jack make more than 500 million in just 2 weeks? How many times did he increase the leverage? At least, it should be 15 times more, right? What's the difference between this and licking blood from a knife? Aha, luck, pure luck, Jack said modestly. Old son, now you can rest assured to accept it, right? 150,000 is just a drop in the bucket for me right now. In the end, Ethan accepted the extra $150,000 that Jack gave him. Jack also asked about Ethan's work. He thought that he should find another opportunity to repay this old classmate. After learning that he was now working as a customer manager in a bank, Jack immediately had an idea. Afterwards, Jack posted his earnings chart to his moments with a caption. After 2 weeks of operation, I mortgaged my RV and used 20 times leverage to buy gold futures. I couldn't sleep for 2 Sundays. Finally, it was the harvest season. I cleared my warehouse and made a profit. After Jack posted on WeChat moments, he opened the car and house buying apps. When you have money, the first thing you do is naturally to move to a new house and buy a new car. Jack's current house has 2 bedrooms and a living room. If it was in the past, it would definitely be enough for him and Jessica to live together. But Jack now has 2 children, and in the past 2 months, his relationship with Olivia has improved by leaps and bounds. Maybe one day the 2 of them will live together. In this case, for a couple, 2 children, a nanny and parents at home, 2 bedrooms, and a living room are definitely not enough. It wouldn't be appropriate to live at Olivia's house. Therefore, it is necessary to buy a new house. As for the car, people need clothes, but they need gold clothes even more. A car is a man's golden suit. Now that I have money, of course I have to buy a decent car. Before, Jack drove a high-end Mazda Atenza. This car costs about 200,000 yuan. Before the replacement, this car was definitely considered prestigious among my college classmates. After all, it has been 2 years since graduation, and without the help of their families, most of my classmates don't have a car. But now, a car worth $200,000 is no longer worthy of his billionaire status. Therefore, Jack urgently needs a car that can show his status. Lamborghini, Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, Bentley. Jack looked through the car software and didn't select any. It's not that the car is bad, it's that there is no car in stock. Chapter 15, The Chairman's Work. Many novelists think that buying a car worth millions or tens of millions is just like buying a van worth tens of thousands, and they can always get one in stock. In fact, cars that cost more than 1 million yuan need to be ordered. For example, with Porsche, you can order all the configurations of the model according to your needs. For example, unique style wheels, distinctive paint, special configurations, and so on. After customization, they will assemble it according to your customized configuration. Some luxury cars are even produced from scratch on short notice. If it can be completed in half a year, it is considered fast. For supercars like Ferrari and Lamborghini, you won't see them for a year or two. If you want a used car, there is only one way to do it. Therefore, there is no need to rush to buy a top-of-the-line sports car for the time being. Olivia, are you free at noon? Can I pick you up and have lunch together? Jack called Olivia. Olivia now goes to work every day, and with her mother's help, she can concentrate on her work. Jack never asked Olivia what she did for a living, but he knew the approximate location of her company. It's right in the city center, only 10 minutes drive from their home. This also makes it convenient for Olivia to go home at any time to look after the two babies. Would you like to have lunch together? I'll pick you up. Olivia's voice sounded a little surprised. Jack invited her to dinner after the two met again. Is this a first date? Although the two have not confirmed their relationship, Olivia still feels anticipation. Yeah, do you have time? Jack asked with a smile. There is time. I'll send you the company's location now. Olivia quickly agreed, sent Jack the location, and then hung up the phone in a hurry. This was Jack's first date with her, so she had to dress up nicely. Xiao Chun, the afternoon meeting is canceled. I have other things to do. In the office building of Shanghai Tianqing International Company, Olivia sat in her office and called her secretary. Okay, Chairman. The secretary said respectfully. Chairman. If Jack heard this name, he would be very surprised. Tianqing International Company is mainly engaged in the import and export of clothing. This company is not big in Shanghai, but its market value is several hundred million. Jack didn't expect that Olivia would be the chairman of this company. In fact, this company belongs to the Chu family. Olivia's father is Chu Tianqing, the richest man in Shanghai. He owns countless companies, with a total market value of over 1 trillion yuan. Tianqing International is just a small business under the name of Olivia's father. Olivia's father has only one daughter. It can be said that Olivia is a real white, rich, and beautiful woman. Originally, Chu Tianqing wanted his daughter to inherit his mantle and work as a general manager in the head office to gain some training. But who would have thought that Olivia would get pregnant unexpectedly, and even he, as a father, didn't know who the father of his daughter's child was. Chu Tianqing was so angry that he kicked his daughter out of the house. Of course, it was just an open expulsion. Secretly, he asked his wife, Olivia's mother, to hand over Tianqing Company to his daughter. Although Olivia cannot receive dividends from the company, as the chairman, her annual salary is several million. Enough for her and her two babies to live on. Chu Tianqing only has this one daughter, so how could he bear to let her suffer? Of course, Chu Tianqing had actually accepted his two grandsons, and this fact a long time ago. He often secretly asked Chu's mother to support her daughter. He also often asked Chu's mother to visit her daughter and grandson. Otherwise, Olivia would be a little tired taking care of two children alone. In fact, Chu Tianqing also wanted to go see his grandson, but he just couldn't let go of his pride. Of course, this is all later. Olivia, after giving instructions to her secretary, began to dress up carefully. She usually wore professional attire, and after hesitating for a moment, she went back to the lounge, took out a purple tube-top dress, and changed into it. Then, she let down her tied hair. Olivia's long wavy hair, when let down, does not look messy at all, but instead adds the charm of a mature woman. She changed into a pair of high heels, washed up, and put on some light makeup. The light makeup is simple and elegant, which suits her temperament very well. Afterwards, she dressed up carefully and went out. At the same time, Jack also came to Tianqing International. As the car drove to the company gate, Olivia happened to walk out of the company. Olivia! Jack rolled down the window and yelled at Olivia. Jack! A smile immediately appeared on Olivia's face, and she trotted towards Jack in her high heels, holding up the hem of her skirt. Now is the time for a lunch break. Behind Olivia, several company employees who were preparing to go out for dinner happened to see this scene. For a moment, everyone's eyes widened. If they were not mistaken, the person just now should be their chairman, right? Oh my God, isn't the chairman dressed so nicely today? Especially when she smiles, it's definitely the smile of a goddess. Moreover, the chairman is usually quite serious, and even when he smiles, it is a gentle smile. When did you ever act like a little girl? For a moment, many people were stunned. However, what they saw next was an even more shocking scene. The chairman came to a Mazda, opened the passenger door, and got in. The driver's window had not been rolled up yet, and they could clearly see that the chairman and the man in the driver's seat were talking intimately. No way. The chairman actually has a boyfriend? Then I have no chance. A male employee standing at the company's door suddenly cried out in grief. There are definitely more than one male employees who share the same idea as him. Any normal single man would have some thoughts when he knew that such a beautiful woman like Olivia was still single. However, this idea was completely shattered at this moment today. Their young hearts were shattered at this moment. Judging from the man's car, he is obviously not a wealthy man. Can you catch up with their chairman like this? That only shows that the chairman is not a person who despises the poor and loves the rich. If they had known earlier, they might have succeeded if they had pursued it. But now it seems that it's too late. Jack drove and took Olivia to a Western restaurant. This restaurant was recommended by Olivia. The food is not expensive, but very stylish. For a first date, you should find a stylish place, right? Of course, this is what Olivia considers a first date. After entering the restaurant, Olivia ordered food for Jack and herself with ease. Then, the two of them started chatting. Olivia, give me your car number and I'll transfer some money to you. Just consider it as living expenses for the two babies. Jack looked at Olivia with a smile. Now that he has money, he also has to provide Olivia with living expenses. The woman gave birth to his child and raised the child for more than a year. As a father, he had to express his opinion. Huh, Jack, where did you get the money? Olivia was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise. Didn't Jack invest all his money? How come you suddenly have money again? I've cleared out my gold inventory and made some money. I posted it on WeChat Moments. Didn't you see it? As Jack spoke, he showed Olivia his profit chart. Chapter 16, Save It for the Children. More than 500 million. Oh my God, Jack, how many times did you leverage? Olivia looked at the earnings chart on Jack's phone with shock on her face. She studied finance. Of course, I know how difficult it is to turn 5 million into 500 million. This must be at least 15 times leverage, right? Isn't this man a little too brave? Is he so confident that he will definitely not lose money? Not much, just 20 times. Jack said lightly. He really feels that this leverage is not much. If it weren't for the insufficient margin that prevented him from using a higher leverage, he would definitely choose a higher leverage. If you have the money, you'd be a fool not to make it. 20 times. Olivia pouted. 20 times leverage. Jack's courage is really unmatched by ordinary people. You have to know that a 20-fold leverage is definitely a big gamble. Even if the price drops by just $1, Jack's 5 million may be forced to close his position. The biggest difference between the futures market and the stock market lies in this aspect. Going long on gold futures actually means buying gold at the current price when the price is bullish, and then selling it at a high price when it rises to a certain price. This is actually very similar to stocks. They buy low and sell high. However, futures can be shorted. Short selling means borrowing gold and selling it at the current price when the price of gold falls. Then buy it back and return the gold after the price of gold falls. But whether you're going long or short, you need to pay a margin. In case of loss, the margin will be deducted first. When all the margin is deducted, the position will be forced to close. This is also a means for futures companies to ensure their own interests. At that time, Jack invested $5 million. Although the margin was not small, with a leverage of 20 times, it was only enough to reduce the gold price by $1 at most. No one would choose such a radical investment approach. After all, if you're not stable, you may end up losing everything. However, Jack has the future Mr. Lee in charge, so he is not worried at all. Moreover, tens of millions of US dollars cannot even create a ripple in the international gold market and will not be noticed as a deliberate sniper. Therefore, this time he will definitely make money from his investment. The brave will die of overeating, while the timid will die of starvation. Jack, I just realized now that you are really an investment lunatic. Olivia couldn't help but tease. Although she said this, Olivia actually admired Jack very much. How many people in this world have such courage? Haha. Now I have money. Olivia, give me your car number. As a father, I have to show my appreciation. Jack said with a smile. Okay, then don't give too much. The babies are still young and can't afford to spend a lot of money. Olivia said with a smile. Okay, I understand. Jack nodded solemnly. After getting the card number, he immediately transferred some money to Olivia. Olivia, I forwarded it to you. Please check if you received it. Good. Olivia nodded slightly and immediately opened her mobile banking app to check. When she saw the amount Jack transferred to her, she was completely stunned. 10 million. Jack, are you crazy? Why are you giving me so much money? 10 million is enough to support 2 children until they graduate from college, even if they are raised in luxury. This man really spends his money recklessly. Although Olivia is a person who has seen the world, she is not the type to spend money recklessly. It's just a little money. Jack nodded nonchalantly. I will make more and more money in the future. I will support you and the 2 children, and you don't have to work so hard. Jack was speaking from the heart. With future Lowly around, he will only make more and more money in the future. As for Olivia, if she is willing to be with him, Jack is of course willing to take care of this poor girl. Of course, it's not just out of pity and guilt. Even, I like it a little bit. Okay, since you're the father of 2 children, I'll save it for the kids first. Olivia thought about it for a moment and decided to take the money. At worst, I could just not touch the money and save it for my 2 babies. When they grow up, give it to them as pocket money. After finishing their business, the 2 of them started chatting. At the same time, it is also a way to communicate the feelings of both parties. Jack and Olivia can be said to be a perfect match, and they once had a one-night stand. During this period of time together, the relationship between the 2 people quickly heated up. It's just a matter of breaking the last layer of window paper. At the same time, the circle of friends posted by Jack also caused an uproar. Although Jack was kicked out of the class group by Dennis, many people also mocked him in the group. But that was all because of Dennis. In fact, most of my classmates still keep Jack as we chat. After all, Jack didn't borrow money from them, and they were classmates, so there was no need to be so ruthless. As soon as Jack posted it on his moments, someone saw it in no time. Jack a thumbs up in their moments. Oh my god, Jack, you're bankrupt, right? How did you make so much money? Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, 100 million, 500 million. I've never seen so much ghost money. Mr. Lin, what did you invest in? Can you help me? Look at him. He just graduated from college 2 years ago and already has 500 million in his hands. And look at us. We can't even take out 50,000. I'm so envious. Excellent people are always excellent. I was wondering how Jack could possibly go bankrupt. Please forward this to the class group and let Dennis and the other 3 see it. Soon, someone forwarded the screenshot of Jack's circle of friends to the class group and tagged Dennis, Oscar, and Yang Jiaqing. At that time, it was these 3 people who were talking about Jack's bankruptcy everywhere, completely disregarding their brotherhood. This is a slap in their face. At this time, the 3 of them were sitting together eating. Today, they all got together to rest for a rare time. So we made an appointment to have a simple meal together. After graduation, the 3 of them did not perform well in the exams because they had no family background and their own abilities were not good. So, none of the 3 people entered a bank or a securities company, but instead entered an insurance company. Although banking, securities, and insurance are the 3 pillars of finance. In terms of status, they are equal. But when it comes to actually going to work, insurance companies are often inferior to banks and securities companies. No matter how much money people in insurance companies make, even if they have reached senior management positions, when he comes to a bank or a securities company, he has to lower his noble head. After all, insurance companies have the largest number of sales staff, and their main business is sales. Banks and securities are the ones who are most likely to come into contact with high-end clients. Moreover, many of these high-end customers come to us on their own initiative. Therefore, if insurance companies want to cooperate with banks and securities, they must maintain a certain degree of respect towards both. At the same time, the entry threshold for insurance sales is too low. They don't value academic qualifications. They only value sales ability. In other words, as long as you can sell insurance, they will recruit you even if you only have a high school diploma. Of course, it would be best if you can sell insurance and have a high level of education. Dennis and the other 2 chose to work in the insurance industry because the entry threshold of this industry is low. Chapter 17, Friendship for Profit, Separation After the Profit is Gone. The 3 of them have the same bad smell, and their family backgrounds and identities are similar. So, The relationship is pretty good. Lao Lin, thank you so much for telling us about Jack's bankruptcy. If we don't know, the money we worked hard to earn for many years might really be cheated away by him. Here, let me toast you. Oscar and Yang Jiaqing raise their glasses to Dennis while talking and smiling. They are all low-level salespeople at insurance companies, and it is not easy for them to make money. It's fine if you spend it lavishly, but how can you lend it to others and just waste it? Jack, this guy has been awesome for 4 years in college, but he finally fell. Dennis laughed. This guy, does he really think he is awesome just because he made some money in the stock market? Now it's good. I guess I've lost all my pants. The beautiful song also broke up with him. It feels so good. It feels so good. Dennis has never had any real feelings for Jack. He completely treated the other party as an ATM. In their eyes, Jack's kindness to them was just charity. It's just that they really enjoy the feeling of eating, drinking, and getting things for free. During their 4 years in college, they never spent a penny, whether they were staying up all night, surfing the internet, or partying. Jack is also responsible for the water and electricity in the dormitory. However, hatred of the rich is a common problem among these people. They should enjoy what they should enjoy. They just as well hate the rich as they should. However, when you're in school, you still have to enjoy the benefits brought by others, so you're naturally polite. After graduation, they will no longer be able to enjoy the good things that Jack brings. They see Jack doing better and better. The more unhappy they must be. Now that Jack has suddenly gone bankrupt, they're so happy. This roommate, who was once so high and mighty, finally became the same as them. Even worse. I want to chase Jessica too. This woman has a really nice figure. Jack has been lucky to have her for the past few years. A sinister smile appeared on Oscar's face. All three of them envied Jack for being able to pursue a beauty like Jessica, especially the pair of long legs, which makes people drool. Puff. Louding, do you still like to pick up broken shoes? Dennis sneered and said jokingly, if it's delivered to your door for free, wouldn't you want to have sex with it? Canon. Of course it's canon. If you don't use canon, it will be a great honor for the whole family. That's right, it's just for fun. Who would really go and pick up a broken shoe? That's interesting. Let her compare and see who has a better figure, me or Jack. The three of them started to make fun of Jack's ex-girlfriend. Just then, the three people's cell phones suddenly rang. When they picked it up, they saw that someone in the group was tagging them. What happened? Why are so many people tagging us in the class group? Dennis opened the chat group with some curiosity. There are already 999 plus messages in the chat group. This surprised Dennis a little. The group hasn't been this lively since graduation. Hey, why is the group so lively? What are they talking about? Oscar and Yang Jiaqing also saw the message in the group and became curious. Let them chat then. What are we doing? Driven by curiosity, the three people immediately scrolled through the news. Finally, they found the earliest news. Jack's profit chart that was forwarded to the class group by a classmate. How is this possible? Jack actually made more than $500 million in the gold futures market. Isn't he bankrupt? Dennis stood up suddenly from his seat and exclaimed when he looked at the profit chart on his phone. Half a month ago, Jack called him and said he was bankrupt and needed to borrow money. How come he suddenly became a billionaire in just half a month? That's more than $500 million. Even the virtual trading platform of the stock practice class in college, he had never seen so much money. Dennis suddenly remembered that when Jack called him that day, he seemed to have mentioned that he had invested in gold futures. Could it be that he was joking about bankruptcy? Thinking back on Jack's personality, this is indeed possible. Maybe if Dennis had lent money to Jack or said a few nice words to him at that time. At this time, Dennis might also become rich. Thinking of this, Dennis wanted to slap himself twice. How could I have made such a mistake in the first place? Oh my God, Jack actually made $500 million. I saw Ethan said that he lent Jack $50,000 and Jack paid back $200,000. Oscar exclaimed that he was born. In just half a month, $50,000 turned into $200,000, a fourfold profit. Even loan sharks don't charge such high interest rates. Den Neats, bang bang bang, was slap in the face. It hurt so much. At the beginning, Jack only asked him to borrow 10,000 yuan. Even someone like Ethan, who wasn't familiar with Jack, could pay back $200,000. A close friend like me, shouldn't I give him back 1 million? Even if it's not 1 million, but just 100,000 or 200,000, it's also good. You know, it's been 2 years since he graduated, and he's only saved about 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. This is still the case when we live frugally. Regret. I really regret it. Oscar and Yang Jiaqing also felt regretful, made excuses, and hung up the phone without even giving Jack a chance to speak. At this point, they not only regretted it, but even hated Dennis. Jack's WeChat directly. Now, this is considered to be a complete severance of ties with the billionaire. I've made up my mind. Oscar suddenly stood up and looked into the distance with an accurate gaze. I've decided to. Yang Jiaqing also stood up. The two people looked at each other and saw determination in each other's eyes. What have you decided? Dennis looked at the two of them in confusion. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Are these two guys going to sell him out? Soon, their actions verified Dennis's guess. We decided to apologize to Jack. This matter is caused by you fanning the flames behind the scenes. I believe that as long as we are sincere, Jack will definitely forgive both of us. Oscar said seriously. Yang Jiaqing beside him also nodded in cooperation. They had decided that they had to apologize to Jack. I think, after 4 years of college friendship, Jack will definitely forgive them. As for Dennis, he's just a drinking buddy. How can he be as important as a billionaire friend like Jack? How many billionaire friends can you have in your life? You two guys, this is happening too fast, isn't it? Dennis curled his lips and said dissatisfiedly. They were just sitting together and acting like brothers, but in the blink of an eye, they turn against each other. Even turning pages of a book isn't that fast, right? Haha, Dennis, if you hadn't been talking nonsense there, how could we have fallen out with Jack? Don't say it's happening too fast. I almost want to beat you up right there and then. Oscar sneered. Then, ignoring Dennis's ugly expression, he pulled Yang Jiaqing beside him and turned away. Only Dennis was left standing there with a gloomy face. The three brothers' actions fully embody what it means to get along for the sake of profit and to go their separate ways when the profit is gone. Chapter 18. Female Sea King. Humph. Do you think you're the only ones who will apologize? Looking at the backs of Oscar and Yang Jiaqing leaving, Dennis spat in disdain. The relationship between Jack and I is simply incomparable to yours. Dennis is very confident. He had been sleeping head-to-head with Jack for 4 years. This kind of feeling is unmatched by anyone. Dennis believed that as long as he apologized to Jack, he would definitely be forgiven by Jack. Thinking of this, Dennis opened his phone and wanted to send a message to Jack to apologize. However, after opening WeChat, he remembered that he had deleted Jack as a friend. But it doesn't matter. Even if you block me on WeChat, I still have my phone number. So, Dennis called Jack immediately. At this time, Jack had just sent Olivia back to the company, and the car hadn't even started when he received a call from Dennis. That day, Jack directly deleted Dennis' WeChat friend list and his mobile phone number. So, when he saw the caller ID, he didn't know who was calling and just picked up the phone. Hello, who is this? Jack, it's me. Your good roommate, Dennis. Dennis laughed from the other end of the phone. Hearing Dennis' voice, Jack immediately showed a half smile on his face. As smart as he is, he naturally understands why Dennis called. My circle of friends must have caused an uproar in the class group. Dennis called at this time. Wasn't he just going to lick him? However, Jack pretended to know nothing and asked politely. Oh, it's classmate Dennis. May I ask what may I do for you? Classmate Dennis? Excuse me? Hearing these words, Dennis' smile became a little stiff. In the past, they called each other dad and were as close as they could be. How can you be so polite? Although Jack was very polite, Dennis had already noticed the other party's alienation. Ahem. Dennis cleared his throat awkwardly, then said, Jack, how are you doing lately? Haha, it's okay. Jack smiled faintly. Dennis, just say whatever you want to say. You know, I don't like people who beat around the bush. Jack didn't plan to say anything more to Dennis. After you have finished bragging, you can completely block this person. Ahem, Jack, I didn't mean to refuse to lend you the money that day. My girlfriend really wanted dowry, so Dennis once again made something out of nothing. He has already made up his mind. At worst, he can just find someone else to pretend to be his girlfriend. In short, he wanted to make Jack believe that he was unable to lend Jack money at that time due to special circumstances. Jack was tired of hearing this kind of nonsense. Before Dennis could speak, he interrupted. Wait, classmate Dennis, who you gave your money to is none of my business. I'm not interested in knowing. If you call me to explain this, there's no need to do so. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Don't contact me anymore. Jack was about to hang up the phone, but Dennis stopped him. Wait a minute, Jack. I still want to apologize to you. We've been together for 4 years in college. You wouldn't be so ignorant of our friendship, right? Bang. After hearing this, Jack hung up the phone directly and decisively blocked Jack. Friendship among classmates? He borrowed money from Dennis. Did he mention our friendship as classmates? Now that you're rich, you come here to talk about classmate friendship? You really think Jack is a fool? However, just as Dennis hung up the phone, WeChat received another friend request from Dennis. Not only Dennis, but also Oscar and Yang Jiaqing. Jack ignored them and added them to the blacklist directly. Out of sight, out of mind. This damn Jack is so disrespectful. Dennis applied to add a friend again, but found out that Jack had rejected his request, and he was immediately furious. This Jack really doesn't care about friendship with classmates at all. Just when Dennis was at his wit's end, he suddenly saw a post from Jessica on WeChat Moments. Jessica has remained single since breaking up with Jack. However, there are still many people pursuing her. Among them, there are many tall, rich, and handsome suitors. Jessica learned her lesson this time and did not immediately agree to these suitors. Instead, she started raising fish in the fish pond. This is much more comfortable than being alone with someone. At least, someone gives you different gifts every day. Isn't that wonderful? Today, Jessica went out on a date with a backup guy, as usual. Dating is actually what the spare tire thinks. In fact, Jessica simply wanted to find someone to pay for her. Jinsong, can you buy me this bag? It's only 25,000 yuan, Jessica said, holding her spare tire and pointing at a bag at the Chanel counter. The price of this bag is not high, only 25,000 yuan. It is considered to be a relatively cheap bag among luxury goods. The Jinsong next to him, whose full name is Chun Jinsong, is a colleague of Jessica in the company and is 7 or 8 years older than Jessica. Jessica, since she joined the company, and he doesn't care at all even though he knows Jessica has a boyfriend. Jessica, in the company, there were many young people as well. However, most of the young people are college graduates, and even if their family conditions are good, they have more living expenses. But how can he compare to Chun Jinsong? He has been working for almost 8 or 9 years since graduating from college. Because I've been single all the time, I have saved a lot of money. Jessica before, she was reluctant to accept him, so he didn't dare to buy any expensive gifts. But 2 weeks ago, Jessica's attitude towards him suddenly changed 180 degrees, and it seemed that she agreed to Chun Jinsong's pursuit. Through indirect inquiries, Chun Jinsong learned that Jessica had broken up with her boyfriend. Thus, a fierce pursuit began. In just 2 weeks, he had spent more than 200,000 yuan on Jessica. I have already bought 3 bags alone. Of course, the effect is also very obvious. At this time, Jessica was willing to hold his arm. Of course, only when Jessica wants to buy something. This is a little sweet treat that Jessica gave to Chun Jinsong. For a bootlicker, this little bit of sweetness is already very good. Although Chun Jinsong was willing to spend the money, the 200,000 yuan was almost half of his savings. Now, Jessica wanted to buy another bag worth more than 20,000 yuan, and Chun Jinsong suddenly felt that his wallet could no longer bear it. Ahem, Jessica, didn't you just buy an LV yesterday? That one was also over 20,000. How about not buying this for now? Chun Jinsong said somewhat embarrassedly. It is absolutely embarrassing for a licker if the goddess's demands cannot be met. No, I just want this bag. If you don't buy it, I'll ask Xiao Lu to buy it for me. He already said he would give her a gift. Xiao Lu, a classmate of Jessica's, has also been pursuing Jessica. As a female sea queen, she can naturally deal with these people with ease. Chapter 19, Missing the Dragon King. Bye. Isn't it just over 20,000 yuan? I'll buy it for you right now. Chun Jinsong gritted his teeth. He felt that he had reached the stage of the general offensive. Jessica wanted the moon in the sky today. He would have to pick it down for her. Jinsong, you are so nice. Jessica hugged Chun Jinsong's arms tighter affectionately. Even if he is a bootlicker, you have to give him some appropriate sweetness. In this way, the dog can lick harder. As Aquaman, Jessica knows this well. Sure enough, after being praised by Jessica, Chun Jinsong felt full of energy. Take out your bank card, swipe it, enter your password and sign, all in one go. After that, he gave Jessica a chic smile. Jessica happily carried her new Chanel bag. As for Chun Jinsong, after all the fun, he looked at his remaining bank deposit of only 2,000 yuan, and his mouth was full of bitterness. 2,000 yuan was enough for Chun Jinsong to spend for a month in the past. But now, I'm afraid it can only last 3 days at most. Jessica is particularly good at spending money and can spend $1,000 on a meal. 2,000 yuan for 3 days is already very remarkable. Chun Jinsong's only hope now is to get his salary tomorrow and that the company does not delay his salary payments. After receiving his salary, he had enough money to spend with Jessica for a while. As for the future, I guess the goddess will be willing to suffer with him in the future. After buying the bag, Chun Jian-song thought that he could get closer to Jessica. We just linked our arms, so can we hold hands now? However, Chun Jian-song was obviously overthinking it. How could a goddess hold hands with a dog? Jessica, carrying her new bag, was even unwilling to walk side by side with Chun Jian-song. A person was dancing in front like a butterfly. Jessica from the perspective of a bootlicker. If Jack were here, he would definitely be able to tell a glance that Jessica has no feelings for Chun Jian-song at all. At this moment, Jessica, who was walking in front, suddenly received a call on her cell phone. I picked up my phone and took a look. It was a message from Dennis. Dennis? Why is he messaging me? Jessica frowned, but still opened the chat interface. Dennis is Jack's college roommate, and he and Jessica are not friends. According to normal logic, since Jessica and Jack broke up, they deleted each other's WeChat. Naturally, the other person's friends will also be deleted. After all, the only thing they have in common is their ex. But Jessica didn't do that. She knew that Dennis had feelings for her too. As the most beautiful girl in the school, she still has this confidence. I feel like I'm a fish that can be kept in a pond. If one day this fish crosses the dragon gate, she will have the opportunity to ride on the dragon first. On the day Jessica and Jack broke up, Dennis came to care about him. But Dennis is quite stingy. Jessica hinted to him more than once to send her a red envelope to show his appreciation. After all, if you want to pursue a goddess, you have to send a red envelope first before the food and supplies arrive. But that guy seemed to be deliberately not understanding and was not moved at all. So, Jessica just didn't bother to pay attention to Dennis. A fish that is unwilling to give birth is not worth the pond owner's attention and effort, so just throw it aside. Jessica opened WeChat, as usual, and originally thought that Dennis was just sending a verbal greeting. But when she saw the message sent by Dennis, she was completely shocked. Jessica, can you still contact Jack? Did you know that he made $500 million in the stock market? Dennis also posted a picture, which was forwarded by their classmates from Jack's circle of friends to the class group, and then downloaded by Dennis. 500 million? How is that possible? Jessica looked at the picture with a dull look on her face. She didn't want to admit at all that this picture was Jack's. However, the account name on the picture clearly shows Jack's name. Dennis, this picture is not photoshopped, right? Jessica asked quickly. She really hopes this picture is photoshopped. If it was true, didn't it mean that she was blind and let a billionaire go? Marrying a billionaire has been Jessica's dream since she was a child. But obviously, Jessica was going to be disappointed. It's not photoshopped. It's real. Half a month ago, a classmate in our class lent Jack 50,000 yuan. Just today, Jack paid him back 200,000 yuan. When talking about this matter, Dennis wants to slap himself twice. Why was he so obsessed that he refused Jack's request to borrow money? If he could have come up with 50,000 at that time, given their former father-son relationship, Dennis would have easily become a millionaire. Oh my God, Jessica felt unwell. Did she actually ruin her chance of marrying into a wealthy family with her own hands? If she hadn't broken up with Jack at that time, the 500 million would have been hers. 500 million yuan could buy 50 Chanel stores like the one just mentioned. Jessica thought of this. The Chanel worth 25,000 yuan in her hand suddenly didn't seem so attractive. Jessica, what's wrong with you? Seeing Jessica looking at her phone with a strange expression on her face, Chun Jian-song immediately came over and asked with concern. Jessica looked at Chun Jian-song expressionlessly. She's no longer in the mood to raise fish. Losing the Dragon King. Is there anything more sad than this in the world? I'm Fine. Chun Jian-song. I'm sorry, I have something to do at home, so I'll go back first. Jessica said coldly. Chun Jian-song? Chun Jian-song was stunned. Just now Jessica was calling him Jian-song. How come she changed her name in the blink of an eye? However, as a bootlicker, his psychological endurance is naturally not so bad. Chun Jian-song subconsciously thought that something happened at Jessica's home, and he suddenly became nervous. Jessica, what happened at your home? Can I take you home? Maybe I can help you. No need. Jessica shook her head. This has nothing to do with you. I'm leaving first. Don't contact me if you have nothing to do in the future. I'm afraid my boyfriend will misunderstand. Jessica said, turned around and left with her bag. Boyfriend misunderstanding? Chun Jian-song was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly realized something. Could it be that Jessica got back together with her ex-boyfriend? Isn't this too sudden? It doesn't matter if we get back together. The key point is that in the past half month, Chun Jian-song spent all his savings on Jessica. Now, someone suddenly tells you not to disturb her? No one would be able to accept this, right? Shun Jiansong felt that he had really been fooled this time. After I realized what was happening, I was angry, incredibly angry. This savings of more than 200,000 yuan was saved by him through years of frugality, right? In less than half a month, all the money went to Jessica, but in the end, they didn't even hold hands. Any man would be angry. Shun Jiansong reacted and wanted to catch up with Jessica to ask for an explanation, but there was no sign of Jessica. As for making a phone call, send WeChat? Who is Jessica? Since this fish is no longer valuable, the phone calls and WeChat messages will naturally be blocked. In her eyes now, there is only Jack, the Dragon King. Jessica, you bitch. Uh, uh, uh. In the mall, Sean Jinsong's roar of incompetence was heard. Chapter 20. If you can't bear it anymore, then continue to bear it. After Jessica got rid of Chun Jinsong, she immediately called Jack. When they broke up, she deleted Jack's phone number and WeChat friends. But the two of them had been together for 2 years, and the phone number had already been memorized in their minds. Things that are stored in your mind cannot be forgotten just because you want to. If you recall it occasionally, maybe you won't forget it even after 10 or 8 years. On the other side, Jack had just driven away from Olivia's company when his cell phone rang. Although his car is not a high-end one, it does have a car phone. However, Jack was driving and it was inconvenient for him to check the caller ID, so he just pressed the answer button on the steering wheel. Hello, who is this? Jack asked politely. Jack, it's me, Jessica. Jessica's delicate voice was heard on the other end of the phone. Jessica. Jack raised his eyebrows slightly and then asked with a smile, what do you want to talk to me about? Jack actually has a clear mind. Jessica must have known from somewhere that he had made 500 million and wanted to reconcile with him. Jack thought he knew this gold digger very well. Jack, I miss you. Can we get back together? I can't bear to leave you. Jessica said aggrievedly. She was smart and didn't mention the fact that Jack made 500 million. She would never let Jack think that she reconciled with him just because she knew that Jack had become rich. As a Sea King, he can handle it with ease even when facing the Dragon King. However, Jessica obviously overestimated herself and underestimated Jack. Can't bear to part with me? Jack burst out laughing. Jessica, are you reluctant to part with me? Or are you reluctant to part with my 500 million? Jack, did you really make 500 million? Jessica couldn't help but ask. This is 500 million. No one will remain indifferent. That's right. It was the day you broke up with me. I mortgaged my RV for more than 5 million and used it all to buy gold futures. It turns out that my bet was right. The 20-fold leverage allowed me to earn a full 500 million. Jack spoke these words very freely. When Jessica found out that Jack was bankrupt, she broke up with him without any hesitation. But what about now? In just half a month, she was begging to come and apologize. This feeling of being slapped in the face can be summed up in one word. Awesome. Oh my God, Jack, you are so amazing. I was right about you. Confirming that Jack really made so much money, Jessica immediately said, Jack, I don't want to get back together with you just because of your 500 million. I really miss you. Jessica felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and she began to choke up as she spoke. His acting skills are so strong that even Qingxia and Manhwa at their peak would have to stay away. Oh, you really regret it. Jack's tone was still very indifferent. Jessica's little trick had no effect on his mood at all. Not to mention that he has already put all his attention on Olivia. Even if he doesn't have any target, he won't choose Jessica again. A good horse will never turn back to the old pasture. That's right, Jack. I will never let you buy me anything again. If you can forgive me, just buy me an LV or Gucci every month. I'm actually quite content. Jessica sniffed. This trick of hers always worked against Jack in the past. As long as she acts coquettishly and cutely, Jack will forgive her no matter what mistake she makes. The same is true this time. Jessica subconsciously thought that she had Jack under control, so she immediately put forward her request. Jessica, 1 LV or Gucci a month. Isn't that a bit too little? Jack said with a smile. Is that all you asked for? Doesn't that fit the image of a gold digger? Hee hee, Jack, if you're willing to buy more from me, I won't mind. Hearing Jack's words, Jessica immediately smiled. She said that Jack would definitely not want to leave her. Jack had been wanting to contact her during these 2 weeks. It's just that both my WeChat and phone number were blocked by Jessica, so I can't contact her. Now that she has taken the initiative to apologize, how could Jack remain indifferent? Indeed, with my current wealth, I can easily buy you a bag in a week. Jack nodded in agreement. Jack, do you forgive me? Then can you take me to buy a bag now? I just happen to like an LV bag. It's not expensive, only about 80,000 yuan. Jessica was very happy. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to get back together with Jack. From today on, she will officially live the life of a rich wife. The more Jessica thought about it, the happier she became. If she wasn't still outside, she would have jumped for joy. Sure, no problem. Small money, Jack said calmly. Hee hee, can I buy another new set of clothes? It's Chanel, and it costs more than 60,000 yuan. I couldn't bear to buy it when I was shopping just now. Jessica said aggrievedly. In fact, he originally wanted Chun Jiansong to buy that dress for her. But she also realized that Chun Jiansong must have no money left. So, I gave up with regret. Now that my boyfriend is so rich, shouldn't I make up for my regrets? Buy you a ball. Jack suddenly changed the subject and directly rejected Jessica with swear words. Huh? Jack, what did you just say? Were you talking to me? I didn't hear it clearly. Jessica was stunned. She thought she had misheard, or Jack was talking to someone else just now. After all, Jack never swore at her in the past. I said, get out of here. You gold digger. You green tea. Bang. Jack said and hung up the phone. This Jessica is so naive. Why does she think Jack would come back for such a gold digger? Isn't a white, rich, and beautiful woman like Olivia attractive? Do you have to choose a gold digger? Jessica didn't expect Jack to suddenly start scolding her, and she didn't react until the busy tone on the phone stopped. Jack, you bastard. Jessica was going crazy. She put aside her pride and took the initiative to apologize to Jack, but this guy didn't appreciate it and instead told her to get lost. Isn't this too disrespectful to the little fairy? This is intolerable, and what is not? I can't bear any longer, but I'll continue to endure it. Who makes him a billionaire? Jessica didn't want to miss such a great opportunity to enter a wealthy family. So, she quickly adjusted her mood and called Jack again. She thought that as long as she kept apologizing, Jack would soften his heart one day. She knew Jack very well, and he would respond to soft words, not harsh words. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Blocked? Jessica was very familiar with this phone prompt, which was the prompt that would appear when someone was blocked. In the past, she had no idea how many worthless people she had blocked, so she naturally understood. The phone call was unresolved and there were threats. Then, Jessica wanted to add Jack as WeChat. However, the system directly prompts that the other party refuses to add you as a friend. Blocked again. Jack, how can you be so heartless? Jessica tore her hair hard, and her goddess image was completely gone. She regrets it very much now. Why was she so blind at the beginning? Now, the Dragon King has completely run away. Chapter 21, The Most Distinguished Customer. Great. Ha ha ha. It feels so good. I've finally gotten rid of all the anger I've been feeling these past few days. Jack slapped his steering wheel hard. When he cursed "get out" just now, he felt that all the pores in his body relaxed. It's like drinking a bottle of Sprite on a hot summer day, feeling cool all over and elated. Jack is not heartless. It's just that Jessica is a real gold digger. Any normal man would tell her to get lost. Of course, Chun Jiansong is definitely an outlier. This guy is so impressive that even Fiang Yang would have to admit defeat if he saw him. That afternoon, Jack came to Ethan's unit. Coincidentally, Ethan's unit is near Wangchun Mansion. This is a state-owned bank, and Ethan is the bank's account manager. Ethan was appointed as an account manager 2 years after graduation. It can be seen that he is very outstanding. Before coming, Jack called Ethan in advance. After all, he is an account manager, and he has to go out to expand business or visit clients frequently. If you don't contact in advance, you may not meet him or her. Jack walked into the bank. He immediately saw Ethan sitting in the lobby waiting. Old son, long time no see. Jack, you're here. It's been a long time. Seeing Jack, Ethan also smiled. Ethan always remains grateful to Jack. If Jack hadn't lent him the money, Ethan and his father might not have had the money for treatment. It is difficult to repay the life-saving grace. Therefore, after Ethan knew that Jack went bankrupt, he contacted him immediately and gave him 50,000 yuan. This 50,000 is almost all of Ethan's savings. Helping someone in need shows deep love. Jack naturally understood. The two haven't seen each other since graduation. When they met again, both sides had become more mature and stable. Let's go to my office and sit for a while, shall we? Ethan invited Jack. Wait a moment. Open a card for me. I'll deposit some money in your bank. Jack came to Ethan today to help him. Helping someone is definitely not just about giving that person money directly. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Since Ethan is a bank account manager, what he needs most must be bank deposits. As for Jack, the thing he has the most right now is bank deposits. Therefore, he planned to open a card with Ethan and transfer some savings to support his work. Really? That's great. It's almost the end of the quarter, and our branches still have a huge deposit gap. Hearing Jack's words, Ethan immediately smiled. The end of every month is a deposit collection day for banks. At the end of the quarter, the task of attracting deposits will be even greater. Jack hadn't come today. He would have gone out to collect deposits. 10,000 or 20,000 is not too little. 1 million or 10 million is not too much. If there are not enough deposits, the bank president will have to hire a customer manager to do something special. This is the real state of bankers at the end of the quarter. If you're lucky enough to meet a customer who comes to your door to deposit money, it will be like a timely help for bank people. Haha, why don't you quickly open a VIP card? I want a gold card, Jack said with a smile. No problem. It's no problem to open a platinum card for you. After Ethan finished speaking, he took Jack to the VIP room and arranged for a special teller to open a card for Jack. The card opening process was smooth. Jack already had a bank card of this bank, but it did not belong to this branch. If you want to help Ethan complete the deposit task, you must apply for a card at their branch. Since I have applied for the card before, I don't need to fill in the reserved information. This saves a lot of time. It only took 5 minutes to get the card activated. Jack, your card has been opened. Please keep it safe. Do not let others use the card, and do not tell anyone the mobile verification code. Ethan gave Jack instructions as he handed him the bank card. This is a risk warning from the bank, and he must do it. Okay, I understand. Jack nodded and continued. Old son, what is your deposit target for this quarter? Deposit target? Ethan pondered for a moment, then said, my deposit target is to increase deposits by 20 million per day. An average daily increase in deposits of 20 million may not seem like much, especially in a big city like Shanghai. There may not be many customers who can take out 20 million at one time, but there are still many customers who can take out 1 million. In the common people's understanding, if one person saves 1 million, it only takes 20 people to complete the task. It doesn't seem that difficult. Even if it is just to save up for one day at the end of the month, it is very simple to ask big business bosses to save up for one day. These bosses have a large cash flow, so there is no problem saving it for a day or two. However, the bank's target is to increase deposits by 20 million per day on average. This is very difficult. This means that the 20 million deposits need to be kept forever, and an additional 20 million must be added. The deposits of old customers are no longer considered your deposits. It is definitely not easy to tap into 20 million new deposits. So far, Ethan still has a shortfall of 5 million in savings. If the task is not completed, there will be no salary deduction, but the bonus will definitely be greatly reduced. It may even affect the deposit progress of the entire branch. Therefore, during this period, all the marketing staff and the outlets were working hard to attract deposits. 20 million? It seems like it's really not easy for you bankers. If it were Jack himself, he would not have the channel to attract such a large amount of deposits. His relatives are all poor and can't help at all. Ethan was a man from an ordinary family, but he was able to complete 15 million. This showed that he had really worked hard in the past 2 years and accumulated a lot of clients. Otherwise, the 15 million deposit would have no origin. Yeah, the pressure is really great, Ethan said with a sigh. It seems that I came here at the right time. Jack smiled, and then, under Ethan's surprised gaze, he took out a USB key and said, do you have a computer here? I need to log into my online bank. I'll transfer 100 million to you. Ethan was stunned when he heard Jack's words. He wondered if he had heard it wrongly and subconsciously asked, Jack, how many turns did you say? 100 million? How can that not be enough? Jack asked with a grin. Enough. It's absolutely enough. Ethan nodded repeatedly. This is 100 million. How could it not be enough? Their branch is just a small one, and the average daily deposit of the entire branch is only about 1 billion yuan. A deposit of 100 million is only 1/10 of the deposit in the branch. Even their bank president does not have the ability to attract so many deposits at one time. If Jack really transferred so much money, he would directly become a private banking customer of their bank. Moreover, they're the most valued customers of their outlets. After all, before Jack, the customer with the largest deposit in their branch only had an average daily deposit of more than 30 million. Jack's savings are 3 times that of others. Isn't this the most distinguished customer? Okay, can you lend me a computer? No problem. I'll get you my notebook right away. After Ethan finished speaking, He immediately trotted off to get his computer. Chapter 22: Purchasing Goods at the Bank. Using Ethan's computer, Jack quickly transferred his own 100 million yuan to the new card. In addition, Ethan also created a current deposit product for Jack. As long as the balance on the card is not less than 3 million, all funds can enjoy a 3-year fixed interest rate of 3.4%. In this way, Jack does not need to deposit the money into a fixed deposit. He can use this money anytime he wants. After knowing that Jack had deposited 100 million, the president of the bank branch came out in person to entertain him. Moreover, he took Jack to the bank warehouse to select many gifts. There are all kinds of things like induction cookers, ovens, paper cups, box paper, etc. Jack's trunk and back seat were completely filled. The bank president even asked for Jack's home address and told him that if he needed anything in the future, he could just tell him and they would deliver it to his door. This is the benefit of top customers. Even if a customer has a balance of 100,000 or 200,000, he or she will have to talk to the bank for a long time when going to get a barrel of oil. But for top customers, they can just go to the bank to purchase goods. Jack himself doesn't need these things. However, he could take it home for his parents to use, or ask your parents to give it to other friends and relatives. The quality of bank items is very good. Jack, thank you so much. Your 100 million directly helped our outlets achieve their sales results ahead of schedule. Ethan kept thanking Jack. He felt that Jack was his benefactor, who not only saved his father, but also helped him at work. With a deposit of 100 million, Ethan can also get a bonus of tens of thousands. If this isn't a noble person, then what is? Haha, we're all brothers. There's nothing to thank me for. I can keep my savings anywhere, but I feel more at ease when I keep them with you. Jack smiled and waved his hand. There's no point in saying thank you between brothers. Then, the two of them started chatting. Lao son, you work for a bank. Do you have any channels for secondhand luxury cars? I want to buy a better car. Bankers have a wide circle of friends. From small items like food and daily necessities at the vegetable market to big things like cars and listed real estate companies, he knows everyone. Jack wants to buy a better car, but doesn't want to wait, so he can only buy a used car. Of course, when it comes to used cars, you also have to consider what kind of car it is. Those limited edition secondhand cars worth tens of millions are not cheaper than new cars at all. Used car? Jack, do you want to buy a limited edition car? Ethan asked curiously. With Jack's financial resources, he can afford any new car. If you want to buy a used car now, the most likely thing you want is a limited edition car. Yes, that's true. It doesn't have to be limited edition. The main thing is it has to be new. It took too long to order a car. By the time I got one, the flowers were already cold. Jack sighed helplessly. Although he is rich now, he still lacks connections. Connections are something that need to be accumulated slowly. It's not something you can have just by having money. Is that so? Then you have found the right person. We have a corporate client in our branch who happens to be dealing in secondhand luxury cars. He has luxury cars ranging from several million to tens of millions. Shall I introduce you to him? Sure enough, there is. Hearing Ethan's words, a smile suddenly appeared on Jack's face. Friends who work in banks are really reliable. Okay, thank you for your hard work. It's nothing. After getting the contact information of the luxury car owner, Jack left. Ethan has already said hello. Jack can come over anytime. As soon as Jack left, two people arrived at the bank entrance. These two people are Dennis and Jessica. Dennis, do you think Ethan would be willing to put in a good word for us? He doesn't seem to be very familiar with Jack, right? Will Jack give him his face? Jessica frowned and looked at Dennis. The weather is very hot today, and her forehead is covered with sweat. If Dennis hadn't said there was a chance for her and Jack to get back together, she wouldn't have chosen to come out and suffer in such hot weather. The two people came here by bus. Jessica hadn't taken the bus for many years, and she kept cursing Dennis the whole way. Damn Dennis. He was so reluctant to even spend a few dozen dollars for a taxi fare and let the little fairy take the bus. Moreover, he hinted in the car that he liked Jessica very much. Jessica would try to avoid this kind of inferior man. She has secretly decided that once she and Jack get back together, she will keep Jack away from this loser. Not only is he stingy, but he also covets his brother's woman. This is not a good thing. Of course he would. We all thought Jack was bankrupt, but Ethan took the initiative to lend Jack 50,000 yuan under such circumstances. I slept head-to-head with Jack for 4 years, and I know he is a very loyal man. So, as long as Ethan is willing to act as the middleman, Jack will definitely forgive you and me. As Dennis spoke, he casually glanced at Jessica's long legs. Looking at this pair of long legs that only belong to art students, Dennis couldn't help swallowing. Jessica's long legs are simply amazing. When Jessica and Jack were dating, Dennis was already drooling over them. It's just that at that time, due to the so-called brotherhood, I couldn't appreciate it without restraint. But it's okay now. Jessica is single, and he is single too. What's wrong with two single people looking at each other? Thinking of this, Dennis's gaze became even more outrageous. Ahem. In that case, let's go in. Jessica gave Dennis a look of disdain and turned around and walked into the bank. Dennis took a hard look at Jessica's graceful back, wanting to remember it deeply in his mind. When I get home, I must renew my membership based on my memory. After the two walked into the bank, the lobby manager immediately came to greet them. Madam, sir, what business do you want to handle? We don't do business. Find Ethan. Jessica shook her head and said directly, looking for manager's son? Okay, please wait a moment. I'll go see if manager's son is here. The lobby manager smiled, then turned and went to Ethan's office. Manager's son? Ethan is now an account manager. Improving pretty fast, huh? Dennis said with some surprise. Quite a few of their classmates joined banks, and most of them worked in state-owned banks. Only a very small number of them went to joint stock banks. The advantage of working in a state-owned bank is stability. But at the same time, it is also difficult to climb up. It has only been 2 years since I graduated from college, and most of my classmates are still struggling as cash tellers. A small number of them may work as corporate tellers. Those who can get the position of account manager are extremely rare. People like Ethan must be extremely outstanding to be promoted. So, Dennis is still very envious. Of course, envy is only a small part. More of it is jealousy. At the beginning, Ethan was the worst among his classmates. When his father was sick, he couldn't even afford the medical expenses. The class even raised money for him. But now, others are ahead of him. It's impossible not to be jealous. Chapter 23 Rejected. Soon, the lobby manager came back. You too, manager's son is in the office inside. Just go in directly. The lobby manager pointed in the direction of the office and said, Okay, thank you. Dennis nodded, then walked into the office first. Jessica followed Dennis, one step behind him. Dennis and Ethan are classmates, so it's natural for Dennis to go when it comes to saying hello. Soon, the two met Ethan, who was sorting out loan documents. Old son, long time no see. Dennis greeted Ethan with a smile. Who are you, Dennis? Ethan was quite surprised to see Dennis. The two have not had much contact since they graduated from college. Even chatting in the group is rare. He didn't expect that Dennis would come see him. Haha, I didn't expect my old classmates still remember me. Dennis feigned a smile. What are you talking about? You are the monitor of our class. How could I forget you? Is this your girlfriend? Come, please take a seat. I'll pour you some water. Ethan doesn't know Jessica. Seeing that Jessica came with Dennis, I subconsciously thought she was Dennis' girlfriend. This made Ethan admire Dennis a little. Dennis is not handsome, but his girlfriend is quite pretty, so he is very lucky. However, Ethan didn't think much about it. She's someone else's girlfriend. What does he have to think about? However, Ethan didn't think too much about it, but Dennis did. He knew Ethan had misunderstood, but he didn't explain. Even if it's just to let Jessica be my girlfriend for a short period of time, it's fine. However, even if Dennis doesn't explain, Jessica will explain it clearly. She doesn't want to be the girlfriend of a lowly man like Dennis, even if it's an imposter. Ethan to plead for her with Jack today. At this time, she must not let the other party misunderstand that she has some messy relationship with another man. Thinking of this, Jessica quickly explained. Manager's son, I'm not Dennis' girlfriend. I'm Jack's girlfriend. Jack's girlfriend? Ethan was stunned. Why did he remember Jack saying he had broken up with his girlfriend? Jack should be single now, right? Where did his girlfriend come from? That's right. It must be my ex-girlfriend who came to visit me. She must have known that Jack made $500 million in the futures market. Moreover, he learned from Dennis that he had a good relationship with Jack. Ethan immediately understood the purpose of the two people coming to see him. The two of them must have come to ask him for help in contacting Jack. Oh, I think I know why you two are here. You probably wanted to contact Jack, right? Ethan put the water in front of them and said, But I'm sorry, if this is the reason, I can't help you. Before the two could explain their purpose, Ethan refused outright. Huh? Old son, we just wanted to say a few good words to Jack. What happened back then was all a misunderstanding. We've been classmates for 4 years. I think any misunderstanding could be resolved, right? Dennis didn't expect that Ethan refused before he even opened his mouth. So, hurry up and seize the time to express your meaning. He wanted to tell Ethan that he came here just to apologize and had no other intentions. Yes, manager's son, Jack and I have been together for 2 years, and our relationship has always been good. I've thought about it seriously during this period of time. It doesn't matter whether Jack has money or not, as long as the two of us are together. Even if I have to eat coarse food, I won't despise her. Jessica's eyes were filled with tears, and her tone was very sincere. If Ethan didn't know how outrageous this woman had been, he would have been deceived by her. It's a pity that during his 2 years of working in a bank, Ethan has seen too much of the fickleness of the world. He is no longer the kind of person who can be moved by just a few words from others. I'm sorry, I can't help you with this. If you two want to do business, I can help you. If you're not doing business, please sit in the lobby for a while. I have to go meet a client. Ethan said, and immediately stood up. On the one hand, he didn't want to talk anymore with these two people. On the other hand, I do have to go meet clients. The month-end deposit task has been completed because of Jack, but the deposits that need to be raised still need to be raised. When it comes to deposits, the more the better. Old son, Dennis wanted to plead with Ethan again. But Ethan ignored him and drove away directly after walking out of the bank. Seeing that Ethan already had a car, Dennis felt even worse. What has he done in these 2 years? It doesn't matter if I can't compare to Jack. Even Ethan is doing better than him. Admit it or not, it's really infuriating. As for Jessica, her face was gloomy. Damn Dennis, always giving bad ideas. It seems that I have made another wasted trip today. The key point is that I ran around with a guy for a long time. This kind of thing is as disgusting as it can be. However, just as the two were about to leave, Ethan's car drove back. Jack went to the famous used car dealership. If you really want to apologize, go there. After saying this, Ethan rolled up the car window. Then, he stepped on the accelerator and disappeared from their sight. As a classmate, he has done everything he can. Whether they can meet Jack depends on themselves. Famous used car? Dennis immediately took out his phone to search. It's very close to here, only 10 minutes by bus. Jessica, the bus will arrive in 5 minutes. If we hurry over now, we can get on the bus right away. Dennis seemed very excited. This Ethan is really a good person. Good people will be rewarded. Dennis, take the bus yourself. Jessica looked at Dennis with disdain and said, I'll take a taxi myself. On a hot day, only a fool would take the bus. She would rather pay for a taxi than take the bus anymore. Take a taxi? Dennis was stunned. It's such a short distance. It's not cost-effective to take a taxi, right? However, since Jessica took a taxi, could he also take Jessica's car and go with her? Thinking of this, a smile suddenly appeared on Dennis's face. Okay, Jessica, then take me with you. This will save you some money. Okay, there's a vacant car coming. Let's go. Jessica smiled slyly. Good. Immediately, Dennis stopped the taxi that was coming. I'll open the door for you. Dennis opened the back door for Jessica like a gentleman. Jessica didn't hesitate and went in immediately. Just when Dennis wanted to get in, Jessica closed the car door. Dennis, please sit in the front. I'm afraid Jack might misunderstand if he sees us. Jessica said with a smile. Are you kidding? She would never sit with such a lowly man. Yes. Jessica, you are so thoughtful. Dennis smiled awkwardly. Then he opened the passenger door and sat in. Taxis are definitely much faster than buses. In just 5 minutes, the two arrived at their destination. After arriving at the destination, Jessica jumped out of the car at lightning speed. Then she slammed the car door, lifted up her skirt, and ran towards the used car shop, leaving Dennis and the driver looking at each other in bewilderment. What's wrong, brother? Pay up quickly. I'm going to hand over the car soon, and I want to take another order. Dennis didn't respond for a long time. The taxi driver immediately started to urge him. Chapter 24. Supercars worth 10 million. Oh, master, how much is it? How could Dennis not know that he was fooled by Jessica? But at this time, everyone's shadow had disappeared. If you chase him, you will definitely not be able to catch up. As for running, the driver is watching you closely. How can you run away? Therefore, he had to pay for the fare himself. The starting price is $14. The driver said calmly. The starting taxi fare in Shanghai is 14 yuan per 3 kilometers. It is definitely expensive, but there's nothing we can do about it. That's just the way the prices are here. $14. Then I'll scan it for you. There was a slight bitterness in Dennis' mouth. $14. That's his transportation fee for 3 days. I only paid the starting price. It really hurts me. On the other side, Jack arrived at the used car dealership early and met the owner of the used car dealership, Zheng Mian. Hello, Mr. Zheng, I'm Jack. Jack greeted Zheng Mian politely. Hey, Mr. Li, you're here so soon? Please take a seat. Zheng Mian just knew that Jack would come. The bank specifically informed and hinted to Zheng Mian that Jack was a super rich boss. Therefore, Zheng Mian did not dare to be negligent. The bank's big clients are naturally also their car dealership's big clients. Thank you, Mr. Zheng. Jack smiled and nodded. Since others are polite, he naturally won't be rude. Mr. Lee, I heard that you want to buy a better car. What are your requirements? Our store is one of the better used car shops in the area, and we have quite a few luxury cars. The kilometers are small too. I just don't know what price range you want. As Zheng Mian spoke, he poured Jack a cup of tea. It would be best if it was a sports car. As for the price, it should be over 10 million. Jack said lightly. A sports car is the dream of all young people, especially sports cars worth tens of millions. Someone once said, if you don't have a sports car worth tens of millions when you were born, you will most likely never have one in your lifetime. Now that Jack has enough money, he naturally wants to buy a sports car of this level. It also fulfilled my dream of owning a sports car. Huh? A sport car worth over 10 million. Zheng Mian's hands couldn't help but tremble, and he accidentally spilled some tea. He originally thought that Jack would buy a car worth 3 or 4 million at most. Unexpectedly, the first thing I saw was a sports car worth tens of millions. Why? Mr. Zheng, don't you have any here? Seeing Zheng Mian's expression, Jack thought that he didn't have a sports car of this price, and frowned slightly. Ethan said that this used car shop is of high quality. Even in Shanghai, he is quite famous. If there aren't any used cars of this level here, there probably won't be any anywhere else. Mr. Lee, we don't have a sports car worth more than 10 million yuan that you want in our store. Zheng Mian shook his head. People who can afford a sports car worth tens of millions will never be sure of money. Even if I want to sell the car, I will sell it directly to friends in the circle. How would they possibly sell it to these used car dealerships? Huh? Is that so? Jack felt a little regretful. It seems that I can only buy a car worth a few million yuan for commuting first, and then go to the sports car 4S store to order a car. However, if you order a car from a 4S store, you don't know when you can drive the sports car. Just when Jack thought this trip was in vain, Zheng Mian suddenly spoke. Mr. Lee, our store doesn't have one, but I know a young man who happens to be selling a sports car. It's just that the price is a little high. I wonder if you can accept it. A rich kid is going to sell his sports car? Hearing this, Jack immediately became interested. Sure, Mr. Zheng, what car is it? How much is the other party offering? If I like it, price is not a problem. Jack spoke in a loud voice, but he was telling the truth. He really has no shortage of money now. The other car is a Pagani Zonda. As for 35 million, the mileage is less than 5,000 kilometers. The entire car is original to the factory with original paint and has never been involved in any collision. Pagani Zonda. Jack heard the name. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. This is truly a top-notch luxury car. In Dacia, there are definitely no more than 2 people who own this car, because this car was discontinued many years ago. In the last year, the selling price in Dacia was 25 million. Besides, it's not something you can buy with money. It has been preserved until now and has a mileage of less than 5,000 kilometers, which is no different from a new car. The price of 35 million is definitely not expensive. Even if it doubles, there will probably be wealthy people willing to take it over. Mr. Lee, if you are interested, we can help you contact the owner immediately. We will also help you with the transfer procedures. Zheng Mian said with a smile. If it were someone else, he would definitely not think that the other person could afford it. Looking throughout Shanghai, there are many people who can afford this car. But the number of people who are willing to spend 35 million to buy a car is definitely no more than 100. After all, it's just a car. Except for the truly top wealthy people, ordinary wealthy people would not spend more than 30 million to buy a car. This is the behavior of a prodigal son. However, Zheng Mian's intuition told him that the Jack in front of him was definitely one of the 100 people who were willing to buy it. No problem, Mr. Zheng. If the other party is willing to sell, I can transfer the money immediately. Full payment. Jack agreed immediately. No one can resist a Pagani Zonda, and he is no exception. Okay, I'll help you get in touch right away. Zheng Mian also smiled. Soon, he got in touch with the rich young man. The other party was also very surprised to hear that someone was willing to buy his car. However, the car owner did not say anything and immediately had the car transported over. That's right, it wasn't driven here, it was transported here. A sports car of this level will depreciate a lot more every kilometer it is driven. It's better to ship it directly. When the car arrived, Jack paid the money on the spot without hesitation. Next, we will go through the transfer procedures. Zheng Mian's car dealership is very professional, and the whole process took only half an hour. This Pagani Zonda belongs to Jack. Mr. Lee, these are your car keys. Please keep them. Zhang Mian respectfully handed the car keys to Jack. At this time, his attitude towards Jack became even better. Anyone who can casually spend 35 million to buy a car must have an extraordinary background. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for what happened today. Jack took the car keys with a smile. He was indeed very grateful to Zhang Mian. If it weren't for him, I would never have the chance to get in touch with this top-notch supercar. Mr. Lee, you are too polite. It's just a small favor for me. Zhang Mian shook his head. In fact, they did not take any commission for this transaction and even handled many procedures for the two car owners free of charge. However, Zhang Mian did not feel that he had suffered a loss. This is a process of accumulating personal connections. He didn't charge any money, but made Jack and the rich man who sold the car owe him a favor. This is something that no amount of money can buy. Chapter 25, A Flash of Green Light. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, and then Jack prepared to leave. As soon as he reached the door, he bumped into Jessica. Jack, are you really here? Jessica's eyes lit up when she saw Jack and the peculiarly shaped car key in his hand. As a gold digger, Jessica naturally has some knowledge about luxury goods. She knew that the more expensive the car, the more distinctive the car key would generally be. Apparently, Jack bought a very expensive car. Thinking of this, Jessica's smile widened. As long as she and Jack get back together, the car will definitely be hers. After all, Jack has a car, but she doesn't. Jack had said a long time ago that he would buy her a car, so this was a good opportunity for Jack to give her the car. Why are you here? Jack was a little surprised to see Jessica appear. Dennis following behind him. He immediately understood. It was old son who told you I was here, right? Jack asked calmly. Jack was not angry about Ethan revealing his whereabouts. He knew Ethan. This person is just too kind. It was probably because Jessica cried in front of him that he felt pity for her. How could Jack blame such a kind person? Yes. Jack, I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me again? I'm really not the kind of person who despises the poor and loves the rich. I promise, even if you become penniless in the future, I will never leave you again. Jessica said with tears and snot. Dennis rushed over and was delighted to see Jack was there. At the same time, he quickly came to Jack with a deliberate apology on his face. Lally, I was wrong before. I really couldn't lend you the money because of my girlfriend's gift problem. Don't worry, I've already broken up with this inconsiderate girlfriend. From now on, can we brothers still be like before? Dennis was sincere in what he said, but Jack could tell at a glance that this guy was bullshitting. Breaking up with your girlfriend, who you were planning to marry because of classmate? How could that be possible? Also, this guy clearly has no apologies at all. Even if Dennis told Jack the truth and told him that he refused to lend the money because he was afraid that he could not pay it back. In this way, Jack might forgive him. After all, no one's money comes from the wind. He gave a bunch of messed up reasons, and it was obvious that he had no sincerity. Jack would not accept an insincere apology. I'm sorry, both of you. From that day on, you and I are just strangers. Please move aside. I'm leaving, Jack said as he walked toward the parking lot at the door. His Pagani Zonda was parked outside, and he was going to drive it to pick up Olivia today, before Olivia got off work, so he had to hurry over and not waste any more time chatting with these two idiots. Jack, wait a minute. I'll go with you, Jessica shouted while chasing after Jack, not caring about her image as a goddess at all. For her now, image is no longer important. As long as I can enter a wealthy family, nothing matters. Dennis felt very envious when he saw this scene. Acting coquettishly and cutely, this is the natural advantage that women have over men. As for him, he could only watch his goddess chasing after his god. But when he saw Jack walk towards the Pagani Zonda, open the door and get in, he suddenly felt unwell. Is this the Pagani Zonda? Why is Jack so awesome? Why is he so lucky? Even the goddess in my heart has to kneel down and lick him. It's not fair. It's really not fair. Dennis roared madly in his heart. Why does the gap between students from the same school become increasingly larger? He is unwilling to accept it. I really can't accept this. On the other side, Jessica's eyes lit up when she saw Jack getting into the Pagani. Without any hesitation, he immediately went to the passenger seat and wanted to open the door and get in. A supercar like Pagani should be prepared for such a beautiful fairy. Except her, no one else is qualified to sit in the passenger seat of Pagani. However, Jessica tried several times to open the car door, but failed. Just as she was wondering, the passenger window rolled down. Jessica, stop bothering me. I already have a girlfriend. Now I have to go pick up my girlfriend from get off work, Jack said, and prepared to roll up the window. However, Jack underestimated Jessica's determination. Jessica leaned against the window and stuck her head in. Seeing this scene, Jack was shocked. I quickly opened the window as wide as possible. He was not worried about Jessica getting hurt, but he was worried that this woman would blackmail him after getting hurt. Jessica, what do you want to do? Jack asked angrily. When you knew I was bankrupt, you were the one who wanted to leave me. Now that you know I'm rich, you want to come back. Do you really think I will believe those nonsense you said? Or do you think I'm still that 17 or 18-year-old kid who is blinded by love? If you do this again, I'll call the police and report you for harassing me. Seeing Jack's serious look, Jessica's eyes suddenly turned red. From the first day she and Jack were together, she was cared for in Jack's arms. Jack had never been so mean to her in a single day. This made Jessica feel very aggrieved. However, at this time, she still wanted to fight for herself one last time. She simply didn't believe that Jack had a girlfriend. Even if she does, can she be prettier than me? Jessica is still very confident about her appearance. So, if Jack really has a girlfriend, she has to see Jack's girlfriend in person. Jack, I know you must be lying to me. It's only been a month since we broke up. How would you have a girlfriend? I don't believe it. Don't believe it? Haha. Not only do I have a girlfriend, we even have a child. Jack sneered, then took out his phone and opened Olivia's photo. Look, this is my girlfriend. These two are my children. Jack handed the phone to Jessica. Jessica snatched the phone away and looked at the photos carefully. Olivia is very beautiful in the photo. Jessica could tell that this was taken by the original camera of Jack's phone. Jack is a person who never uses beauty filters when taking photos, and it is always the same when he is with her. Just from the tip of the iceberg seen by the original camera, Jessica can be sure that Olivia is indeed more beautiful than herself and has a better figure. Turning further up, there is a photo of Jack holding his two children. In the photo, Jack is sitting on the bed, holding a child on each side with a smile on his face. When the three of them sit together, they look like a family to outsiders. The two children look so much like Jack. No one believed that they were not Jack's children. However, both children look to be over 1 year old. If it is really Jack's child, doesn't that mean that Jack's beautiful girlfriend already had a child about 2 years ago? Suddenly, Jessica felt something green on her head. She and Jack had been together for almost 2 years. Before, she was a little proud, feeling that she had dumped Jack. But if the girl got pregnant after she was with Jack, then the one who was cheated on was Jessica herself? A green light flashed before Jessica's eyes. Thinking of this, Jessica felt sick all over. The last bit of dignity was gone. Chapter 26, The Feeling of a Speedy Life. Okay, give me back my phone when you're done reading. Jack didn't hesitate to look at Jessica, who was in a daze, and snatched the phone from her hand. Then he stepped on the accelerator, and the Pagani Zonda jumped out directly. Only Jessica was left alone, disheveled in the wind. On the other side, Jack was driving on the streets of Shanghai. The Pagani Zonda is indeed a top-level supercar with plenty of power. Just a slight step on the accelerator, and the speed can be increased instantly. If you step on it hard, you can experience a strong sense of push on your back. Jack finally understood why many people lose control when driving a supercar for the first time. This type of car is indeed like a wild beast and is very easy to excite. Fortunately, Jack was an experienced driver. He got familiar with the performance of the vehicle before he got on the elevated road and started driving fast. 15 minutes later, Jack parked the car smoothly in the parking lot of Tianjin International. It's so enjoyable. It's really so enjoyable. The feeling of a sports car is indeed different from that of an ordinary car. Jack patted the steering wheel of the Pagani excitedly. He hasn't been this happy in a long time. The feeling of Pagani's lightning speed and the ability to hit whatever you point at is really incomparable to cars worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. After the excitement, Jack looked at the time. It was already 5 o'clock, and it would be almost time for Olivia to get off work. So he took out his cell phone and called Olivia. Hey, Jack, what's up? Is there something wrong? Olivia's sweet and gentle voice rang in Jack's ears. Olivia, do you get off work at 5:30? I'm already downstairs at your company. I'll pick you up later. Jack asked with a grin. Are you here to pick me up? No need, Jack. I can go back by myself. Olivia was a little flattered. This was the first time since he was a child that he was picked up by a male friend. So I feel a little embarrassed. It's okay. I have to go back to pick up my mom anyway. So this is just on the way. I'm already in the parking lot downstairs of your company. Just come to the parking lot when you get off work. Don't worry, I can wait, Jack said, and without waiting for Olivia to refuse, he hung up the phone. As a man, You have to be more domineering sometimes. On the other side, Olivia held the phone in a daze, and it took her a long time to react. Olivia suddenly stood up from her seat and shouted at Xiao Chun, who was sitting in the secretary position at the door of the office. Xiao Chun, I have something to do today, so I'm leaving first. You should get off work too. After saying that, Olivia picked up her bag and hurried out. This made Xiao Chun stunned. What happened to the chairman today? Why did you get off work before the time came? You know, the chairman used to want to stay in the company 24 hours a day. Strange, it's really strange. Olivia actually felt that something was wrong with her today. In the past, she would never give up her unfinished work and leave work just because a man was waiting for her outside. But when Olivia thought about Jack waiting for her downstairs, she had no intention of working at all. I took the elevator downstairs and immediately walked towards the parking lot. Soon, Olivia arrived at the parking lot, but she didn't see Jack's car. Just when Olivia was confused, a familiar voice came from behind her. Olivia, over here. Huh, Jack, you changed cars. Olivia was a little surprised when she saw Jack getting out of a yellow sports car. Moreover, this sports car seemed somewhat familiar. I seem to have seen this license plate number somewhere before. However, Olivia couldn't remember where she had seen this car. Yes, a second-hand car, just bought in the used car market. The owner has hardly driven the car, so it's almost like new. Jack explained with a smile. Before leaving, the car was washed inside and out, so it was very clean. Oh, I see. Olivia nodded as if suddenly realizing something. And at the same time, she remembered where she had seen this car before. However, Olivia did not say it, but continued with Jack's words. This car is really beautiful. It suits your temperament very well. Olivia knew that all men love cars, so there would be no problem in following the man's lead and praising his car. Sure enough, after Olivia said this, Jack's smile got even bigger. Ah, Olivia, you are so sweet. Hurry up and get in the car. I'll show you what a fast-paced life is like. As Jack spoke, he walked to the outside of the passenger seat and opened the door for Olivia, being very considerate. Okay, thank you, Jack. Olivia smiled sweetly, then lifted her skirt and got into the car. After Jack saw Olivia was seated, he closed the car door and returned to the driver's seat. Then he drove out of the parking lot. Although he wants to experience a fast-paced life, Jack is not really living a fast-paced life. He drove very steadily. After all, he is not an 18-year-old boy anymore. He only cares about showing off and doesn't care about the girl's feelings. Olivia, don't you get off work at 5:30? Why are you out early? Jack asked curiously. Are all companies nowadays so humane? Is it okay to be late or leave early? Oh, I'm on a field trip today, so I used a field trip card, so I can leave work early. It'll be 5:30 soon, just clocking outside. Olivia made up an excuse. It wasn't that she concealed her identity on purpose. You can't say the company belongs to them. She can go to work whenever she wants and leave whenever she wants. Moreover, her father's background is too strong. Olivia felt that she and Jack had not yet confirmed their relationship, and if her father's identity was exposed and he was scared away, it would be a waste of time and effort. Although the two of them had only spent a short time together, Olivia felt that she still had deep feelings for Jack. I don't want him to feel inferior because of his identity. This is also for Jack's sake. Oh, so that's good. Jack didn't think much about it. It didn't matter as long as it wasn't considered leaving early. Soon, Jack drove back to Olivia's home. The nanny nor the mother expected that the two people would come back half an hour early today, so the meal was not ready yet. But neither of them was hungry. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of this time to spend time with my two children. At the same time, Jessica returned to her home with a disappointed look on her face. Since she moved out from Jack's place, she has returned to live at home. However, Jessica's family conditions are very ordinary. The location is a bit far from the company, and it takes an hour and a half by subway. The daily commute to get off work is very long. This is also the reason why she chose to rent a house near the company before. However, the rent at that time was paid by Jack. The rent there is very expensive. A one-bedroom apartment costs about 5,000 yuan a month. After Jessica left Jack, she could not afford her monthly salary of 8,000. So, I had to move back home. Mom, I'm back. Jessica opened the door and walked in. Chapter 27 Mother's Assistance. Chapter 27. Why are you back so late? I don't know what you are busy with every day. Is it necessary to be so busy for a salary of 7 or 8,000 a month? As soon as Jessica walked into the house, a dissatisfied voice came over. Then, a middle-aged woman who looked somewhat similar to Jessica appeared in front of her. Although the woman is somewhat similar to Jessica, The harshness on her face is more obvious than Jessica's. Obviously, this is not an easy person to get along with. Mom, please don't make random comments about my work, okay? You don't understand. Jessica frowned, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. The middle-aged woman in front of her was Jessica's mother, Yi Guifeng. Seeing that her daughter actually dared to talk back, Yi Guifeng became furious. Over the years, she has been responsible for all the big and small matters at home. Her husband, Mr. Song, has no say at all in the family. Because Yi Guifeng is too strong, she does not allow anyone to refute her opinions at home, even if she is an adult and working daughter. I don't understand. I don't understand. But I won't understand that I've lost the rich man I caught with great difficulty again. Yi Guifeng said dissatisfiedly. She already knew about Jack's affairs, because she knew she was angry. This is 500 million. If her daughter could marry Jack, she would use this opportunity to ask for a large dowry. In the future, when my son gets married, there will be no problem buying a house or a car. But what about now? Once the rich son-in-law runs away, it won't be easy to find him again. Hearing her mother's words, Jessica curled her lips immediately. Mom, how can you say that? When Jack and I broke up, you fully supported me. Didn't you say it yourself? How can a bankrupt person give me happiness? Now that you know they've become rich, you blame me again? Why didn't you persuade me to get back together with Jack when he had no money? It's all because of you that I became the gold digger I am today. Jessica is very angry. She suddenly felt like she didn't recognize herself anymore. She was obviously very innocent at that time. The reason why I've become what I am today is entirely due to the influence of my mother. From childhood to adulthood, Yi Guifeng instilled in her the idea of finding a rich and powerful boyfriend as her husband. Over the years, Jessica has indeed been looking for someone according to this standard. The former Jack was the rich husband she found. Although I'm not particularly rich, I can make money. Jessica feels that such potential stocks are very suitable for investment. When Jack becomes rich, she could just sit back and enjoy her life. But who would have thought that Jack would fall down halfway? This was something Jessica could never have expected. Similarly, this was something Yi Guifeng could not have imagined. You stupid girl, you have no vision and you blame me, your mother? Yi Guifeng was so angry that she pointed at her daughter's nose and scolded her. If you were so capable, why don't you go and get Jack back? You're not good at chasing men, but you're good at getting angry at your parents? I have raised you for so many years so that I can enjoy life, not to suffer your bullying. After being yelled at by her mother, Jessica immediately lowered her head in grievance. He pinched the hem of his clothes with both hands and was speechless for a long time. Their family is very patriarchal. In the mother's eyes, her daughter is a money loser who just needs to be raised up. When I was a child, it might have been a little better, but after I went to college, the gap became obvious. When she went to college, she didn't even buy a cell phone or a computer, and she only had 800 yuan a month for living expenses. The phone was discarded by my cousin. Later, after she was together with Jack, Jack bought her a mobile phone and a computer. But my younger brother is completely different. After graduating from high school, his family bought him an Apple family bucket. The monthly living expenses are also 2,000. According to Yi Guifeng, he will have to rely on his son for support in his old age. Since my son is going to college, I naturally have to be nicer to him. Although Jessica felt aggrieved, she didn't dare to say anything. At this time, she was already feeling very uncomfortable, but instead of comforting her, her mother added insult to injury. This made Jessica even more uncomfortable. She even felt that maybe she should not return to this home. Okay, please say less. The child is already feeling very uncomfortable. Father Song couldn't help but speak up to defend his daughter. After all, she is my own daughter, and it must be a very sad thing for her to break up with her boyfriend. At times like this, don't rub salt into other people's wounds. However, Father Song obviously overestimated his position in the family. Just shut up. Yi Guifeng glared at Song's father, and then said something that made Song's father shut up obediently. You coward. I've been a coward with you all my life. Do you want your daughter to find a coward like you in the future? After scolding her husband, Yi Guifeng seemed still unsatisfied and turned her gaze to her daughter. Jack, since you can't catch up, then you have to go on a blind date tomorrow. I found some rich husbands for you. Now, you have to listen to me. Do you understand? Since she can no longer count on Jack as a rich son-in-law, she must find another rich son-in-law as soon as possible while her daughter is still young. Yi Guifeng is still very confident about her daughter's appearance. You will definitely find an excellent and wealthy son-in-law. No, Jessica curled her lips. Although I was unwilling, I didn't dare to confront my mother head on. It's just a blind date, just go. What if you really meet someone good? On the other side, after dinner, my mother went home early. He was also very happy when he knew that his son had taken back the house. There is no need to travel so far back today, as I can just stay at my son's place. As for Jack, his mother asked him to stay at Olivia's house for a while longer. On the one hand, I can spend more time with my two children. As a father, how can I be away from my children all day long? Communicate more with Olivia to improve my relationship. The time they spent together made Olivia's mother very satisfied with her. This girl is gentle, sensible, generous, and beautiful. She is the perfect candidate for a daughter-in-law. So, the mother also wanted to match the two children. But how can the relationship between the two children improve if they don't see each other for the whole day? So, the mother asked her son to stay at Olivia's house for a while longer every day. Accompany Olivia to take care of the children. Raising children together can quickly strengthen the relationship between both parties. As someone who has been through it, my mother understands it very well. As for the nanny, she is also very sensible. She has a day off tomorrow. Handing the two children to Olivia and Jack, he said goodbye and went home. For a while, Olivia's house was left with only a man and a woman, as well as two sleeping babies. Chapter 28, Accidental Fall. Olivia, are you okay with raising the baby by yourself? How about I ask my mom to come over? Seeing the nanny leave, Jack became a little worried. Olivia has to work during the day and take care of the children at night. Will she be overwhelmed? No need. I've been here this way all this time. Both babies will sleep through the night and generally won't wake up, so you don't have to worry. Olivia shook her head. Her two babies are really sensible. After 1 month, he can basically sleep through the night, and his mother hardly needs to worry about him. However, although the baby will not wake up during breastfeeding, Olivia herself will still wake up. During breastfeeding, mothers need to expel excess breast milk. Babies sleep through the night and don't need milk. However, the mother needs to discharge excess breast milk. If it is not discharged in time, it may cause blockage and inflammation. In severe cases, fever may also occur. So, every midnight, Olivia has to get up. This is a very hard process. Many fathers think that mothers can live a normal life after the confinement period, but in fact, the entire breastfeeding period is a very painful process for mothers. Those who have not experienced it personally cannot understand it. Many couples divorce after the breastfeeding period because the husbands do not understand their wives and think their wives are pretentious. It's just breastfeeding. Why is it so hard? But in fact, it is indeed a very hard thing. Olivia has survived this difficult process. Is that so? Jack hesitated for a moment, still a little worried. So he continued, Olivia, how about I stay and look after the kids tonight? Don't worry. You sleep in your own room, and I'll sleep in the children's room. I won't snore or talk in my sleep at night, so I won't disturb the two children. There was no way Jack would let Olivia raise the child alone. It would have been fine if he didn't know it before, but now that he knows, he feels guilty. Instead of going back and losing sleep thinking about this matter, I might as well stay here and help take care of the children. Huh? Will that affect your work tomorrow? Olivia asked worriedly. She was not worried about the rumors, but she was mainly worried about the impact on Jack's work. Haha, don't worry about that. I don't have to go to work. Jack chuckled. You forgot that I make money by investing in stocks. It doesn't matter if I don't sleep all night. It's a good opportunity to study the stock market situation abroad. Jack is telling the truth. In the past, he would pay attention to both domestic and international securities markets. It's just that more attention is paid to the domestic market. Well, that's fine. You don't really need to stay up late. The babies are still very good at sleeping. Olivia warned. Well, don't worry. It's getting late now. Go wash up and rest first. Jack said with concern. I'll get you a towel and toiletries. You can wash up and rest. Good. Soon, Olivia went back to her room to wash up. After a tiring day, she wanted to take a good bath and have a good sleep. It's just that, after walking out of the bathroom after taking a shower, my feet were still wet. There was no carpet on the floor, and I slipped accidentally. Suddenly, the towel slipped to the ground, and Olivia fell to the ground. Olivia fell to the ground and couldn't help but scream. She wanted to stand up, but seemed to have twisted her calf and couldn't stand up. Fortunately, Jack heard the scream and ran over immediately. Olivia, are you okay? Jack knocked on the door and asked with a worried look on his face. Jack, I slipped. I think my leg is broken and I can't stand up. Olivia's slightly painful voice came from inside the door. Then don't move. I'll push the door open and come in right away. Jack tried turning the doorknob, and luckily the door was not locked. Just as he was about to go in, Olivia's shy voice rang out. Wait, Jack, don't come in yet. I'm not wearing any clothes. Although the two people were husband and wife and had children. But after all, it only happened once, and that was when I was drunk. The memory of that time no longer exists. I would definitely feel embarrassed if I suddenly had to be honest with you now. Hearing Olivia's words, Jack stopped abruptly. Olivia, I'm not coming in. Don't worry. Put on your clothes first. Jack's voice made Olivia feel at ease. Although she couldn't move her feet, she still supported herself and picked up the bath towel and wrapped it around herself. Although it's still a little embarrassing, it's definitely better than before. Jack, I'm fine. Cool mean. Olivia's tone was a little lacking in confidence. Just picking up a bath towel had already exhausted all her strength. Well, I'll be right in. Jack responded, then opened the door and walked into Olivia's bedroom. This was the first time Jack walked into Olivia's bedroom. The bedroom was very tidy and spotless. The whole bedroom is based on pink. There are also many cartoon characters. It's like a princess room. It can be seen that this room was where Olivia lived before she became pregnant. Otherwise, a mother would not decorate her room into a cartoon princess room. On the big bed in the room were Olivia's spare underwear, all of which were very beautiful. Moreover, there is also a pair of black stockings which are a must-have for working women. However, Jack has no intention of going to Olivia's bedroom right now. After entering the bedroom, he immediately saw Olivia sitting against the wall wrapped in a bath towel. Olivia had wet curly hair and her brows were furrowed, obviously in pain. Olivia now looks a bit like she's sure, frowning and adorable. However, Jack had no time to appreciate or think about those messy things. Olivia, what's up? Where did you twist it? Jack quickly walked to Olivia's side, squatted down, and asked with concern. I sprained my left foot. Olivia didn't care about being shy and pointed to her left foot. Well, let me show you. Jack gently held Olivia's left foot and examined it carefully. At this time, there is no need to care about the rules between men and women. Fortunately, Olivia's left foot was just a little red, not swollen. This made Jack feel relieved. As long as there is no swelling, there is a high probability that there will be nothing wrong with the bones. At most, it will just hurt a little. Just rub it for a while, and it will be fine. Olivia, your foot should be fine. I can just rub it for you. Well, then help me to the bed first. Olivia also breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it was just a twist. If I really fall and break my bones, how will I take care of the baby from now on? However, she definitely couldn't stand up on her own now, so she had to ask Jack to help her stand up. Good. Jack nodded, then reached out his hand to help Olivia. In order to avoid the towel slipping off and other cliché scenes, Olivia held her towel tightly. Jack didn't care. However, he found that Olivia couldn't stand steadily and couldn't be helped up. Jack, I can't stand up. Olivia was about to cry. She was really hurt from the fall, just now. Her whole body felt sore and weak, and she couldn't exert any strength at all. Chapter 29, A Natural Result. Olivia tried several more times to stand up, but even with Jack's support, she couldn't. Olivia, don't try it. Wrap yourself in a towel, and I'll carry you to the bed. Jack looked at Olivia, who looked so pitiful, and without waiting for her to agree, he just picked her up horizontally. Olivia was startled and quickly hooked one hand around Jack's neck and covered the bath towel tightly with the other hand to avoid exposing her private parts. The two looked at each other, and their faces turned red at the same time. Jack held Olivia in his arms. At a close distance, Olivia looked even more beautiful. A pretty face without a single blemish, snow-white skin, soft and boneless hands, and a height of 1.7 meters with long, slender legs. Moreover, although Olivia is 1.7 meters tall, her weight is definitely less than 100 pounds. At most, it would be between 93 and 96. Jack held Olivia in his arms without any pressure. Just like that, the two of them stood there for a full minute. In the end, it was Jack who reacted first and coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Ahem. Hearing Jack's light cough, Olivia also reacted. Her pretty face turned even redder. She lowered her head and buried it deeply in her chest, not daring to look at Jack again. The sprained foot doesn't seem to hurt as much anymore. Seeing this scene, Jack suddenly felt that Olivia was very cute and couldn't help but lower his head and kiss Olivia on the forehead. Oops. Olivia was startled. She never thought that Jack would do this suddenly. Jack cautiously, then immediately lowered her head in shame. Jack, while I was awake, and it felt pretty good. Jack also realized that he was a little abrupt. Doing such a thing at a time like this is not what a gentleman does, and it may even be a bit like taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Thinking of this, Jack immediately calmed down and carefully carried Olivia to the bedside. However, just as they were about to reach the destination, Jack did not notice a slipper on the ground that Olivia had just thrown away. Because he was holding Olivia, he couldn't see the slipper on the ground and stepped on it directly. The bottom of the slippers was still wet, so I slipped immediately. Ah! Jack yelled and threw himself forward. Olivia was also frightened. She was now in Jack's arms. If she fell to the ground from such a high place, she would definitely be injured. Fortunately, Jack was quick with his acting skills. He turned around quickly and kicked his feet, and the two of them fell directly onto the bed. Even if she fell, Olivia was still in Jack's arms. Falling on the bed was naturally not dangerous, and what Olivia was worried about did not happen. Jack, are you okay? Finding that she was not injured, Olivia immediately supported herself and tried to sit up. But I still felt weak all over and couldn't even sit up. I'm fine. Jack shook his head. Not only was he okay, but he felt quite comfortable being held by Olivia. The two of them just lay on the bed, looking into each other's eyes. At this time, Olivia's heart was completely open to Jack. The moment she fell, Olivia felt like she was about to fly out. But the last moment, Jack still held him tightly and didn't let go until he fell on the bed. During this process, Jack didn't even think about whether he would get hurt. Such a man is worth it. Just like that, the two of them looked at each other, and everything fell into place. 10 minutes later, Olivia, how's your foot? Let me show you. Jack touched his lips and sat up in bed contentedly. It is impossible to have a thorough sword fighting in 10 minutes. But the window paper between the two people has been broken, and their relationship has become much closer. Next, it is a process of slowly developing feelings. Yeah, it still hurts a little, Olivia said with a blush. She felt her tongue was numb. Well, it's a little red now. Do you have safflower oil at home? I can rub it on you. Jack asked as he rubbed Olivia's ankle. Yes, it's in the cabinet under the TV in the living room. Olivia nodded and said, Well, I'll get it then. Jack nodded, and soon he found safflower oil. Then, he gave Olivia's ankle a full-scale massage. At first, Olivia felt a little uncomfortable and kept frowning. But as the safflower oil took effect, a warm current spread from her ankles, and her frown gradually relaxed. Under the influence of the warm current, Olivia's eyes gradually narrowed. Finally, I fell into a deep sleep. After Olivia fell asleep, Jack continued to massage her for a while and then ended. At this moment, Olivia rested her head on her hands with a faint smile on her face. Her eyelashes trembled, as if she was dreaming a sweet dream. The bath towel that was originally wrapped had also become somewhat untied. Jack didn't take advantage of the situation. He first took the pillow and carefully placed it on Olivia. Then, he covered Olivia with a blanket and gently kissed her forehead. Then, she stood up from the bed, walked to the door, turned off the lights, gently closed the bedroom door, and returned to the two babies' room. The two babies were still sleeping, which made Jack feel a lot more at ease. Then he washed up and went to sleep in the baby's room. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Olivia opened her eyes faintly. Seeing that she was still wrapped in a bath towel, Olivia's pretty face turned red again. However, when she realized that there was nothing wrong with her body, she felt a little disappointed. What happened last night is still fresh in my mind. At the last moment, if Jack wanted to challenge her to a duel, she would probably not refuse. He shook his head vigorously, throwing these messy thoughts out of his mind. Then, I went to the bathroom and washed up again. Jack didn't do anything last night. Her body was still a little dirty and needed to be washed to feel refreshed. After washing and changing into clean clothes, Olivia walked out of the bedroom. As soon as she walked out of the bedroom, Olivia heard Jack playing with the children. There is also the voice of the mother, the grandmother, scolding her son on behalf of her grandchildren. This made Olivia slightly dazed. Is this what a happy family feels like? This feeling seems good, and she likes it very much. That day was a rest day, and Olivia didn't need to go to the company anymore. This is also why the nanny chose to take a day off today, so Olivia can take care of the child by herself. Olivia took care of the children alone on weekends. But today is different. My mother is here, and Jack is here too. However, my mother only stayed for a while and then left. He said that since the child's father is here today, the grandmother doesn't need to be here. In fact, Jack really does take good care of the children. In fact, the mother wanted to give her two children some space to be alone together. As a mother, You understand your children best. Olivia, we have nothing to do today. Why don't we take the baby out for some fun? How about going shopping? Jack suggested. Chapter 30 Shopping. Okay, I haven't been shopping for a long time. Jack's suggestion was immediately approved by Olivia. Since having a child, she has hardly gone shopping. Basically, everything is bought online. It's not that I don't want to go shopping, but I really can't spare the time. It's really hard to take care of two babies by yourself. Now, with Jack by her side, she can also spare some time to go shopping. Of course, with two babies. It's like this for all parents. Once they have a baby, they have almost no time for themselves. Whether you go out for travel or shopping, you have to bring your baby with you. Okay, then I'll pack up the baby's things and we'll go shopping. Jack said with a smile. Yeah, I'll help you. Good. Soon, the two of them packed up two large bags. After having a baby, it is actually very inconvenient to go out. Babies nowadays are very particular about the things they use. Diapers, bottles, water cups, thermos cups, snacks, special tissues, etc. One child may need two large bags. For the two children, they only packed two large bags, which was already very economical. After packing his bags, Jack put the two babies into two strollers and went out. The car she drove out was Olivia's Mercedes-Benz GLC. Jack's original sedan and the Pagani Zonda he bought later both had too little space, so it was not a big problem for two people to sit in them. But it is not suitable to bring children with you. Moreover, children need to sit in their own baby seats. The baby seats are also in Olivia's Mercedes-Benz, and it is not convenient to remove them. Of course, although Jack no longer drives his car, the driver's job still belongs to him. Jack tried it and found that the driving feeling of Mercedes-Benz was indeed not as good as that of Pagani. Mercedes-Benz cars are more suitable for riding. However, he also thought about buying himself a car with a bigger space. We need a cool Pagani, but we also need a car that is suitable for home use. Of course, let's talk about it after today is over. Jack drove and soon arrived at the mall. Ruijin Shopping Mall is very famous in Shanghai. This is considered a high-end shopping mall in Shanghai, and almost all luxury brands from all over the world can be found here. In addition to luxury brands, there are also many gourmet food stores. Therefore, this is a place where many celebrities, wealthy young men, and young ladies like to visit. Of course, it is also the favorite place for internet celebrities and fake socialites to check in. Jack drove into the underground parking lot. Ruijin Shopping Mall is indeed a high-end shopping mall. In the parking lot, only 1 out of every 5 cars is priced below 300,000 renminbi. The rest are all cars worth more than 300,000 yuan. Among them, amounts exceeding 1 million are very common. Occasionally, you can even see luxury cars worth tens of millions. For example, Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Lamborghini, etc. can all be seen. This place doesn't look like a shopping mall parking lot, but more like a luxury car show. Although Olivia's Mercedes-Benz GLC is good, it is not so eye-catching here. Of course, luxury cars are commonplace to both Jack and Olivia, and there is nothing strange about them. Especially Olivia, her father's underground garage has a collection of many limited edition luxury cars. After finding a parking space and parking the car, Jack got out first and took the stroller off the car. Then she placed 2 bags of baby supplies under the stroller. Afterwards, she got out of the car, carrying the 2 children. Jack is now familiar with the route. Holding a baby in one hand, there is no pressure at all. After putting the baby in the stroller and fastening the seatbelt, Jack and Olivia each pushed a stroller, took the elevator to the first floor of the mall, and started shopping. The first floor is full of luxury stores. LV, Gucci, Prada, etc. can all be seen here. Olivia hadn't been out for a long time. She pushed the stroller while looking at the wide variety of luxury goods in the store. Olivia, let's go to this store and have a look. I'll buy you a bag. Jack pointed to the LV store in front. All women love bags, and no woman is an exception. It's just like men all love games, no matter it's online games or standalone games. No matter it's PC games or handheld games, there's always a game suitable for boys. The two of them had completely confirmed their relationship last night, and Jack felt that he should buy something for Olivia. No need, Jack. Everything here is too expensive. Let's just go shopping. Olivia shook her head and continued. I'm already satisfied to be able to go out for a walk. There's no need to spend a lot of money. Although Olivia is a rich girl, she has never had to worry about food and clothing since she was a child. It can even be said that she can buy anything she wants in this mall. However, she knew that Jack was just an ordinary child. Every penny he earns is hard-earned. As girlfriend, you should understand how hard it is for your boyfriend to make money. Don't squander money recklessly. It's all right, Let's just go in and have a look. If you don't like anything, then don't buy it, Jack said with a smile. At the same time, he felt somewhat touched. It is really rare to find a girl as sensible as Olivia. You know, when he was with Jessica, he had to buy anything Jessica liked. Otherwise, there will be a drama of crying, making a fuss, and then a Cold War. Jack often brought Jessica to this mall. Every time I come here, I have to spend tens of thousands of dollars before I am satisfied. Of course, Jessica was satisfied. However, Jack didn't care because he made money quickly. Compared with the current Olivia, Jessica was instantly reduced to ashes. Well, okay. Olivia nodded. She secretly decided in her heart that if she really saw a bag she liked, she would definitely not let Jack buy it for her. At worst, you could just buy it online when you get home. Anyway, these luxury stores all have their own official websites. Then, the two of them walked towards the LV store together. Today is Sunday, and there are quite a few people standing outside LV. All of them want to go into the store to shop. It's just that they're all ordinary people, not VIPs. In order to improve the customer shopping experience, luxury stores will limit the flow of customers to a certain extent. Of course, if you're a VIP customer, you don't need a queue. But Jack is obviously not a VIP. Although he bought a lot of LV, he is not a VIP. So, I can only follow behind and wait. Olivia is a VIP, but she came with Jack today. Jack is the main one, and she is the auxiliary one. At times like this, we naturally have to focus on Jack and not offend Jack. If she suddenly said that she was a VIP, others might misunderstand her. Besides, it doesn't matter if you wait a while. Fortunately, the waiting time was not too long, and it was their turn soon. However, just as the two were about to push the stroller in, one of the shopping guides saw Olivia. "Oh, is it Miss Chu? Miss Chu, why didn't you inform me in advance when you came? I could come out to pick you up." Chapter 31, The Little Black Room. As soon as the words fell, a beautiful young woman in uniform, about 30 years old, appeared in front of the two. "Hello, Manager Tang. I just came here with my family to hang out today, so I didn't say hello to you in advance." Olivia smiled and said politely, "The salesperson in front of me is called Tanya, and she is the manager of this LV store." Before Olivia became pregnant, Tanya was the one who received her every time she came to this store. At the beginning, Tanya was just a clerk, but in just a few years, she became the store manager. It can be seen that her abilities are still very outstanding. Olivia is also involved here. Over the years, Olivia has bought no less than tens of millions of items from Tanya alone. Olivia is also a VC customer of the LV store. VIC customers are VIPs of a higher level than VIPs. In the LV store, you need to spend at least $1 million per year to be promoted to VC. VIC customers don't need to queue when they arrive at the store. Moreover, you can enter the small black room to purchase. The small dark room is actually not a real small dark room, but a nickname given by netizens on the internet. The so-called small black room is actually a VIP room not open to the public. Only VC clients like Olivia are eligible to enter the small black room. Only after entering the small black room are you eligible to choose limited edition bags. The ones on display in the hall are all common styles. If ordinary customers ask whether there are limited editions, most of the time they will be told that they are out of stock. After all, the main feature of limited edition bags is that they are limited in quantity. There are not enough of them among VIP customers, let alone giving the sales share to ordinary customers. For top luxury goods companies like them, the last thing they worry about is not being able to sell their goods. After all, what this world has the most is rich people, especially those who have money but have no place to spend it. Tanya hasn't seen Olivia for a long time. Olivia pictures of new bags, but Olivia always refused on the grounds that she was busy with work. Tanya didn't know whether Olivia was really busy, and it was not convenient for her to ask. But today, when she saw Olivia appear with her two children, she suddenly understood why Olivia had not come much in the past 2 years. It turns out that this beautiful young lady was pregnant and gave birth to two children. Tanya has some understanding of wealthy families. Once these wealthy wives become pregnant, they take it very seriously. "I wish I could stay at home 24 hours a day without going out. As long as the baby is born safely, it is better than anything else." I guess Olivia feels the same way. "I didn't take my children out shopping until they were a little older." So, Tanya immediately changed her marketing strategy. "Oh, I didn't expect that Miss Chu already has two children. It's really such a blessing. This handsome young man must be your husband, right? He's so handsome. He has a very good temperament, too. Standing next to you, they're a perfect match." Tanya was not stingy with her praise. "Thank you for your compliment. Manager Tang. Olivia blushed slightly. Although Tanya misunderstood that she and Jack were husband and wife, Olivia did not object. What happened last night is still fresh in my mind. The two of them have officially confirmed their relationship. As for the relationship between husband and wife, it's just a matter of time. Jack standing by also had a smile on his face. Olivia, as husband? That's not a bad title. Then, led by Tanya, the family of four walked into the LV store. Because Olivia and her group were already at the front of the line, the people behind them didn't have any objections when they were brought into the store. After entering the store, Tanya first took Olivia for a walk around the lobby. Although the ones in the hall are all ordinary models, there are also new models of ordinary models. However, Olivia just looked around and didn't buy anything. Although they're all ordinary models, the prices are not expensive. Most of them are between $10,000 and $30,000. But Olivia still didn't plan to buy it. She didn't want Jack to spend unnecessary money. However, Tanya doesn't think so. She knew Olivia was a top rich girl. Although I'm married now, it's impossible for a rich girl to marry a poor boy, right? Tanya took it for granted that Olivia didn't like the bags in the hall. Olivia rarely bought these cheap items in the lobby before. So, Tanya decided to take Olivia and her husband to the small dark room to sit for a while. Take out some of the store's best products. With her status as a store manager, even an ordinary person could be brought into the small dark room. Miss Chu, if there's nothing you like here, can I take you to the VIP room for a while? There's a batch of new products coming in recently. Can I show them to you? Olivia expectantly. In the past, Olivia would have agreed immediately. Women all love bags. How can they refuse new bags? But this time, thinking that Jack would rush to pay the bill in a while, Olivia simply shook her head and refused. No, I'm just here to hang out today. I'm just taking the kids out for a stroll, so I won't go to the VIP room, Olivia said, then turned around and was about to leave with the stroller. She was not worried that Tanya would be unhappy. As a store manager, if she doesn't even have this kind of magnanimity, she wouldn't be worthy of being a store manager. At this time, Jack naturally couldn't let Olivia get her wish. Olivia, any decent gifts since the two of them reunited? I'd better take this opportunity to give her something. So, Jack immediately grabbed Olivia. Olivia, since you're here, why not go in and take a look? Maybe there's something you like. Manager Tang, please take us in. Yes, sir. Please follow me this way. Tanya showed a standard professional smile on her face and then made a gesture of invitation to Jack. Let's go, Olivia. Jack smiled, pushed the stroller with one hand, took Olivia's hand with the other, and followed behind. This was the first time the two of them officially held hands. Olivia was a little embarrassed, and her hands were a little nervous. However, Jack's big hands were very warm, which made her feel very safe. Just like that, with mixed emotions, the two came to the VIP room. After entering the VIP room, the two began to choose. This is Jack's first time entering the small dark room. Jack saw the limited edition that Tanya took out. He couldn't help but feel surprised. The limited edition is worthy of being a limited edition, and it is indeed very different from the styles outside. The design style and appearance are both very beautiful. There was one that even Olivia paused for a few seconds before seeing. Jack still captured it. Miss Chu, is there anything you like here? Introduced it to Olivia tirelessly. Olivia was about to shake her head in rejection. The styles in the small dark room are indeed different, but they are too expensive. The cheapest one costs over $100,000. The model she had just picked out would cost at least $200,000. May also need to be delivered. Chapter 32. Men who love to spend money are the most handsome. Matching goods is a common method used for limited edition bags. At the same time, some ordinary customers can also be dissuaded. For a bag worth 200,000 yuan, some ordinary customers who want to save face may grit their teeth and buy it. But if they have to match goods, especially goods worth 40,000 or 50,000 yuan, they might give up. In Olivia's eyes, this was indeed a bit too expensive. However, before Olivia could refuse, Jack spoke before her. Manager Tang, I want this bag. Help me pack. The bag Jack was pointing at was the one Olivia had her eyes on. The price is 220,000, which is indeed not cheap. However, Jack has 500 million in his hands. This little bit of money is nothing. Okay, Mr. Lee, I'll pack it for you right away. When Tanya saw that Jack wanted to buy this bag, the smile on her face became even wider. After agreeing, she went to pack the bag for Jack. As for distribution, when customers of Olivia's level come to buy things, there is no need to stock the goods. Jack, this bag is too expensive. I'd better not buy it. After Tanya left, Olivia quickly spoke. In the past, she might have bought it without blinking an eye, because her father was a top billionaire and had plenty of money. The father is rich, so it is only natural for the daughter to spend his money. But now I have to consider my boyfriend's financial situation, so I still have to spend money sparingly. It's okay, Olivia. It's just a bag worth 200,000. It's nothing. Jack smiled indulgently and continued. I've never given you anything before. I'll take this opportunity to buy you something. Olivia still wanted to refuse, but seeing Jack's firm attitude, she didn't know what to say. However, she was still happy. This was the first time Jack had given her a gift, and she would love it no matter what the value was. Soon, Tanya packed the bag neatly and brought it over. Then, Jack bought a set of children's clothes for the babies and also bought a set of clothes for himself and Olivia. After getting the bag at the beginning, Olivia didn't say anything else. Of course, the happiest person was Tanya. Today, she can get a lot of commission again. At the same time, Jessica and her blind date also arrived outside the LV store. Ms. Song, shall we go shopping in the LV store? Jessica's blind date invited Jessica. The blind date partner is called Su Chingbin. He is a native of Shanghai in a demolition household. He is 1.72 meters tall, which is not very tall, and he's a little fat with a big belly. After the demolition, the family received compensation of 40 to 50 million yuan, which can be considered as a strong financial foundation. Today is the first time Su Chingbin meets Jessica. Su Chingbin fell in love with Jessica at first sight. Of course, love at first sight is not about love, but about beauty. Jessica is indeed beautiful. Although she cannot be compared with a beauty like Olivia, she is also a top-notch beauty. Moreover, she's an art student. Girls with artistic backgrounds definitely have good temperaments, and with the blessing of graduating from excellent universities, it is easy for them to gain people's favor. The same is true for Su Chingbin. He himself does not have a high level of education, only a college degree. So when he's looking for a girlfriend, he requires that she must have a bachelor's degree or above. It would be even better if you have a bachelor's degree from a prestigious university. And Jessica perfectly meets Su Chingbin's mate needs. In order to show his sincerity and financial strength, Su Chingbin took Jessica to the LV store without hesitation. Really? Mr. Su, you want to buy me an LV? The bags here are very expensive. Hearing Su Chingbin's words, Jessica's eyes suddenly lit up. She likes men who are willing to spend money on her. Jack was like this in the past, and so was Chun Jin-song later. It would be great if Su Chingbin was like this now. Su Chingbin was introduced by Jessica's mother, so there must be no problem with his family conditions. It is said that his assets are worth tens of millions. Although she couldn't compare with Jack, Jessica was also satisfied. With tens of millions, you can live comfortably in this life. Moreover, he has several houses in Shanghai. The rent collected every year is enough to cover their expenses. Therefore, if Su Chingbin is someone who is willing to spend money on Jessica, she is still willing to deepen her relationship with this person. Of course it's true. Although my family is not wealthy, I could buy you 10 Lux bags a year. Su Chingbin said confidently. He is also a nouveau riche. In the eyes of a nouveau riche, a bag from a luxury brand costs at most 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. The more expensive ones cost more than 30,000 yuan. Even if you buy 10 a year, it's only more than 300,000 yuan, which is nothing. The money their family deposits in the bank earns millions in interest a year. Add to that the rent. There's simply no way I can spend all the money. Hee hee. Then I won't be polite. Let's go line up. Jessica chuckled and thought, since someone is paying for it, she should take it. Besides, isn't it right to buy a bag for a fairy while dating her? Good. Su Chingbin nodded somewhat proudly. Sure enough, no woman would remain indifferent when faced with a financial offensive. When they came to the back of the line, it was when the most people were there. The two waited at the back for 20 minutes, and only half of the people in front had left. Jessica suddenly couldn't wait any longer. Mr. Su, a wealthy man like you, isn't he a VIP of LV? If it were, we wouldn't have to queue up here. Jessica curled her lips. Although she herself is not a VIP of LV, she still understands the routine here very well. If you spend more than 300,000 yuan a year, you can become a VIP. Once you become a VIP, you no longer need to queue outside. Well, I used to go to other stores more often, not the Donkey brand store very often. Su Chingbin said somewhat embarrassedly. His voice was not loud, but several people around him could hear it. Although the people around didn't say anything, they couldn't stop smiling. Although there are many luxury stores in the world, the largest one is LV. The chairman of LV has long been ranked as the world's richest man. If a person says that he often goes to other luxury stores and rarely goes to LV, then this person is definitely bragging. No matter how rich a person is, he cannot avoid LV when buying luxury goods. Su Changbin also noticed the expressions of the people around him, especially one man, who seemed to be trying hard to hold back his laughter. As for Jessica, her face didn't look very good either. Meeting a pretentious guy is the most embarrassing thing. Su Changbin's face was a little embarrassed. He turned around and glared at the man. His eyes were still sharp, and the latter was scared so much that he immediately shifted his gaze. Seeing the effect, Su Changbin said to Jessica, "Jessica, although I didn't come here often before, I think I will definitely come here often. If we buy more later, won't we be able to become their VIP? Buy more?" Hearing this, Jessica immediately became excited. Could it be possible that she could buy a bag worth about 300,000 yuan today? Sure enough, men still need to be generous. Men who are generous look much more handsome. Chapter 33, You Can't Afford It. Really? Then you can't regret it. Okay. Jessica had a sweet smile on her face. Sure enough, a man still needs money to satisfy women's various needs. Compared with Su Changbin in front of him, the previous Chen Jinsong was simply weak. Dennis, who is a toad, wanted to eat swan flesh, but is too reluctant to even take a taxi, is even more rotten. Jessica has made her decision secretly. If Su Changbin really bought her a gift worth 300,000 yuan today, then Jessica would definitely agree to date him. Of course, I won't regret it, Su Changbin said with a smile. Yeah, Changbin, you're so nice. Jessica took the initiative to link Su Changbin's arm and addressed him in a more intimate way. If Chen Jinsong could see this scene, he would definitely shout, "I know this scene very well. I know it very well." For Jessica, giving others a little sweetness can make them work harder for her. This trick has always worked for her. Little did he know that at this moment, a cold look flashed across Su Changbin's eyes. Soon, the two lined up and entered the LV store. Then, accompanied by the shopping guide, Jessica started her crazy selection mode. Changbin, how about this bag? It's only 15,000 yuan. Yeah, it looks good. So I bought it. Good. Miss, hold it for me. Okay, ma'am. Changbin, how about this bag? It's a little expensive, costing 30,000 yuan. It's not expensive. Buy it if you like it. Okay, wrap it up. Okay. Brother Bin, this 25,000. Purchase. In this way, Jessica quickly bought gifts worth 300,000. Then, she followed the smiling salesperson to check out. Hello, Miss Song. The total consumption this time is 325,000. Are you swiping your card? The shopping guide is very happy now. She never expected that two people who didn't look like wealthy people could spend so much money at once. This time, she can get a lot of commission again. Oh, Brother Bin, it seems that the gifts I bought exceeded the limit. It's now 325,000. I'm sorry, Brother Bin. Jessica said sorry, but she was already very happy in her heart. So many LV bags. This was something she had never dared to imagine before. But now, you'll have it soon. 320,000? Su Changbin narrowed his eyes and pondered. Brother Bin, I'm really sorry. The last bag cost 25,000, but I really like this bag. Can you give me 25,000 more? Jessica held a bag and hugged Su Changbin's arm and acted coquettishly. She looked coquettishly, as if the Su Changbin in front of her was not the blind date she met on the first day, but her rich boyfriend whom she had been dating for half a year. No problem, buy it if you like it, Su Changbin said with a smile. It seemed as if 320,000 was nothing in his eyes. Really? That's great. Jessica suddenly became excited and said to the shopping guide in a bossy manner, pack these up for me. Also, give me a VIP card. After spending 320,000, you should be eligible for a card, right? LV membership card can become a gold card if the annual consumption reaches 30 years. If they spend 320,000 yuan at one time, they can definitely become gold card VIPs. Yes, of course. Ms. Song, once you swipe your card, I will pack your order right away and prepare your membership card information. The shopping guide said respectfully. Okay. Jessica nodded slightly, then set her eyes on Su Changbin. The coquettish look on her face became even more intense. Brother Bin, it's your turn. However, Su Changbin showed confusion on his face and looked at Jessica with a puzzled look. Take action? What action? Huh? Brother Bin, didn't you say you would buy me a gift? Jessica was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Buy you a gift? Miss Song, you must be mistaken. We met on the first day of our blind date. It's already a good thing for me to treat you to a meal. Why would I buy you a gift? Besides, this is a gift worth 320,000 yuan. What kind of family would give such a precious gift to someone when they meet for the first time? A royal princess? Su Changbin's? No. He is a household whose property was demolished, and he has tens of millions of dollars in his hands. At the same time, he was also concerned about Jessica's eyebrows. But this doesn't mean that he is willing to be a sucker. Giving a gift worth 320,000 yuan on the first blind date? Do you really think of yourself as a royal princess? You Su Qingbin, what do you mean? Aren't you going to pursue me? If you pursue me, why don't you buy me a gift? Jessica's brows also furrowed, and she changed her way of addressing Su Changbin from Brother Bin back to his full name. Buy you a gift? I didn't say I would buy you a gift worth over 300,000 yuan. Su Changbin continued to sneer. Are you too poor to afford it? Jessica's temper flared up. She felt cheated. I just wanted to test you, but I didn't expect you to be so mean. Why are you pretending to be rich if you can't afford it? I'm poor? I think you're the one who's poor. Su Changbin wasn't going to pretend anymore. This is the first day we met. Why do you think I would buy you a bag worth over 300,000 yuan? You said I was poor. Come on, shopping guy, take a look. If there's less than 40 million in my card, I'll eat shit live. As Su Changbin spoke, he opened his mobile banking app. The numbers above clearly show that the balance is more than 40 million. And this is just one of the cards. Su Changbin had at least 60 million in savings, all of which came from the demolition proceeds. Ma'am, since you're not familiar with this gentleman, why don't you swipe your own card? How could the shopping guide not know the relationship between these two people? It seems that the gold digger was fooled. This left the shopping guide speechless. I thought I had met a rich man, but who would have thought it would be like this? There's a high probability that these bags will not be sold today. It's all in vain. This side, Jessica suddenly became embarrassed. There are already quite a few people around looking over here. If she didn't pay, she might really be ridiculed. But paying for it? Where did she get so much money? Not to mention 320,000. She couldn't even come up with 20,000. Seeing Jessica's awkward look, Su Changbin laughed again. Miss, you are really a bumpkin. Have you never been to an LV store? And you can't pay for the things you bought. The salesperson has worked so hard to pick out so many bags for you. You can't afford any of them, right? If you can afford it, pay for it. If you can't afford it, get out. After Su Changbin finished speaking, he crossed his arms and looked at Jessica with a half smile. He wanted to see how this woman would handle this matter. Who said I can't afford it? Jessica gritted her teeth and said, I just didn't bring my car today. Chapter 34, Revenge. Phew. Hearing this, Su Changbin burst out laughing. You country bumpkin, you're really good at making excuses. I didn't bring my card, but I did bring my phone, right? I can just borrow 300,000 yuan from a small loan. You can't even borrow such a small amount, right? If all else fails, go to the credit company next door and borrow some money. I'm sure they'll be happy to help you. Su Qingbin's tone was full of sarcasm. Who said I can't afford it? I'll have someone send a card over right now. Jessica said, took out her cell phone, found a number, and dialed it. The call was quickly connected, and a slightly pale voice rang out. Hey, Jessica. Chen Jinsong, I'm at the LV store. If you can come to my place and help me buy what I want, I will agree to be your girlfriend. Jessica has given it her all. Today, as long as someone pays her to buy these bags, she will be with that person. However, it seems that the only person Jessica can think of who is willing to spend money on her and can afford it is Chen Jinsong. So, I can only call him. Jessica, are you serious? Absolutely true. Okay, I'll be right there. Well, I'll wait for you, Jessica said, and then hung up the phone. At the same time, a smug smile appeared on his face. My friend will be here soon to pay for me. Then I will let my friend tell you how low you are. Haha, you found the sucker? Okay, I'll wait and see. Su Changbin said with a smile. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Jinsong arrived at the LV store and found Jessica. Jessica, here I come. Chen Jinsong came in jogging. He hadn't exercised for years, and suddenly running made him a little out of breath. Jinsong, you're here. Jessica saw Chen Jinsong. A smile immediately appeared on her face, and she took the initiative to go up to him and hug his arm. As for what happened that day, she simply forgot about it. Of course, Chen Jinsong did not forget. Originally, he was thinking about taking revenge on Jessica and had even prepared the sulfuric acid. But who would have thought that things would take a turn for the better, and he could win the heart of the beauty by buying just one more bag. Therefore, Chen Jinsong has decided that even if the bag costs tens of thousands, he has to borrow money to buy it. Well, Jessica, have you picked out your bag? I'll go pay for it right away. Chen Jinsong once again had his arm held by Jessica, and he suddenly felt light and happy. He had already borrowed 80,000 yuan in advance from a microloan app, which should be enough to buy any bag. So, the two of them walked to the checkout together. Seeing Jessica walking towards him with her arm around a strange man, Su Chungbin immediately showed disdain on his face. I originally thought Jessica would bring some rich second generation, but it turned out to be just a sucker. Su Qingbin could tell at a glance that Chun Jinsong was just a child from an ordinary family. I'm afraid that even if he could come up with 300,000, that would be all his savings. Hey, brother, I didn't expect Jessica to find a sucker like you. Su Chongbin couldn't help but remind her. This gold digger is a bottomless pit. You can't satisfy her. Chen Jinsong looked at Su Chongbin strangely. What's up with this man? I don't even know him. Why is he meddling in other people's business? However, Chen Jinsong ignored it, just smiled, and went to pay the bill with Jessica. Seeing Fiang Yang, who was so stubborn, Su Chongbin could only shake his head helplessly. Hello, my friend is here to pay my bill. Please swipe your card. The two came to the counter, and Jessica took the initiative to speak to the shopping guide. Okay, ma'am, I'll swipe your card right away. The shopping guide was a little surprised to see that Jessica had really been taken advantage of, but she didn't say anything. She picked up the POS machine, entered the amount, and swiped the card. Sir, the total is 325,000. Okay, 320,000. Wait, how much did you say? Chen Jinsong looked straight at the shopping guide, wondering if he had heard it wrong. 320,000? How is that possible? Is a bag so expensive? 325,000, sir, the shopping guide said again, with a smile. A bag costs 320,000? Chen Jinsong didn't believe it. How could there be such an expensive bag? Sir, not one, but 13. Miss Song picked out 13 bags in total. 13 bags? Chen Jinsong turned his head and looked at Jessica, his face full of disbelief. This woman actually wanted him to buy her a dozen LV bags before she was willing to be with him? Besides, we were just together, not married. Are they really treating him as a fool? He had already spent more than 200,000 yuan before, so even if this time it was just a bag worth tens of thousands, Chen Jinsong gritted his teeth and bought it. But at over 300,000, I still can't afford it even if I sell my current one. Jessica, how about we buy one first? We can buy the rest later. Chen Jinsong couldn't help but persuade. No, Jinsong, I won't buy it now. As long as you buy it, I will immediately agree to be with you. You've been chasing me for so long. You won't give up at the last minute, right? Jessica shook her head repeatedly and said that she would buy these bags today no matter what. But I don't have that much money. At this time, Chen Jinsong no longer cared about his face and spoke honestly. No money? If you have no money, why are you chasing me? Hearing this, Jessica's eyebrows immediately raised, and she looked at Chen Jinsong with displeasure. I thought you were very good to me, but I didn't expect you to be a poor guy. A stingy guy. If you don't have money, get out of here. Stop acting so affectionate. If you really like me, you would buy it from me even if it means borrowing a small amount of money. I don't think you have any sincerity at all. Jessica was speechless. Why are all men like this nowadays? Come to think of it, Jack is the best. At least, Jack never considered the money when buying gifts for him. Small amount of money? No sincerity? Hearing this, Chen Jinsong became angry. If he wasn't sincere, he wouldn't have spent more than 200,000 yuan before. Hey brother, I told you a long time ago, this is a gold digger. At this time, Su Qingbin also jumped out. This brother was really too immersed in the play, and I don't know whether he came back no matter how hard we try to persuade him. Jessica, let me ask you again, you can pick the most expensive bag here, and I'll give it to you. Are you willing? Chen Jinsong held on to the last glimmer of hope, but it was obvious that she overestimated Jessica. One bag? What can one bag do? I want them all, Jessica said with a pout. How could a bag hit Su Qingbin in the face? You have to have them all. Well, if that's the case, then go die, bitch. At this moment, all the grievances and anger that Chen Jinsong had accumulated over the past few days burst out. He took out a bottle from his bag, opened the cap, and poured the liquid directly toward Jessica. Although Jessica raised her hand to block it, a lot of it still splashed on her face, making it look dirty. Oh, my face, my face. Jessica screamed wildly. Jack and Olivia, who were in the VIP room, came out after hearing the screams. Jessica. Jack saw Jessica at first glance, but soon he couldn't tell them apart, because the liquid on Jessica's face was nothing but sulfuric acid. Chapter 35. Do you know this girl? Sulfuric acid was splashed on her face, and the severe pain made Jessica roll on the ground. However, There was also residual sulfuric acid on the ground, and her exposed skin was also stained with a lot of it. As for Su Qingbin, he had been scared away long ago. He never expected that the guy Jessica called over to pay would be so cruel. This is sulfuric acid. How could you actually pour it directly on someone's face? Jessica's face was destined to be disfigured. Even with more money and the best plastic surgeon, it would be impossible to restore it to its original state. Moreover, no one can guarantee whether the sulfuric acid has entered the eyes. If the eyes are also contaminated, it will be really terrible. How could Su Qingbin not be afraid of such cruel means? He is just a lazy demolition resident. As for Qin Jinsong, he got away after doing his bad deeds. Whether you can escape or not depends on fate. Fortunately, the sales staff at the LV store responded promptly, calling the police and dialing 120, but from beginning to end, no one dared to go up to help Jessica. It was obvious that Jessica was a gold digger, and they wouldn't be able to bear it if she turned against them. We are all workers. No one can afford such a serious accident. At the same time, the salesperson also knew that Jessica came in with Su Qingbin and immediately told Tanya about it. So, as the store manager, Tanya took the initiative to walk towards Su Qingbin, wanting Su Qingbin to help Jessica. You can't let them hang around in the store all the time, right? Sir, is that lady your friend? Tanya said politely. Could you please help her? The ambulance will be here soon. When Su Qingbin saw Tanya, his brows immediately frowned. Let him help this stupid woman? Are you crazy? They're just blind dates, okay? They're not friends at all. Although he has tens of millions in savings, if he really needs help, these tens of millions in savings may not be enough. The cost of helping others is very high. Therefore, Su Qingbin directly refused. I'm sorry, I don't even know this woman. I just wanted to chat her up. You got the wrong person. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After Su Qingbin finished speaking, he turned around and left. Only Tanya and the sales staff were left looking at each other in bewilderment. What a scumbag. Jack, do you know that girl? Olivia, who was standing not far away, felt a little distressed for Jessica, who was rolling on the ground. At the same time, she also noticed that her boyfriend was in a bad mood, as if he knew her. Well, she is Jessica, my ex-girlfriend. Jack didn't hide anything and told the truth. It's really her. Olivia's face showed realization, and then she pulled Jack's clothes and said, Jack, go help her. After all, she is your ex-girlfriend. I think she is quite pitiful now. Olivia knew that Jack and Jessica were definitely out of the question. Let Jack go over to help, just to help take him to the hospital, that's all. Jack just watches her get into trouble and does nothing. He will probably feel guilty about it in the future. Well, Olivia, don't worry. There will definitely be no more happiness between her and me. Jack smiled and touched Olivia's little head and said, he really didn't have any feelings for Jessica anymore. But in this situation, even a stranger would help, not to mention his former boyfriend. Well, Jack, I believe you. Olivia smiled sweetly. Jack walked quickly towards Jessica. Seeing this, Tanya jumped out quickly. Mr. Lee, please don't touch this lady. Our store has already called the police and 120. If you go near them, you might get blackmailed. Tanya also gave a kind reminder. In today's society, there are all kinds of people, so we must be cautious. Never meddle in the affairs of people you don't know. Especially for a rich man like Jack. If the other party knew he was rich, they would most likely blackmail him to death. Thank you, Manager Tang. I didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Jack smiled bitterly, but I do know this girl. She's my college classmate. College classmates? Tanya was stunned. Sure enough, every rich person has one or two poor classmates. Since they were classmates, Tanya had nothing more to say. If she really was hit by a scam, the worst that could happen was that she would come forward to testify. Anyway, the surveillance cameras in the store are very clear and have recording function. However, with such a serious accident happening on her territory, she is afraid that she will not be able to get the title of Outstanding Store Manager this year. Jessica, it's me, Jack. Can you hear me? If you can, stay calm and don't move. I'll help you up first. Jack came to Jessica's side and spoke loudly. His tone was very cold, without any emotion. It was as if he just knew Jessica in front of him, nothing more. Jack, is that you, Jack? Jack, please save me. My face hurts so much. I can't open my eyes. VDD. When Jessica heard Jack's voice, she was overjoyed, as if she had found a life-saving straw, and groped in the direction where Jack's voice came from. If it were in the past, she would have been embraced by Jack. But now, it is obviously impossible. Jack just turned slightly to avoid. It's me, Jessica. I'm helping you sit up now. Don't get excited. The ambulance will be here soon. Also, give me your phone number so I can call your mom. Jack thought about it and decided not to go to a place like the hospital. If you go there, you'll have to pay for the medical expenses. Although Jack is rich, he doesn't want to be a good man. After all, when Jessica left, she had completely broken up with him. At this time, Jack did not sit idly by and did the most he could. Okay. Jack, the phone is in my bag. Where's my bag? My bag is gone. Jessica became even more anxious when she found that her bag was missing. This bag is very expensive. If it was stolen, she would be in great trouble. Don't worry, it's on the ground. I'll get it for you. Jack helped Jessica sit against the counter and picked up the bag and handed it to her. Jack, this is my phone. Jessica fumbled to take out her cell phone and handed it to Jack. After entering the password, Jack found Yi Guifeng's phone number and called her. As soon as the phone was connected, Yi Guifeng's rough voice was heard. Hey, Jessica, how was your blind date with Sungbin? Let me tell you, Chungbin is a second-generation demolition tycoon, and his family has tens of millions in savings. If you follow a man like this, you will definitely not suffer. Blind date? After hearing what Yi Guifeng said, Jack immediately understood why Jessica was here. Love is for blind dates. As for why blind dates come to LV stores, that's easier to explain. Jessica must have brought her blind date here and asked him to buy this and that. Having been together for several years, Jack thinks he knows Jessica quite well. However, from Yi Guifeng's few words, Jack finally understood why Jessica had become the gold digger she is today. Feelings are hereditary. With a mother like this who has distorted values, it would be strange if her daughter had normal values. Chapter 36, Such an Expensive Surgery Fee. Ahem, Yi Guifeng, right? I'm not Jessica. Jack coughed lightly, interrupting what Yi Guifeng was saying. Jack knew Yi Guifeng's name. Originally, he wanted to call her Auntie, but after thinking about it, he gave up. He just pretended to be a kind passerby. Who are you? Are you Sungbin? Yi Guifeng was stunned. She didn't expect that the voice calling her was unfamiliar. Subconsciously, she thought it was the woman's blind date, Su Chungbin. I'm just a passerby. Your daughter was splashed with sulfuric acid in the LV store. He should be sent to Shanghai First Hospital for emergency treatment soon. Your family members should hurry over. The nearest hospital to this shopping mall is Shanghai First Hospital, so I believe the ambulance that will be arriving soon will also be from Shanghai First Hospital. Sprayed with sulfuric acid? What happened? Who did it? How could this happen? Heard Jack's words, she suddenly panicked. What is sulfuric acid? It is a highly corrosive chemical, as anyone knows. If you get splashed with this stuff, you will be disfigured. I don't know the details. I'm just a passerby. By the way, the ambulance is here. I'll give the phone back to your daughter. You can contact her yourself. Jack finished speaking and put the phone into Jessica's hand. He had done what he should do, and the rest depended on Jessica's own fate. After Jessica answered the phone, she immediately started crying heart-wrenchingly to her mother on the other end of the line. At first, Yi Guifeng thought she was being scammed, but after hearing her daughter's voice, she completely believed it. So, after hanging up the phone, she and her husband immediately rushed to the hospital. On this side, Jessica was also taken away by ambulance. She originally wanted Jack to accompany her to the hospital. Even though she was disfigured, she still waited for Jack to change his mind. However, no matter how she called out, there was no response. Jack now has a wife, kids, and a warm home. He is already a winner in life. How could he turn back for an ex-girlfriend? Jessica's little idea was destined to be impossible to accomplish. Jack, are you really not going to take Jessica to the hospital? I'm always a little worried. After Jack came back, he took Olivia out of the LV store. As for those big and small bags, Tanya would naturally arrange for someone to help him put them in the car later. Yeah, there are doctors and nurses, so I'm not needed. Jack shook his head. Besides, I've already contacted her mother, so it shouldn't be a problem. In Jack's opinion, even a tiger would not eat its own cubs. Jessica's mother might be a little materialistic, but she wouldn't just sit there and do nothing when something happens to her daughter, right? Yeah, that's good. Knowing that Jack had contacted Jessica's family, Olivia finally felt relieved. The police also arrived later, but no one knew where Chin Jin Song had disappeared to. After the police took a statement from the LV employee, they started to investigate the surveillance footage. What happened today is definitely a vicious incident and must be solved. However, this has nothing to do with Jack and Olivia. The two people can only be said to be eyewitnesses, but there were many witnesses at the scene and they were not needed. Then, The two continued shopping in the mall. Afterwards, Jack bought Olivia a necklace from Cartier. It wasn't expensive, only about $500,000. But Olivia still felt distressed. More than 500,000 yuan is a sum that an ordinary person cannot save in several years. However, Olivia finally accepted it. This was the first necklace Jack gave her, so she had to wear it well. On the other side, Jessica was sent to the hospital and pushed into the emergency room. At the same time, Song's father and Yi Guifeng and his wife also rushed over. Jessica's younger brother, Song Chunchun, also came over after hearing the news. Dad, Mom, what happened to my sister? Why was she pushed into the emergency room out of nowhere? Song Chunchun frowned and asked, Didn't I say that I went on a blind date with a demolition household today? How could something like this happen? Song Chunchun's face was full of confusion. Why did he end up in the emergency room during a blind date? We don't know either. The doctor said it seems your sister's ex-boyfriend threw sulfuric acid on her face. Your sister was just crying at the time, so I didn't hear her clearly. A passerby told me on her phone. Yi Guifeng shook her head. She still hasn't figured out what exactly happened. Huh? Being splashed with sulfuric acid by an ex-boyfriend? Who would dare to do such a thing? Song Chunchun's face was full of anger. What is sulfuric acid? It is a highly corrosive chemical. Even if it gets a little bit stuck on you, it will cause great harm to you. If you splash it directly on your face, isn't that going to kill you? Who says it's not? Yi Guifeng's brows furrowed even deeper. Her daughter is as beautiful as a flower. What should she do if she's really disfigured and can't get married? You know, she's hoping her daughter can marry into a good family, so she can ask for more dowry. When my son gets married in the future, I can arrange a good house and a good car for him. If I get disfigured, all this would be over. Mom, do you think it was Jack who did it? Suddenly, Song Chunchun seemed to think of a name. Jack? Yi Guifeng was stunned. She finally connected her ex-girlfriend with the name Jack. Yi Guifeng knew that her daughter had only had one boyfriend since she was a child, and that was Jack. Therefore, if sulfuric acid was really thrown on her by her ex-boyfriend, it could only be this Jack. Moreover, they all knew very well why their daughter and Jack broke up. Jack is rich now, so it is not impossible for him to come and take revenge on his daughter. It must be him. Son, let's go find that Jack now. Yi Guifeng grabbed her son's hand and was about to walk out of the hospital. She knew Jack made 500 million. This time, Jack must be made to bleed heavily. 500 million. She must take at least 400 million. Please calm down. Your daughter is still being rescued, and you don't know what's going on. Do you still have a mood to cause trouble for others? Father Song quickly grabbed Yi Guifeng and continued. I heard from the doctor that the store has called the police, and they will catch the murderer. Just stay here quietly. Father Song's tone was stern. At this moment, he was also extremely anxious. But no matter how anxious I am, I have to wait until my daughter comes out of the operating room. Okay, wait here. Yi Guifeng curled her lips. Although she was usually strong, she didn't dare yell at her husband when human lives were at stake. In this way, the family of three waited outside the emergency room for an hour and finally saw a nurse hurriedly walking out of the emergency room. Jessica's family, please pay the medical bills. There's also a surgery form for you to sign. As the nurse spoke, she handed over the operation form and payment slip. Yi Guifeng did not take the surgery order, but snatched the payment slip first. What? 100,000? So expensive. When Yi Guifeng saw the amount on the bill, she felt terrible. Chapter 37 Crowdfunding. When Yi Guifeng saw the bill, she felt terrible. 100,000 for treatment. Isn't this robbery? What kind of disease requires so much money to treat? Miss Nurse, why do you need so much money? Yi Guifeng couldn't help but ask. Well, because the facial damage is so severe, the subsequent treatment costs will be very high. 100,000 is a deposit, but I think it may not be enough. The rescue alone has cost 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. This is the overdraft limit the hospital has given you. The nurse explained. In fact, it's not that the hospital won't provide any treatment at all, just because you have no money. Sometimes, even if you have Social Security, you will also have an overdraft limit, especially when you are sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Rescue is definitely the top priority. Then the family members are asked to pay. However, if you overdraw by 70,000 or 80,000 yuan, the hospital will ask you to pay the money. Hospitals are businesses, not charities. This, Yi Guifeng hesitated for a moment. It's not like they really don't have any money left. The couple have been working for so many years and cannot take out more. but it is no problem for them to take out 200,000 yuan. In the past 2 years, their daughter has also given them a lot of money. There's no problem in taking out 300,000. But this money was intended to buy a car and a house for my son. If it were all used to treat my daughter's illness, what would happen to my son? That's why Yi Guifeng was so conflicted. Just at this time, the doctor came out. Yes, the doctor is here. If you have any questions, just ask him directly. Here is the signature form for you. As a nurse spoke, she stuffed the signature sheet in her hand into Yi Guifeng's hand. She still had to go get medicine and didn't have time to waste here. At the same time, the doctor also spoke. What's going on? The patient is still being treated. Why hasn't he signed yet? The doctor frowned, obviously dissatisfied. When it comes to signing, every second wasted will worsen the patient's condition. Therefore, once the hospital asks you to sign, it is naturally better to decide as early as possible. Doctor, how is my daughter? Is she in danger? Seeing the doctor coming out, Song's father quickly asked. My life is no longer in danger, but my face may never be restored to its original state. The doctor shook his head and sighed. He had seen the girl's ID photo, and she was indeed a beautiful girl. But it is really a pity that he was disfigured by just one bottle of sulfuric acid. What kind of man would be so cruel to attack such a beautiful girl? Huh? In other words, even if we pay 100,000, my daughter's face will be rotten in the future? Yi Guifeng was slightly stunned. She never thought that things would develop to this point. If my daughter's face is rotten, what's the point of saving it? It will have no value anymore. That's not the case. It depends on the recovery. The doctor shook his head and continued. Besides, plastic surgery technology is very advanced nowadays, and it can be restored through plastic surgery later. Plastic surgery? Yi Guifeng subconsciously asked. Doctor, how much will the plastic surgery cost? I mean to restore my daughter's previous appearance. If it were the same as before, it would cost at least 1 million, the doctor said truthfully. He was telling the truth. Plastic surgeries range from double eyelid surgeries costing a few $1,000s to full body plastic surgery costing millions. Moreover, the results of the surgery will vary depending on the price. In Jessica's case, 1 million is an understatement if she wants to fully recover to her former self. This situation cannot be solved with just one operation. At least 3 operations will be required. So, 1 million is definitely the minimum. 1 million? Yi Guifeng swallowed her saliva, finding it hard to believe that it would take so much time for her daughter to recover. After hesitating for a while, Yi Guifeng seemed to have made up her mind. Doctor, we won't pay the money. We won't sign this. We don't have that much money. Stop the operation too. Doctor, what's going on? The doctor was unable to react for a moment. What's going on with this woman? Why did she suddenly stop the treatment? Aren't they family members? Even if you care about money, you can choose not to have plastic surgery, but if you're injured by sulfuric acid today, you still need surgery. Otherwise, your life will still be in danger. Does this mother really not care about her daughter's life or death? Mother, if you suspend the surgery now, you will have to pay the full cost of the surgery. Besides, your daughter can still be saved. Even if her face cannot be saved, her life can still be saved. But if you give up treatment, the sulfuric acid will corrode her face, and the subsequent infection and inflammation will kill your daughter. I advise you to think about it carefully. If you lose money, you can earn it again, but if you lose a person, it's really gone. The doctor was very sincere. They could try their best to save Jessica, but if the family members don't cooperate, there is nothing they can do. That's right, there's no cure. We have no money, not a penny. Yi Guifeng gritted her teeth. For the sake of her son, she could only sacrifice her daughter. Even if my daughter is cured, she will still be a burden in the future. It's better for her to die. Doctor, listen, is this something a mother would say? If it were any normal mother, she probably wouldn't just stand by and watch the child die, right? Even Song Chunshan couldn't help but speak. Mom, that's my sister. How could you just stand by and watch her die? Shut up. Do you still want to buy a house and a car? Your mother only has such a small amount of savings, and I have used it all to treat your sister's illness. How can I buy you a house and a car? Yi Guifeng glared at her son fiercely. With just one sentence, Song Chunshan immediately shut his mouth. Yes, he also wants to buy a house and a car. If you don't have a house or a car, how can you marry the goddess of your dreams? Guifeng, how could you do this? She's our daughter. Father Song on the side curled his lips and couldn't help but speak. As a father, I cannot watch my daughter die no matter what. What happened to my daughter? Isn't it all your fault, you loser? If you could earn more money and save more for your son, would I be unable to take out even 100,000 yuan? It's all your fault, you coward. You're the one who killed my daughter. Yi Guifeng didn't give Song's father any face at all. She pointed at his nose and started scolding him. Father Song was angry but dared not say anything. He had indeed not achieved any good results in these years. This is also the reason why he has always been so cowardly at home. Everyone, why don't you try crowdfunding? This isn't a serious illness, but if it's cured, 100,000 would be enough. The doctor standing by couldn't bear to watch it any longer and offered his own suggestion. Crowdfunding? Yi Guifeng's eyes suddenly lit up. That's a great idea, doctor. How we do it? I'd like to crowdfund for my daughter. Crowdfunding is a good thing. You can keep the money you raise for yourself. What's more, you don't have to spend a penny from start to finish. Isn't that wonderful? It's very simple. I'll find someone to help you later. Just sign first, and we'll go get treatment. If we miss the opportunity for treatment, it will be useless even if we raise money. As the doctor spoke, he pointed to the medical form in Yi Guifeng's hand. Chapter 38, another letter from Lao Li. No problem, no problem. We'll sign it right away. Lao Song, you sign it. Yi Guifeng nodded repeatedly. However, she herself had no intention of signing. Let's let Dad Song make such a big decision. Naturally, Song's father would not object. Although he is a coward, he truly loves his daughter. So, after taking the signature form, he immediately signed his name on it. The doctor breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the family members sign. As doctors, their duty is to cure diseases and save lives. Even though they are often powerless due to the hospital's rules and regulations, they will do their best to save lives. Soon, the doctor went back to continue the operation. As for Yi Guifeng, there's also a special nurse who comes to coordinate and help with online crowdfunding. On the other side, Jack and Olivia also returned home. Jack got home and packed up. He received a message from Ethan. When I opened it, it turned out to be Jessica as crowdfunding information. The fundraising goal was 100,000 new Taiwan dollars, and the message also included a picture of Jessica wrapped in bandages. Old Lee, this must be the law of karma. Ethan sighed. Jessica was apparently fine yesterday, but unexpectedly, due to unexpected events, she became like this in just one day. To be honest, it's really sigh-worthy. Well, I was there at the time. It was very unfortunate indeed. Jack said calmly. Although I feel a little sympathy for Jessica, it was ultimately Jessica's own fault. This is the result of excessive worship of material things. Old Lee, will you donate money? Ethan couldn't help but ask. I saw many people in our school donated, but not much, only 10 or 20 yuan, and the most donated was only 100 yuan. Jessica is indeed very miserable, and the information written on the crowdfunding is also very pitiful. But after all, we are not familiar with each other. That is, her own classmates donated a lot, but the largest amount was only 100. If this continues, it will definitely take at least 10 days or half a month to collect 100,000. Ethan knew that Jack was very rich, so he also wanted to know if Jack would donate more to his ex-girlfriend. With Jack's ability, it would be no problem for him to donate 100,000 at one time. Jessica did when the two of them broke up was indeed excessive. It's no problem even if Jack doesn't pay a penny. Sure enough, Jack just replied with a few words. Just donate 500 yuan as a token of your appreciation. Even if it was a stranger, he would give him 500. $500 is the most I can do. Well, this is also good. I know that the school seems to have launched a fundraising campaign, and the public has also mobilized. It should be no problem to raise 100,000. What is written in Jessica's crowdfunding information is really tragic. She was splashed with sulfuric acid by her ex-boyfriend, who was arrested and left penniless and unable to pay compensation. My parents don't have much money, and I have a younger brother who is still in school, so they can't afford even a penny. That's why we do crowdfunding. Of course, Jack knew very well that except for the sulfuric acid attack, most of this information was nonsense. For example, the boyfriend who threw sulfuric acid has no money to compensate. Do I have no money? I spent all my money on buying bags for Jessica. Those bags can be sold for hundreds of thousands of yuan, even if they are sold secondhand. There was no problem raising enough money for the surgery. If Jessica hadn't cheated people out of all their money, he wouldn't have gone to this extreme. As for Jessica's parents, after so many years, they must have some savings. Especially in the 2 years that Jessica and Jack have been together, they have hardly spent any money. Jessica saved all of her monthly salary of 7,000 to 8,000 yuan and gave most of the money she saved to her parents. This money is at least 100,000. Therefore, if Song's father and mother can't even come up with 100,000 yuan, it's pure nonsense. Jack estimated that these two people definitely didn't want to spend a penny, mainly because they wanted to leave the money to their son. When Jack and Jessica were together, it was known that the couple was very patriarchal. I wish that after my daughter gets married, I can give her a house and a car. Now that their daughter is in trouble and disfigured, it would be strange if they were willing to spend money. If it were in the past, Jack wouldn't have thought so. But ever since he pretended to go bankrupt, he realized how cruel human nature can be. Jack nodded and said nothing more. Then, he chatted with Ethan for a while and then went offline. Jessica helped message again and saw that there was already 20,000 in fundraising. These are all thanks to the school, and many current students and alumni have donated. I guess you can't count on Jessica's relatives and friends. After hesitating for a while, he still gave 10,000. This 10,000 yuan is his final farewell to his youth. That night, Jack stayed at Olivia's house again. The babysitter won't be back until tomorrow morning. So, he is needed to stay and take care of the children today. Today, nothing happened between the two of them. Some things need to be done slowly. You won't be able to get what you want if you're too impatient. However, after Olivia fell asleep, Jack finally received good news from Lowly again. Jack, has your relationship with our wife progressed recently? Lowly sent two smiley faces. However, seeing the title of our wife, Jack always felt a little obedient. It felt like he was sharing his wife with others. Of course, this was just a psychological effect, and Jack didn't think much about it. Lowly, Olivia, and I have indeed become closer. Jack didn't hide anything and told the truth. Lowly is his future self. There is no point in hiding it. Ha, that's right. Oldly laughed and then said, I came here today because I have another good news to tell you. The good news? Jack saw the message from Lowly. His eyes suddenly lit up. The good news that Lowly told Jack last time made Jack earn 500 million in the stock market. I wonder what good news this time will bring. Although Lowly hasn't said anything yet, Jack is already looking forward to it. Old Lee, don't keep me in suspense. Are there any good investment projects? Are they lucrative? Jack asked anxiously. Haha, absolutely huge profits. Have you heard of virtual currency? Virtual currency? Jack was slightly stunned. Of course he had heard of virtual currency. Anyone who works in finance knows about virtual currency. However, if this thing had been around 7 or 8 years ago, it would definitely have been a good project worth investing in. At that time, virtual currency had just entered the public eye, and the price was very cheap. The price of a virtual currency may even be just a few US dollars. But now, the value of a virtual currency has risen to more than 20,000 US dollars. At its peak, it even reached more than 50,000 US dollars. Of course, the era of more than 50,000 US dollars is over. The current price of virtual currency is hovering around 20,000. But even at this price, it is very considerable. If people 7 or 8 years ago could have saved 1,000 of them and sold them now, they would have become multimillionaires. Chapter 39, I'm here to see my nephew. However, the bonus period of virtual currency has long passed. If you enter the virtual currency market now, you will most likely lose money. Jack didn't understand why Lowly chose to let him invest in virtual currency at this time. However, Jack is also a smart man, and he soon guessed the reason. Old Lee, is there a small peak in virtual currency recently? Although the bonus period of virtual currency has passed, it is still possible that there will be a small peak occasionally. Ah, that's right. Starting the day after tomorrow, the price of virtual currency will skyrocket. In 2 weeks, it will go from $20,000 to a maximum of $42,000. From 20,000 US dollars to 42,000 US dollars? Upon hearing the news, Jack's eyes suddenly lit up. This is doubled. He now has 500 million in his hands. If he converts all of it into virtual currency and sells it all when the price reaches 40,000 US dollars per coin, it will become 1 billion. What does 1 billion in funds mean? There are many billionaires throughout Dacia. There are more than 100,000 people with a net worth of over 100 million. However, this net worth includes various types of assets, such as real estate, securities, etc. If we only look at bank deposits, we have to subtract at least 1/3, which means only about 70,000 people. For bank deposits exceeding 10 billion, the number may have to be reduced by another 1/3, which means only about 24,000 people. In other words, if this investment is successful, Jack may be one of the top 24,000 people in the country. It doesn't sound like a big deal, but if these 24,000 people are evenly distributed to all cities across the country, it would be equivalent to Jack being one of the top 100 richest people in your city. And this does not include county-level cities. If county-level cities were included, Jack's wealth would even rank among the top 80. This is already considered entering the upper class. That's great, Old Lee. But why would the price of virtual currency increase so much? This doesn't make sense. Jack still felt a little strange. Virtual currency is a virtual currency. The biggest difference between it and national currency is that virtual currency itself has no value. This kind of thing would not have such a big increase without particularly favorable policies. Even if there is a war, it will not necessarily cause too much fluctuation. This can be seen in the last big surge in gold prices. There is no fluctuation in virtual currency. It's simple because the Giga Bank in the United States went bankrupt. Giga Bank went bankrupt? Jack was even more shocked when he saw the message sent by Lao Li. Giga Bank is a large bank that has been entrenched in the United States for decades and is very powerful. Even a bank like this can go bankrupt, but it's normal to think about it. The economic situation in recent years has been very bad. As an international financial center, the United States is naturally the first to be hit when risks arise. Giga Bank itself already had various problems, so it was understandable that it could not withstand the risks. The collapse of banks has caused ordinary people to lose confidence in the traditional banking industry, so they have turned to investing in virtual currencies. This will lead to a surge in virtual currencies. Old Lee, I know about this matter. I'll start operating right away. After Jack finished speaking, he immediately logged into his virtual currency account. He already had a virtual currency account a long time ago, but he didn't know much about it and had never invested in it. Now, with Lao Li's guidance, he can naturally operate with confidence and boldness. He directly exchanged all the 500 million into US dollars and exchanged them for a total of 4,400 virtual coins. Jack is very lucky. The value of virtual currency has been falling during this period, and the current price is only 16,000 US dollars per coin. This is the cheapest time in recent years. According to Lao Li, the virtual currency could eventually rise to 42,000 US dollars per coin. Jack is not greedy. As long as the price reaches 41,000 US dollars, he will sell them all. By then, the 4,400 virtual coins in his hand will be worth 1 billion. Thinking of this, Jack suddenly became happy. After buying the virtual currency, he no longer paid attention to it. Virtual currency and futures are still different. Futures have forced liquidation, but virtual currency will not be forced to close positions. Just take good security precautions and avoid being hacked by hackers. In this way, time quickly came to the third day. Being with Olivia, all Jack has to do every day is to take Olivia to and from work. Although Olivia has a car and can go by herself, Jack still insists on taking Olivia to and from work. At first, Olivia was a little embarrassed, but as time went on, she began to enjoy the process. At the same time, all the employees of Tianqing International knew that their goddess chairman was in love. Moreover, the person she is in love with is also a wealthy man. After all, the Pagani Zonda was so dazzling that it was impossible for the employees not to pay attention to it. On the third night, which was 9 o'clock in the evening of Daxia time, Giga Bank, far away on the other side of the ocean, also officially declared bankruptcy. As soon as the news was announced, the first to be affected were the banks. The stocks of all listed banks in the world fell instantly after opening. Naturally, Daxia was not immune. However, Daxia's several official banks are still very strong. The reputation of these banks is unmatched by those private banks. Although the stock price has been affected to a certain extent, overall, the impact is not too great. However, unlike the plunge in bank stocks, virtual currencies quickly entered a state of skyrocketing. The price of virtual currency is rising almost every second. In just one day, the price increased from 16,000 to 20,000. Moreover, the price is still rising. On the third day, it even soared to 30,000. However, after reaching 30,000, the rate of increase slowed down slightly. The main reason is that many people who were trapped at high levels started selling at this price. There are still many people like this. After all, the price of virtual currency reached 50,000 at its highest at that time. Although it is only 30,000 US dollars now, it has increased a lot compared to 16,000 US dollars a few days ago. Therefore, some people start selling virtual currency in order to stop losses or because they need cash. Of course, there are also many people who are optimistic about the rise of virtual currencies and are quickly buying them up. In this way, the price of virtual currency slowly rises under the stalemate between you selling and me buying. On this day, an uninvited guest came to Jack's home in the city center. "Dejong, why are you here?" When he saw the person coming, Lee's father's brows immediately frowned. "During this period, my mother has been living with Jack almost all the time because she has to take care of her grandson. Dad Lee was bored at home, so he came over and stayed for a few days. Who would have thought that just a few days later, uninvited guests would come to the door? Brother, I'm here to see my nephew Jack. I heard that he has been very successful recently. He has made a lot of money in the stock market. Look, the Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon. Lily's school gave out some rice dumplings, and I brought them here for you to taste." Chapter 40, Is My Home a Recycling Station? Stephen was carrying a box of gifts and was about to walk into the house while talking and smiling. Wait, what are you carrying?" Dad Lee quickly stopped Stephen and prevented him from coming in. When this guy knew that Jack was bankrupt, he went too far and even gave Jack $500 to humiliate him. Now, knowing that Jack has made a lot of money, he comes over again with a shameless face. "Do you still have any shame? Since you're leaving now, just leave. Now you want to enter the gate of their Leaf family? Do you really think that their Leaf family is a vegetable market? You can come and go as you please?" When Jack posted on WeChat Moments, he did not deliberately block these relatives. Stephen saw it immediately and sent a greeting message to Jack. However, Jack directly blocked Stephen's entire family. Later, Stephen also wanted to go to Lee's father and mother to apologize and clear up the misunderstanding. If we could get forgiveness from Lee's father and mother. Based on their understanding of Lee's father and mother, as long as they forgive them, Jack's money will have to be spent on their aunts, uncles, and sisters, right? Buying a luxury car or mansion worth millions is a simple thing, right? Moreover, Stephen himself is also a stock trader. He also made hundreds of thousands during the 14-year bull market. It was also from then on that he gave up all his businesses and devoted himself to the stock market. The stock market is a very magical place. If a novice enters it, he may make a lot of money. But if you don't stop when you're ahead, you might end up losing everything. This is what happened to Stephen. After making hundreds of thousands of dollars in 2014, he also invested some money through margin trading. As a result, the money has not been cashed out yet. Once you're trapped at the highest point, it is not easy to get out. So, today Stephen came here and wanted to learn from Jack and ask him to recommend one or two stocks. In this way, he can also make some money. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. However, later on, my mother basically lived with Jack, and Dad Lee would come and stay for a few days every now and then. Stephen wanted to visit Lee's mother's house to apologize, but there was no one at home. After asking other relatives, I found out that the two people had come to Jack's place. Although Stephen didn't know where Jack's home was, he could probably find out by asking any relative. It just so happened that his daughter's school distributed Dragon Boat Festival gifts, so he used them to offer gifts without spending a penny. However, Mr. Lee is not a fool, nor is he the kind of person who would be soft-hearted just because someone says a few nice words to him. At that time, he had completely seen through his 3 younger sisters and brother-in-law. Now that my son has become successful, even if I have money, I will no longer spend it on them. Brother, these are rice dumplings given by Lily's school. They are all very good. Look, they're all vacuum packed. You've definitely never had it before. Stephen opened the box ostentatiously, took out a rice dumpling, and handed it to Lee's father. Dad Lee took a look and saw that there were only 6 items in such a big box, including the one in his hand. According to his estimation, the box can hold at least 12 dumplings. Now only 6 were brought, and it was obvious that the remaining 6 were taken out and eaten by themselves. Moreover, the packaging of the remaining rice dumplings said that they were all sweet, such as candied dates, red beans, bean paste, etc. Although sweet rice dumplings are also delicious, everyone in their family likes to eat salty rice dumplings. Including the 3 younger sisters, they all like to eat salty rice dumplings. Now, these 6 dumplings are all sweet. Obviously, they are not wanted by Stephen's family. It doesn't matter. Dad Lee doesn't like eating zongzi anyway. This rice dumpling doesn't even have a production date or expiration date, and it's obviously a very cheap one. A rice dumpling costs at most 3 yuan. Maybe it's not even as expensive as the packaging. What's even more outrageous is that there were actually 2 packets of instant noodles in a bag, and they were of the Lautan flavor. Who still eats Laotenwai instant noodles nowadays? It's fucking disgusting. Seeing that Lee's father was staring at the instant noodles in the box, Stephen also smiled. Brother, I brought these 2 packs of instant noodles especially for you. We have too much instant noodles at home, and we can't finish them all. I know you like instant noodles, so I brought it to you. As Stephen spoke, he handed the rice dumpling gift box to Lee's father, as if it was a huge gift. This made Lee's father very angry. Even if you're giving away instant noodles, could you at least give a box? You gave me 2 packs of instant noodles that you couldn't finish? Do you really think I'm a beggar? Besides, even if you can't bear to give me just 1 box, could you at least give me 2 barrels? Sending 2 bags of plastic-wrapped instant noodles of the Laudan flavor, what does this mean? So, Dadley directly refused. No need. Don't you know how unhygienic the production process of Laudan instant noodles is? I no longer eat instant noodles, especially those in bags. Take it back and eat it yourself. Dadley thoroughly emphasized the word bagged. After finishing speaking, Fatherly still seemed a little unsatisfied and continued. If you're only here to give away these things you don't want today, then take them all back. My Xiaofeng is rich now. He can afford anything. He doesn't need your charity. If you have nothing else, go ahead. We also want to eat Wu Fengzhai's rice dumplings. After saying this, Dadley was about to close the door. What they ate today were the Wu Fengzhai rice dumplings that Olivia especially gave them. The authentic Wu Fengzhai rice dumplings are very famous throughout the country and taste very good. With such delicious rice dumplings, who would eat the ones you don't want? Hey, don't, bro. I'm really here to apologize. Xiaoqin is your biological sister after all. Even if you don't forgive me, you have to forgive your biological sister, right? Seeing that Mr. Lee was not moved by his persuasion, Stephen had no choice but to play the emotional card. Hearing this, Dadley also fell silent. A sister is a sister after all. Blood is thicker than love. For the sake of my sister and my father, I can't go too far. Just when Mr. Lee wanted to let Stephen in, Jack came back. Dad, why are you standing at the door instead of going in? Huh? Why are you here? Jack frowned when he saw Stephen coming to his house. Jack least wants to be visitors to his home. It would definitely be Stephen's family. This family is a typical ungrateful family. Jack had no good feelings towards him at all. When they came into the house and stepped on the floor, Jack wanted to knock down the floor and relay it. Because he thinks it's dirty. Xiaofeng, isn't it the Dragon Boat Festival? I'll bring you some gifts. These are all brought back by Lily from school. They're great things, Stephen said with a smile. Gifts? Haha, are you giving us the rubbish you don't want anymore? Hey, there are still 2 packets of instant noodles. Do you really think our house is a recycling station? You don't even need this for a dog, do you? Jack didn't give Stephen any face and started to argue directly. Hearing this, Stephen felt embarrassed. Although what Jack said was the truth, it was indeed very embarrassing to say it in front of him. However, Stephen needed help today, so he had to endure it even if he was unhappy. Ahem, Xiaofeng, it was your uncle who was wrong before. Your uncle apologizes to you. Chapter 41, Speeding. Stephen smiled awkwardly. He knew that the situation he was facing was extremely embarrassing, but at this moment, as long as he didn't feel embarrassed, he would not be the one who was embarrassed. As long as I can get Jack's forgiveness, anything is fine. I'm sorry, Mr. Sun. I can't accept your apology. If you have nothing else, go back. We still have things to do. Don't keep in touch with me anymore. There's no need. Jack said coldly. You ignored me before, but now you can't afford me. Whether to borrow money or not is what is right. But since you chose not to lend the money in the first place, it is equivalent to severing the relationship between the 2 parties. Jack won't feel resentment, but he won't feel gratitude either. This family has nothing to do with him anymore. Moreover, Stephen obviously had no sincerity in his apology. Bringing instant noodles to apologize? Is this an apology? This is clearly just making things difficult for others. After saying that, Jack turned around and walked into the house, closing the door behind him. Damn you, Jack. You brat. You bastard. It's just $2. What's so great about it? Stephen was turned away and became furious. After cursing twice, he left. Seeing his son making the choice for him. Although Dadley felt helpless, he had no choice but to accept it. My younger sister's family is a bunch of ungrateful bastards who are impossible to tame. It's better not to contact them from now on. After dinner at home, Jack had nothing to do, so he decided to go out for a drive. By the way, he also wanted to go to the 4S store to order a new car. The Pagani Zonda is quite fun to drive, but it is not practical when there are many people in the family. He planned to buy a new car for himself and also buy one for Lee's father. Dadley has a driver's license, but he has never bought a car in many years. Jack has finally fulfilled Lee's father's long-cherished wish. Jack got down to work and drove out. At the same time, a group of rich second generations also drove their luxury cars out to race. Mr. Lin, look, isn't that your Pagani Zonda? Suddenly, Someone saw the son of wind speeding down the road and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Hmm, it really is my son of the wind." Lynch squinted his eyes and looked at the receding car of son of wind, feeling a little surprised. "I didn't expect to come across the car I sold here. Mr. Lin, why did you sell the son of wind to a stranger? It would be better to sell it to me." One of the rich young men curled his lips and couldn't help but speak. "This is the Pagani Zonda. Discontinued model. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. I watched the car being sold, and it would be a lie to say I didn't feel sad. In fact, they were not the only ones who felt pity. Lin Chun himself also felt extremely heartbroken. This car is the best one he has ever owned. If he hadn't been in urgent need of money, he would never have sold the car. However, the price of $35 million is quite reasonable and can be considered a small profit. Humph, I'd like to sell it to you. Can you afford it? They paid $35 million. I'm afraid you can't even come up with $10 million, right?" Lin Chun snorted coldly. Although they are all second-generation rich, being second-generation does not mean they can really spend hundreds of millions of dollars at will. For them, hundreds of thousands or millions are just pocket money. But it is still a bit stressful to really take out tens of millions of cash. Usually they don't have the awareness of saving pocket money and basically spend whatever their parents give them. Therefore, it is still a bit difficult to come up with $35 million to buy a car. Because of this, Lin Chun could only sell the car to a used car dealership. If the second generation around him could come up with more than $30 million, he would not choose such a troublesome method. "Ahem, Master Lin, if you wait for me for a year, I can definitely save up $35 million. The rich second generation chuckled. "Come on, by the time you save up that much money, the flowers will be cold." Lin Chun rolled his eyes at the second generation in annoyance. "If he waits for a year, he won't have to sell the car. Brother Lin, how about we go and see who the guy who bought your car is? There's no such second generation in our circle. If he really is such a great person, we can take this opportunity to get to know him." The second generation smiled and made a suggestion. "Well, that's a good suggestion. Let's catch up and see." "Okay, I've been waiting for you to say this. Brothers, let's go." "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 second-generation people got into their cars and chased in the direction Jack left. They're all the top second generation of Shanghai, and their cars are basically worth tens of millions, such as Lamborghini Bull, Porsche 918, and so on. In fact, they had no ill intentions. Just like what the first young master said, they just wanted to get to know the new young master. As the top second generation, there are definitely no idiots. They may be playful and mischievous at ordinary times, but each of them is very smart. The second generation who are playing now will inherit their family business in the future. In this way, now that they are familiar with each other, it will be smoother for them to cooperate in business in the future. At the same time, the various high-end bureaus they set up were also intended to attract more young masters to join. A powerful combination. Anyone who can afford to spend more than $30 million to buy a sports car is definitely not an ordinary person. There is no harm in getting to know such people in advance. Jack didn't drive fast, and soon the group of second-generation drivers caught up with him. Lin Chun, who was at the front, drove to Jack's side, rolled down the window, and honked the horn hard. Jack was still very alert. When so many luxury cars suddenly appeared around him, he realized that the other party was looking for him. However, judging from their appearance, they didn't seem to have any ill intentions. So, I took the initiative to lower the window. Seeing that the driver was a young man, Lin Chun became even more certain that he was some rich second generation. If it were the first generation, it would be almost impossible to afford Son of Wind at this age. "Brother, the car is great. Do you want to go for a spin?" There are no surveillance cameras along the way. After going around and down the elevated road, it's exactly 10 kilometers. Lin Chun shouted loudly. At this time, both cars were driving slowly, so they could hear what the other party was saying. "Ugh." Jack smiled and agreed readily. Recently, he has been thinking about how to enter the circle of these second-generation people. If a person is just rich, there is nothing special about it. Money is not everything. Only if you are rich and powerful can you gain a foothold in this world. And now, these young masters in front of them are obviously not ordinary people. By integrating with them, you can borrow their momentum. If anything happens in the future, I will be able to find someone to help. Seeing that Jack agreed, Lin Chun honked the horn excitedly. This horn is their internal communication signal, and next, it's time to race. Suddenly, the roar of a sports car engine was heard on the viaduct. Chapter 42, A Big Customer is Coming. Jack is a very good driver. When he was in college, In addition to making money by trading stocks, he also learned many skills. Racing is one of them. He also joined a racing club and received instruction from a professional coach. Moreover, Jack is very talented, and under the guidance of a professional coach, he has even reached the level of an ordinary racing driver. Although these second-generation guys like to race, in terms of driving skills, they're just amateurs and definitely cannot compare with Jack. Moreover, although they were also driving luxury cars, their performance was slightly inferior to that of the Son of Wind. After the race started, Jack stepped on the accelerator and took the lead directly. Wow, Master Lin, your Son of Wind is really awesome. The acceleration is too fast. The younger brother behind couldn't help but exclaimed, "Stop talking nonsense and chase him. This guy's also a great driver." As Lin Shin spoke, he turned on the racing mode. These top-of-the-line sports cars all have multiple modes to choose from. The racing mode is adapted for use on the track. Next, it's time for you to chase me. However, no matter how hard the rich boys tried, they could never catch up with Jack. The car speed even reached 280 miles per hour at one point. However, they could only look at Jack's taillights and sigh. Damn, this guy's a professional racer, right? Some people couldn't help but complain. Haha, that's really amazing. Let's go, we've reached the finish line. Soon a group of people arrived at their destination. At this time, Jack also got out of the car. This was his first time driving the Son of Wind at full power, and it must be said that the performance of this car was really very good. Even the professional racing he experienced in the racing club couldn't compare to it. Of course, professional racing cars also have different grades. The professional racing car that Jack experienced was just the most basic one, and that kind of car is definitely not as good as the Son of Wind. Less than a minute after Jack got off the car, Lin Shun and others also drove to their destination. Brother, sure, this Sonda is not in tatters now that it's in your hands. Jack with a smile. Are you Mr. Lin Shun Lin who sells cars? Jack was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet the original owner here. He knew the name of the original owner of the car, as his name was written on the car purchase contract. It's just that I haven't seen the real person. Jack was still a little surprised after seeing Lin Shun. The original owner of the car was even younger than he had imagined. He looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, just reaching adulthood. However, Jack didn't worry too much. This age is the time to love playing. That's right. Brother, you're a very good driver. Have you practiced before? Lin Shin smiled and stretched out his hand to shake hand with Jack. Yeah, I've had it a few times in the club. Jack nodded slightly and spoke truthfully. You're so good after just a few attempts? Brother, you must be a professional racing driver, right? The rest of the second generation couldn't help but ask. They had also seen professional racing drivers before, and the feeling they gave was similar to the one Jack had just brought. Haha, you must be joking, brother. I'm just an ordinary person, not a racing driver. I just like playing with cars. Jack smiled and waved his hand. Brother, you are too modest. Your performance is obviously that of a professional racing driver. That's right, big brother. Your level is probably at least that of a third-level racer. Brother, let's go to the supercar club together when you have time. Several rich young men invited Jack. They could tell from Jack's temperament that this man was definitely not an ordinary person. It will definitely be beneficial to build good relationships now. Okay, I'll definitely have a chance. Jack didn't refuse either. The tempers of these young masters were much better than he had imagined, and they got along very well with each other. This gave Jack a different impression of the top second-generation players. Then, after chatting for a while, the two sides exchanged WeChat accounts and made an appointment to go to the supercar club together next time. After that, Jack said goodbye and left. After a delay, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Jack arrived at the Auto City. Jack didn't hang around, but drove directly to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. I found a random parking space, parked the car and got out, and a female salesperson immediately came to greet me. Hello, sir. Are you looking to buy a car? I'm Chun Fong, a salesperson at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. You can call me Xiao Chun. Chun Fong nodded and bowed to Jack, being very polite. Jack got off a Pagani. Anyone who can afford this kind of car must be a top wealthy person. Jack glanced at Chun Fong and nodded lightly. The Chun Fong in front of him was indeed quite pretty and was wearing a work suit. Below is a short suit skirt wrapped in stockings. A short suit skirt usually goes below the knee, but maybe for the sake of beauty, or maybe for some other purpose, Chun Fong's skirt just covered her thighs. However, no matter how short the skirt is, it won't have any effect on Jack. After seeing a beauty like Olivia, He no longer had any interest in an ordinary person like Shinfang. Okay, sir, what's your name? My last name is Li. Okay, Mr. Li, please follow me this way. Under the guidance of Chun Fong, Jack walked into the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Mr. Li, do you have any car model in mind? If not, I can recommend a few to you. You just need to tell me what you need. Recommended car model? Jack paused for a moment, then continued. I want to buy a G-Class and then a million-level sedan. Big G, $1 million car. Heard Jack's words. Her eyes suddenly lit up and the smile on her face became even wider. A fully equipped G-Class will cost at least $2,500,000 or $600,000. Even if it is full payment, as long as the configuration is in place, she can still get a considerable commission. As for million-level luxury cars, there are also many options. For example, the Mercedes-Benz S-Class perfectly meets Jack's requirements. If she can sell 2 luxury cars worth more than $1 million today, taking into account her previous sales, she will definitely be the sales champion this month. Okay, sir, shall I take you to see the G63 first? Shinfang asked politely. No problem. Jack nodded. Soon, under the guidance of Chun Fong, Jack saw the G63 lying in the corner like a wild beast. The G63 is a luxury car of a higher grade than the G500. The two cars are actually very similar in appearance. The name of Big G actually includes 2 models. If it were an ordinary customer, Chun Fong might recommend G500, but Jack came in his own so Chun Fong would naturally recommend the more expensive G63. Sir, this G63 is a new model this year, and the price will be a little more expensive. If it lands, it will probably cost around $3 million. Sales is not about talking nonsense. Chapter 43, Return Home. The G63 is an imported car. Taking into account various taxes and fees, as well as various configurations, the landing price is indeed close to $3 million. Of course, if you reduce some unnecessary items, you can get it for as low as $2.8 million. However, Jack has no intention of reducing the configuration. If you're going to buy it, you must buy the best. No problem, I want this car. How long will it take to get the car? Jack asked with a smile. 2,800,000 is nothing. Although he invested 500 million yuan in the virtual currency market, he still had about 10 million yuan in cash. There is nothing wrong with buying a car. Mr. Li, if you order a car today, you can pick it up in 2 weeks at the latest. 2 weeks? Jack nodded in satisfaction. 2 weeks was considered a relatively fast time, and he could accept it. Yes, no problem. Order me another Mercedes-Benz S450 and swipe the card together. The Mercedes-Benz S450 has a landing price of approximately 1.5 million yuan, which perfectly meets Jack's requirements. Moreover, this car is very stable and suitable for people of Li's age to drive. After saying that, Jack took out his bank card and handed it to Chun Fong. Okay, Mr. Li, I'll go get the contract right away. Chun Fong took the bank card from Jack, and when she saw that it was a platinum card, her eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that these 2 orders will definitely be successful today. Mr. Li, please sit down for a moment. I'll go get the contract. Would you like coffee or tea? I'll pour you a cup first. Let's drink tea. I can't get used to Western soy milk. Okay, Mr. Li, I'll have someone bring it to you right away. After Chun Fong had someone pour her a cup of tea, she went to prepare the contract. By the way, he also applied for some preferential treatment for Jack. For example, full car covers, free maintenance, and so on. Jack doesn't really care about these little things. But since it was free, I took it. Soon, Jack got the contract. The purchase contract for the S450 is written in Li's father's name. And when the car arrives, Li's father's name can also be written on a license plate. When the time comes, ask Li's dad to come and pick up the car. He will definitely be very happy. After signing the contract and paying the money, Jack left. During this period, Chun Fong secretly slipped a business card to Jack, saying that she was online 24 hours a day. Jack can contact her if he has any questions. If you have any needs, you can contact her. Jack is not a fool, so he naturally understands what Chun Fong means. However, he had no interest in Chun Fong. What he likes is natural beauty. Although Chun Fong is also beautiful, there's a sense of technology everywhere. This is something Jack can't accept. After buying the car, Jack went home. Meanwhile, Olivia also returned home. She was not going to Wang Mansion's home, but her father's home. That is Chu Tianqing's home. Chu Tianqing lives in Wangjiang Mansion, the most luxurious villa area in Shanghai. There are a total of 21 villas in Wangjiang Mansion. Chu Tianqing lives in the king of buildings. The villa covers an area of more than 2,000 square meters, in addition to which there is a garden of more than 3,000 square meters. The whole villa is priced at $3 billion. It can be said that this is the most expensive house in Shanghai, no doubt about it. Dad, I'm back. Olivia returned home and saw her father reading a newspaper in the living room. She called out weakly, "You're back? You came back alone." Chu Tianxing was immediately delighted to see his daughter coming back, as he hadn't seen his daughter for a long time. I looked up at my daughter, and she seemed to have lost some weight. This made Chu Tianxing feel very distressed, but it didn't show on his face. He was still annoyed because his daughter got pregnant before marriage, and he didn't even know who the father of the child was. However, even though he was annoyed, he actually felt very sorry for his daughter. This can be seen from the fact that she let her daughter take over Tianxing International. With Tianxing International under my daughter's name, she will not starve to death. Of course, what Chu Tianxing meant by starving to death was that he could not eat abalone and shark fin every day and had servants to serve him. In fact, Olivia's life is more comfortable than most ordinary people. Well, I came back alone. The babies are sleeping right now, so I'll take this opportunity to come back, Olivia said with a grin. Snort. Chu Tianxing snorted coldly, and then said in a voice that only he could hear, "You little bitch, you don't even know to bring your child back to see your grandparents." Well, my daughter rarely comes home, so don't be so stern. At this moment, a woman dressed elegantly came out. Baby, let mommy see. My baby has lost weight. The woman walked up to Olivia, and her eyes suddenly turned red. How come my daughter has become thinner again after not seeing her for a while? Mom, I'm losing weight. I finally lost some weight. Why are you not happy? This middle-aged woman is Olivia's mother. Olivia also smiled when she saw her mother. Olivia deeply realized this after becoming a mother herself. You girl, you must not have eaten well during work. Don't go to the company anymore. Just come home and live. I will take care of the 2 children. I don't think your dad would dare to say anything. After saying this, Mother Chu glared at Chu Tianxing fiercely. If this guy hadn't been so vicious at the beginning, how could my daughter have suffered raising a child alone outside? The family obviously has such good conditions. Snort. Hearing what Chu's mother said, Chu Tianxing snorted coldly, but did not object. Obviously, he also wanted his daughter to come back home and live with him, but he just couldn't bring himself to say it. Having been in a high position for many years, Chu Tianxing is sometimes very arrogant. It's good that you're back. I can find you some blind dates, so I can marry you off. Chu Tianxing said lightly. He is actually very worried about his daughter's marriage. My daughter is getting older and has 2 children, so it is indeed difficult for her to find a qualified husband. After all, the first thing is to make people not mind the existence of 2 children. However, Chu Tianxing was not too worried. There were so many young talents, there would always be 1 or 2 suitable ones, right? Olivia heard her father mention this. She suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. Fortunately, Chu's mother spoke in time. You girl, can't possibly tell me who the father of the child is? The child is already this big. He can't be without a father forever, right? What's the harm in saying it? Your mom and I and your dad are not the kind of people who despise the poor and love the rich. As long as the person is good, even if the family is poor, we can accept it. As Chu's mother spoke, she winked at her daughter frantically. Her meaning was very clear. If her daughter really knew who the father of the child was, she could tell him now, and maybe she could get him into the family. During this period of time, they all heard that a handsome man would come to pick up their daughter after get off work every day. This person is most likely the man of my daughter and the father of the child. Mother Chu wanted to take this opportunity to let her daughter confess herself. Chapter 44, Is There a Financial Problem? Snort. Chu Tianxing snorted coldly again. But after snorting coldly, he fell silent again. In fact, he certainly hopes that his future son-in-law will be a young man from a wealthy family. In this way, my daughter's marriage to the other party can be considered a match made in heaven. But now that his daughter even has a child, he no longer cares about the issue of whether the 2 families are a good match. As long as people are nice, that's enough. As for whether or not he had talent, Chu Tianxing didn't care. As long as the person is good, it doesn't matter if he is an idiot. Anyway, he doesn't expect his daughter and son-in-law to inherit the family business, and he will hand over the family property to professional agents in the future. As for the only daughter, just let her take all the shares and enjoy it. With his family fortune, it is enough to support his ancestors for more than 10 generations. Mom, actually I came back today just to talk about this. Olivia lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. She went home today just to tell her family about Jack's situation. If her parents were willing to accept, she would take Jack home. After all, she has met Jack as parents. Whether for the sake of benefit or fairness, she has to let his parents know about Jack's existence. Hmm? Honey, are you willing to tell me who that man is? Or, have you found a new boyfriend? Hearing her daughter's words, Chu's mother's eyes suddenly lit up and she asked two questions in a row. But no matter how big the disaster is, Chu Ma believes that she can accept it. As long as my daughter is happy. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. From her daughter's shy look, Mother Chu could tell that her daughter must be very satisfied with that man. In other words, my daughter must be happy. If that's the case, how can Mother not be happy? Chu Tianxing, who was holding a newspaper at the side, still pretended to be indifferent, but his ears were perked up, secretly listening to the conversation between the mother and daughter. Yes, Mom, he is the father of the child. He is my classmate in the same department in college. Olivia lowered her head and said sheepishly, a classmate from the same department? What's his name? Hearing this, Chu Tianxing couldn't help it. He stood up from his sofa and stared at his daughter with sharp eyes. He wanted to see which bastard bullied his daughter. Chu Tianxing? Moreover, it only appeared after 2 years. When he finds out, he will definitely beat that guy up personally. Dad, what are you doing? I'm telling you, he doesn't know I'm pregnant. I just told him not long ago. If you dare to do anything to him, I will never talk to you again. Olivia knows her father very well. It is definitely no accident that my father's business has developed to the level it is today. In the business world, my father always does things in a vigorous and decisive manner. Similarly, when dealing with small matters, my father would be very decisive. Olivia was also really worried that her father would do something to Jack on impulse. Humph. Girls are extroverts. The ancients were right. Chu Tianxing then realized that he had lost his composure. After a cold snort, he sat back on the sofa. Okay, baby, ignore your dad. Mom is in charge. When you have time, bring this boy back to sit with you. Let my parents see it too. If you're really a good kid, your parents won't object. Although Chu's mother doesn't work at home, she is still very majestic. At least, at this time, Chu Tianxing would not refute his wife's opinion. Hee, Mom is still the best. Mom, Jack is a very powerful man. You will definitely like him when you meet him. Olivia accidentally said Jack's name. Chu Tianxing wrote it down immediately. Jack, right? It's not that easy to get into the Chu family. On the other side, Jack, who had just returned home, felt a chill on his back and then sneezed several times in a row. Could it be that you caught a cold? Jack felt a little strange because the weather wasn't cold today. It's better to drink some cold medicine as a precaution. Little did he know that Jack was already being noticed by his future father-in-law. On the other hand, after obtaining her parents' consent, Olivia planned to go home to meet her parents in 2 weeks when the children and Jack were together. This is also what Chu Tianxing meant. 2 weeks was enough time for him to investigate Jack thoroughly. On that day, Olivia had a meal with her parents at home. After finishing her meal, she prepared to leave. It was impossible for her to stay at home at night. Olivia has 2 babies at home, and it is impossible for her to be separated from them for even a day. Olivia just walked out of the door and bumped into a young man head-on. Hey, sister, how come you have time to come back today? Lin Chun, long time no see, Olivia said with a smile. The young man in front of him is the original owner of Jack Pagani Zonda, Lin Chun. Lin Chun and Olivia are cousins. Lin Chen's father is Olivia's uncle. In other words, Lin Chen's father is Chu Ma's elder brother. Dad Lin has always been doing business with Chu Tianxing. However, he was engaged in a different industry, but fortunately, his business was also very good. He is a well-known figure in Shanghai. Lin Chun is the only son of Lin's father, so he is naturally loved very much. When the 2 families had no money, they lived together. Later, when we became rich, we moved many times, but every time we lived next door to each other. Even if we moved to the villa area of Wangjiang Mansion, we are still neighbors. Therefore, although Olivia and Lin Chun are only cousins, they have a very good relationship and are no different from real siblings. Yeah, I've been a bit busy lately, so I haven't been back. Olivia nodded and said, Well, sister, I'll have time to visit my little nephew and niece in a couple of days. Lin Chun said with a smile. No need. I'll be back in a few days. Then ask your uncle and aunt to come to my house for dinner. Olivia will bring Jack home in a few days, and naturally she will want to meet her uncle and aunt who have watched her grow up. Great. My parents will definitely be very happy to see their nephew and niece. Um, then the two siblings chatted for a while. By the way, brother, have you had any financial problems recently? Olivia asked suddenly. From the first time she saw Jack S. Pagani, she knew that the car was Lin Chen's. There's only one such car in the whole of Shanghai. This car was Lin Chen's 18th birthday present, and he had it only about a year ago. Usually, Lin Chen would hide his car in the garage and was reluctant to drive it out, and the mileage was also very consistent. Olivia's intuition told her that her brother must have sold his car suddenly because he was in urgent need of money, and it won't be a good thing. Otherwise, he could have simply asked his uncle and aunt for money instead of selling his beloved car. Chapter 45, Irreconcilable. Huh? Sis, why are you asking that? Lin Chen asked in a panic. He certainly had some personal financial problems recently. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold his car. But he did a very good job of keeping this matter a secret. So how did my elder sister know about it? Sure enough, Olivia's expression also became serious. Did you go gambling? I'm telling you, gambling harms both you and others. If you really get involved, even if your father has a fortune, it won't be enough for you to ruin the family. Gambling and drugs can lead to the destruction of families and the death of people. If you are involved in them, you will never be able to recover. Olivia wants to let her brother know the seriousness of the matter. Otherwise, if you sell your car today, you'll have to sell your house tomorrow. Olivia, has always been at odds with gambling and drugs. Sister, this is not gambling, Lin Chen said with a sneer. If it's not gambling, then what is it? If it's not gambling, would you sell Pagani? You must have several million in pocket money every month, right? If it weren't for gambling, wouldn't this money be enough for you to spend? Olivia was immediately furious. With several million in pocket money a month, it is enough for you to go out and have fun every day. The second generation of rich people don't really spend millions every day. People who spend millions every day are no longer rich second generations, but rather suckers. Huh? Sister, you really know it? Lin Chen's head drooped suddenly. Just now he was still holding on to hope, thinking that what his sister said might not be the same as what he knew. But now, there is no point in quibbling. The eldest sister even knew that he sold the car. What else might she not know? Since you know I know, then tell the truth quickly, Olivia said lightly. If you don't tell me the truth, I will tell my uncle and aunt. Olivia grew up with Lin Chen and had long regarded Lin Chen as her own brother. At this time, she naturally did not want her brother to go astray. Sister, I didn't do anything bad. I was just deceived. Lin Chen curled his lips and then told the whole story in detail. Lin Chen did not go gambling, and his money was indeed scammed. Just recently, Lin Chen met a so-called antique master. With the collaboration of the antique master and an antique shop, more than 30 million yuan was spent to buy a fake Tang boho landscape painting. Of course, Lin Chen didn't know that this was fake, but he trusted this antique master very much. The master told Lin Chen that if Tang Bohu's landscape paintings were taken to other places, they could be sold for at least 300 million yuan. 30 million in exchange for 300 million is definitely a good deal. But where could Lin Chen come up with so much money? So he secretly colluded with the finance department and embezzled 30 million yuan of the company's funds. If the painting is real, once it is transferred, even if it is sold at a lower price of 200 million, the investment can be recovered quickly. Once the investment is recovered, the company's money can be returned immediately. In this way, it will not cause any losses to the company. Who would have thought that when he took the so-called authentic Tang Bohu painting to the auction house, he was told it was a fake? There are many masters at the auction, and they're all top masters, so they will naturally not make mistakes. So Lin Chen immediately contacted the master he knew. But how can he be contacted there? After receiving his commission, he blocked Lin Chen. Only then did Lin Chen realize that he had been cheated. In order to buy this painting, Lin Chen not only took out all his pocket money, but also embezzled 30 million from the company. Now that my money has been defrauded and everything is gone, I naturally can't pay it back. I had no choice but to sell the car. Fortunately, the car was sold quickly, and he successfully transferred the company's money back. What's wrong with your brain? You could be fooled by such a simple trick? Olivia looked at her stupid brother speechlessly. Just because someone pretends to be a master, you will believe it? There are only a few authentic Tang Bohu works left in the world. How come we got one? Moreover, if the boss really had an authentic work, he would definitely not ask for more than 30 million. The original work sold for more than 30 million? Do you think your boss is a philanthropist? An authentic work of Tang Bohu, even if it only contains a few words, can be sold for at least 100 million yuan on the market. Sister, please stop scolding me. I know I was wrong. When I catch that bastard, I will teach him a lesson. Lin Chun gritted his teeth hard. This is because that bastard got away. If he were to meet me again, he would be in big trouble. Hee hee. You should think about how to explain to your parents that you sold your car. Don't think that just because your uncle and aunt are rich, they won't care about the whereabouts of this car. Olivia rolled her eyes at her silly brother. A car worth more than 30 million yuan was suddenly gone. Even if my uncle and aunt were rich, they would not remain indifferent. Sister, I beg you, please don't tell my parents. The longer you could delay, the better. Lin Chun pleaded with a sad face. He knew that this matter would be exposed sooner or later. But as he himself said, let's keep it a secret for as long as possible. Maybe one day he will get rich again and be able to buy the car back. Okay, it's your own business anyway. Olivia shook her head helplessly and then said, but if you encounter something like this again in the future, don't embezzle public funds. You have misappropriated public funds. You, the young master, will be fine, but the finance department of others will be ruined by you. If the amount of embezzlement of public funds is huge, once it is discovered, the person will be sentenced. If my uncle gets angry and sends the finance department to prison, wouldn't that be a waste of time? I know, sister. Don't worry, this won't happen again. I'll send you 4. Lin Chun raised his right hand to the sky. 4? I'll give you 5. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm leaving now, Olivia said, then turned around and left without talking to this silly brother any further. When Jack got home, he had just finished feeding his 2 babies. Olivia, you're back. Jack greeted with a smile. Yeah, have the babies had their milk? Olivia asked with a smile. Yeah, I've drunk it all. Annie's going to take me out for a stroll. Jack nodded. The weather has been pretty good recently. It is also beneficial to take the 2 babies out for a walk after eating. It just so happens that I have something to tell you. I'll talk to you alone after the babies go out. Good. Mother packed up the stroller and went out to take the baby for a walk. Jack and Olivia were the only ones left at home. Olivia, what do you want to say? Jack took Olivia's hand and asked curiously. Although it was not the first time that Jack held her hand, Olivia always felt a little embarrassed every time. Jack, I went home today. I told my parents about you. They want to meet you. Olivia said a little embarrassedly. Meet me? Sure. I want to meet my uncle and aunt too. Jack didn't refuse. Logically speaking, he should also go meet Olivia's parents. Olivia became pregnant with his child and raised him. As a father and a son-in-law, I have never even met my father-in-law and mother-in-law. It would be rude of him to tell others about this. Since Olivia has already talked to her parents, Jack feels that he should also go visit them. Well, then we'll go back in 2 weeks. I'm a little busy lately and can't spare the time for now. There has indeed been a lot going on at Tianjin International recently, and Olivia is a bit overwhelmed. But it will only take a week or 2. It would be nice if I could just get through this week or 2. No problem. 2 weeks later will be just right. Jack nodded. Since he was going to visit his parents-in-law, he must buy some decent gifts. But he didn't have much money on hand now, and he bought a car for himself and his father. So funds are still very tight. However, it will only take about 10 days at most for you to clear out all your virtual currency. By that time, with 1 billion yuan in funds, you can afford everything. Well, is it settled then? Olivia asked with a smile. Well, it's settled then. Jack nodded. By the way, Olivia, what are your parents like? I have to prepare some gifts for them when the time comes. Jack asked. Although money is tight now, gifts must be chosen in advance. Just wait until the money arrives and then buy it. Chapter 46, Hui Pin Pavilion. A gift. Olivia pondered for a moment, recalled carefully, and then said, my dad likes to collect antiques. You can go to the antique market and buy a high-end imitation brush washer or a cup or something like that. As for my mom, you and I could go to the jewelry store and pick out a jade bracelet for her. We like wearing jade jewelry. High imitation antiques? Jade jewelry? Jack immediately had an idea. Well, okay, then I'll go jewelry shopping with you. As for antiques, I'll just go and look around on my own. Jack said with a smile. Good. Olivia smiled sweetly. Then, the 2 of them fell silent at the same time. Jack! Olivia suddenly looked at Jack lovingly, with pearls in her eyes. How could Jack not understand what Olivia meant? Now that the children were out, although he couldn't do anything big, it was still okay to hug them. So, the 2 people's faces were pressed together. Oldly, do you have any research on antiques? Jack got home in the evening. He immediately sent a message to Lao Li. Although Olivia told Jack that it would be fine to buy a fake antique for his future father-in-law, but it was impossible for Jack to really buy a fake antique and send it over. After all, it was the first time we met, and it would be unreasonable to give her a fake antique. Antiques? I really don't know much about this. You know, we don't like to study these old things. Oldly is telling the truth. He and Jack are the same person, with exactly the same personality. Neither of them liked these ancient things, especially those dug out from tombs. They always felt that these things were eerie. If you don't like something, you naturally won't study it. Huh? Is that so? That's troublesome. Jack's brows suddenly frowned. Originally, he was thinking that if Lao Li could help him to appraise it, he would buy a real antique. But Mr. Li doesn't understand, so there's nothing we can do. Are you going to give our father-in-law a gift? Old Li obviously knew why Jack gave the gift. My father-in-law loves antiques very much, and he still does so even after many years. Yeah, Olivia said I could just buy a high-end replica, but I don't think it's appropriate. How can I buy a high-quality imitation as the first gift from my father-in-law? That's right, a high-end imitation is indeed inappropriate. Our father-in-law is so arrogant. If he knew you gave him a high-end imitation, he would be so angry that he would die. Jack doesn't know the identity of his future father-in-law, but Lao Li knows. How could the richest man in Shanghai be a shareholder who collects high-end imitations? Well, since you don't understand, I'll go shopping by myself when I have time. Jack said with a sigh. No, I remember seeing a piece of news before saying someone bought an authentic work of Wang Shiji in the antique street. Don't worry, I'll search it online first. After Lao Li finished speaking, he immersed himself in it. Jack was not in a hurry. Lao Li was a reliable man. Since he said it was very likely there was. If I could really buy an authentic work of Wang Shiji and give it to my future father-in-law, he would definitely be very happy. However, Jack waited for more than a week. During this period, Lao Li did not respond to any messages. More than a week later, Jack saw that the virtual currency had risen to 41,000 US dollars per coin. Jack didn't delay any further and immediately sold all the more than 4,400 virtual coins he had. After selling the virtual currency, Jack immediately exchanged more than 180 million US dollars for Daxia yuan. In the end, he got 1.2 billion. Jack made a net profit of more than 700 million this time. Looking at the 1.2 billion yuan quietly lying in the account, Jack could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Ha ha ha, I'm finally a billionaire. From today on, I am considered a rich man in Daxia. Jack laughed. At times like this, you should release your emotions. After a long time, Jack quickly calmed down. Making money is a happy thing, but you should not get too complacent. Being too proud of oneself will make one lose himself. At the same time, Lao Li also sent a message. Jack, has the virtual currency been sold? Old Li, you finally showed up. Jack said unhappily. Don't you think it's a little late for you to remind me now? If we rely on Old Li to remind us, I'm afraid the opportunity will be lost. The price of virtual currency rises very quickly, and its price will fall just as quickly. If you sell at the highest point, it will definitely be too late. Ah, haven't I been asking about antiques recently? I'm sorry, Old Li said with a smile. Any news about the antique? After asking for so long, there should be an answer, right? There is news. The original should be in the antique market. Tomorrow you can go directly to the antique shop called Huaipinj in the antique market and find a painting of Spring Mountain Companion by Tang Bo. That's a fake copy, but you should buy it without hesitation. Wang Shiji's authentic works are hidden in ancient paintings. Lao Li quickly repeated the information he had found out. Well, okay, I'll go check it out tomorrow. Jack nodded. Now that the painting is already in the store, we must hurry and get there. Now that the funds are in place, even if the painting is expensive, he has the money to buy it. The next day, after Jack sent Olivia to the company, he drove to the antique street alone. The antique street is not in the city center, but it is not too far away. It only takes about half an hour to drive there. After arriving at the destination, Jack followed Lao Li's instructions and quickly found Huipin Pavilion. As soon as he got there, Jack heard a quarrel. You son of a bitch, I finally caught you, didn't I? How dare you team up with this unscrupulous merchant to sell me a fake painting? If I don't beat you up today, I won't be named Lin. Hearing this familiar voice, Jack immediately quickened his pace. Soon, he saw several young people surrounding a middle-aged man in his 50s and pushing him. The leader was none other than Lin Shun, whom Jack had met before. There were several other young masters around him. Mr. Lin, what happened? Jack greeted him with a smile. Hey, is it brotherly? Why are you here? Seeing Jack, Lin Shun was quite surprised. He didn't expect to meet Jack here. I came here to shop around and buy some gifts for my elders. Jack did not hide anything and told the truth. Oh, so that's it. Mr. Lee, go shopping first. I'll catch up with you after I take care of this liar. Also, this Weepin Pavilion is a liar. Don't buy anything from this store. Weepin Pavilion? Jack looked up and saw that the place where Lin Shan was making a fuss was Weepin Pavilion. The quaint store looks like an old antique shop. It is indeed possible to buy real antiques here. Of course, it ultimately depends on your own vision. At this time, there were many people standing at the door of Weepin Pavilion. All of them were employees of Weepin Pavilion. They are numerous and look quite large. Lin Shun and other young masters did not dare to cause trouble in Huipin Pavilion. Of course, Huipin Pavilion also knew that these young masters were of extraordinary status, so naturally they did not dare to do anything to them. Therefore, the only unlucky one was the middle-aged liar mentioned by Lin Shun. Well, Mr. Lin, I'll just take a look around. Maybe I can buy something good. Jack smiled. Although he said this, he did not walk in a Huipin Pavilion. He and Dennis are friends, and he can't just turn a blind eye when his friends encounter difficult problems. Fortunately, after beating up the fake expert liar, they felt relieved. The money will definitely not be returned, be it real antiques or fake antiques. In the antique circle, it all depends on your own vision. Even if you really make a mistake, you can only admit your mistake. The seller will not take responsibility. It was also because of this that they were not afraid, even if Lin Shun and his companions had a falling out outside the antique shop. At most, word of mouth will be affected a little. But word of mouth doesn't matter to an old store like theirs. People who know the business will still come, and when they see good stuff, they will still buy it. People who don't know the business won't buy even if they come in, so it's better to persuade them to leave. Mr. Lin, are you feeling better now? Why don't you accompany me inside for a walk? Seeing that several people had returned, Jack also extended an invitation. Brother Lee, you want to go into this store? Let me tell you, this store is a complete scam. They and the liar just now told me that there was an authentic Tang Bohu painting, but it turned out to be a modern copy. More than 30 million was gone, just like that. Chapter 47, I don't like anything. Lin Shun got very angry when this matter was mentioned. If it is a fake painting copied by ancient people, it may be worth some money. If modern people copy the works, they could probably be sold for a few $1,000s at most. Anyone would be angry if more than 30 million were exchanged for a few $1,000s. An authentic Tang Bohu work? Mr. Lin, can you show me your painting of Tang Bohu? Jack remembered that Lao Li said that the fake painting containing Wang Shiji's authentic work that was discovered in Huipin Pavilion was a copy of Tang Bohu's. Maybe it was the one that Lin Chen bought. What's so good about it? I was so angry that day that I tore it off. Lin Chen curled his lips. It was really satisfying when I tore the painting apart. But he regretted it after tearing it up. At the very least, it cost more than 30 million yuan, and few people would be able to tell the difference if it was hung on the wall. Tear it up. Jack smiled and shook his head. Since it had been torn, the painting was definitely not the copy of Wang Shiji's original work that he wanted. Brotherly, if you really want to buy antiques, I'll take you to another store. The owner of this store is really murderous. Lin Chen couldn't help but persuade him. He was really worried that Jack would be cheated like himself. Don't worry, I'm just strolling around. Jack smiled and waved his hand. He came here today mainly to find that painting to copy. Even if you want to leave, you have to find this painting and ask the price first. Okay, I'll go in with you. Well, thank you very much. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of young masters accompanied Jack in a Huipin Pavilion. Hey, Master Lin is here. Master Lin, do you want to buy anything else today? We just got a new batch of ancient paintings here. Would you like to take a look and see if there are any you like? Seeing Lin Shin come in, Jin Xingshan, the owner of Huipin Pavilion, immediately came up to him with a smile on his face. The last time he made 30 million from Lin Shin using a modern copy of Tang Bo's painting. When he saw Lin Shin again, he had already treated him as an ATM. As for worrying about Lin Shin causing trouble, Jin Xingshan didn't care at all. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have money. The backers behind Huipin Pavilion are not people that anyone can mess with. Haha, Boss Jean, I just brought my friend over to take a look. What good stuff do you have? Bring it all out. As the saying goes, enemies become jealous of each other when they meet. Seeing Jin Sheng Mountain, Lin Shun tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. We have some good stuff, but we're worried that you don't have enough money, Mr. Lin. As far as I know, Mr. Lin is very strict with your pocket money. Ha ha ha. Jin Chengshan laughed loudly. The Mr. Lin he mentioned is Lin Chen's biological father and Olivia's uncle. This man is indeed very rich, but he is also very strict when it comes to pocket money for his son. Otherwise, Lin Chun would not have embezzled the company's funds to buy a painting. 30 million is nothing to Lin's father. You don't have to worry about that. As long as our brotherly likes it, we can eat as much as he wants. It's just that our Master Li is not an ordinary person. You don't have to take out the junk like last time. Lin Chun snorted coldly and took the initiative to introduce Jack. He just wanted to tell Jin Chengshan that the young Master Li beside him was a more powerful young master than himself. As for how powerful he is, Lin Chun himself doesn't know. However, even he himself didn't know, so it was even more impossible for Jin Chengshan to know. Mr. Li, Jin Chengshan was stunned for a moment. Then he noticed that after the group of young masters came in today, they all seemed to respect Jack. Mr. Li is a new face. I wonder what Mr. Lin wants to buy. We have antique vases and famous paintings here. Although Jin Chengshan didn't know Jack's identity, Jack's age was there. Antiques have to have a certain age. The older you get, the more antiques you will see. The more antiques you see, the better your ability to distinguish them will be. For young people, such as the group of young boys in front of us, it is already a great achievement if they can recognize the era these antiques belong to. Jin Chengshan's intuition told him that another sucker had come today. I'm only interested in famous calligraphy and paintings. Let me see your famous calligraphy and paintings. Jack said with a smile. Famous calligraphy and paintings? No problem. I'll show you right away. We just got a new batch of famous calligraphy and paintings here. Hearing Jack's words, Jin Chengshan also smiled. Famous calligraphy and paintings are much easier to fake than antique vases. Especially with today's advanced technology, it is possible to forge something that looks like the original. If you're not a big shot, you can't tell at all. At the beginning, Jin Chengshan deceived Lin Chun with a fake painting of Tang Bohu. Of course, the main reason was that Lin Chun was gullible and easily believed the words of the so-called master. Jack is not that easy to fool. It is not easy to cheat money from him. No problem. Then take me to see it. Jack agreed immediately. Good. Soon, more than a dozen ancient paintings were brought out from Jincheng Mountain. There are works by nearly 7 or 8 masters, including Gu Kaiji, Wu Daozi, Li Tang, etc., but the only one missing is Spring Mountain Companion by Tang Bohu. Laoli once said that the original work of Wang Shiji was hidden in the painting that copied Tang Bohu's Spring Mountain Companion. If you want to get the original, you must first see this painting of Spring Mountain Companion. What do you think, Master Li? These are all authentic. If you like any of the paintings, just tell me, and I'll give you a price. Jin Chengshan asked with a smile. He had been observing Jack's expression and posture when he looked at the paintings, and it could be seen that Jack knew almost nothing about antiques. In other words, this is another rich second generation who knows nothing about antiques. In that case, I might as well take this opportunity to trick this second generation. Among the ancient paintings he has, there are indeed authentic ones, but not many. Most of them are copies made by later generations. As for the price, the cost ranges from hundreds of thousands to millions. The most expensive authentic work can be sold for more than 10 million. Except for the authentic ones, all others are sold at a premium of more than 10 times. Therefore, Jin Chengshan is a sure win. Now, it depends on which one Jack likes. But obviously, none of these were Jack's goals. Shaking his head, Jack spoke directly. Boss Jin, I don't like any of these paintings. I prefer Tang Bohu's paintings. Do you have any here? Jack asked with a grin. Tang Bohu's words? Jin Chengshan subconsciously glanced at Lin Chun beside Jack. These second-generation rich people are really all idiots. I was just cheated once not long ago. And you come again? As we all know, few of Tang Bohu's words have been passed down. Even those that have been handed down are basically in museums. Some are buried in the ancient tombs of some emperors. Only a very small number remain in the hands of individual collectors. All the so-called authentic works of Tang Bohu that can be seen on the market are copies. Chapter 48, bought for 200,000. A knowledgeable person will know without a doubt that 9,999 out of 10,000 people are scammers when he hears someone claiming to have an authentic Tang Bohu work. Therefore, few people go to the store to buy Tang Bohu's authentic works. This is clearly delivering money to someone's door. It just so happens that a new painting by Tang Bohu arrived recently. Although the painting was indeed a copy, it was copied by someone from the Qing dynasty and has certain value. Ordinary people simply can't tell the difference. Presumably, if I sell it to this stupid, rich second generation, the other party won't be able to tell. Thinking of this, Jin Qingshan's smile became even wider. Mr. Lee, we do have a new authentic Tang Bohu painting in our store, but the price is just. Jin Qingshan didn't say anything else, but his meaning was already very clear. He does have an authentic work of Tang Bohu. The question is whether you can afford to pay for it. Haha, money is not a problem. Jack smiled and said, if it's an authentic work, I can afford it even if it's 1 billion. Jack is very confident. He can indeed come up with 1 billion. Of course, Jack believed that the ancient painting by Tang Bohu was definitely not an authentic one. Okay, since Master Lee said so, I'll get it for you right away. The smile on Jin Qingshan's face grew even wider. After he finished speaking, he turned around and went to get the ancient painting. Brother Lee, don't be fooled by him. I asked someone about it later. There are very few authentic Tang Bohu works in the world. The probability of encountering one is less than 1 in 1,000. Seeing Jin Qingshan leaving, Lin Chen hurriedly spoke in Jack's ear. Having suffered a loss once, he naturally became much more cautious. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Jack smiled and waved his hand. If what Jin Qingshan takes out later is really Tang Bohu's Spring Mountain Companion painting, he will buy it even if it is a fake painting. But if not, then he certainly wouldn't be the scapegoat. Even if it is an authentic work, he would not sell it. Well, that makes me feel relieved. Lin Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He saw that Jack was not an impulsive person, so he thought he would not be deceived, right? Soon, Jin Qingshan came back with a painting. When he opened the painting, a smile appeared on Jack's face. Spring Mountain Companion picture. It's here as expected. Mr. Lee, this painting is the authentic work of Tang Bohu, Spring Mountain Companion. Jin Qingshan said with a smile. Well, it's quite interesting indeed. Jack nodded in agreement. Boss, how much is this painting? If you really want it, Mr. Lee, take the 50 million. Jin Qingshan directly quoted a high price. Although this painting was copied by someone in the Qing dynasty, the copier himself was not famous. This is the case with ancient paintings. If the painter is not famous, no matter how good the painting is, the price will be very limited. But if he is a famous painter, such as Feng Zikai, even a painting of a cat catching a mouse can be worth billions. Therefore, the value of this painting is at most 2 or 300,000. If it were sold for 50 million, it would be a huge profit. 50 million? Jin Qingshan, you might as well go and rob them. When Lin Chun, who was standing by, heard this, his eyes widened and he spoke harshly. Haha, young Master Lin, this is an authentic painting. If we take it to an auction, it will definitely fetch 100 or 200 million. If it weren't for Master Lee, I wouldn't have been able to sell it so cheaply. Jin Qingshan said shamelessly. 50 million is really not expensive if it is an authentic Tang Bohu painting. Jack said with a smile. Just when Jin Qingshan thought that the deal could be closed, Jack changed the subject. But Boss Jin, what you said is just a copy of a painting. If I guess correctly, it should be a copy by a painter from the Qing dynasty, right? Jin Qingshan looked at Jack in disbelief. He didn't expect that Jack could actually tell that the painting was a copy. Moreover, you can even tell which era the painter copied the work from. This is simply unbelievable. Could it be that this Jack is not just a novice in antiques, but an expert in antique appraisal? But isn't this strength too terrifying? This painting is copied very realistically. Even an antique appraiser would have to carefully examine it before he could identify it, right? However, this person confirmed it after just a few glances. What level is this? Could it be that his eyes are X-rays? Mr. Lee, you are joking. This is indeed Tang Bohu's original work. How could it be a copy? We have a professional master who has authenticated it. Jin Qingshan wanted to argue, but was interrupted by Jack before he could say anything. Boss Jin, since you don't believe me, let me tell you how I figured it out. Jack smiled confidently and continued. First of all, it's the paper problem. Next, Jack quickly described several parts of the painting he copied based on the paper, Tang Bohu's conversational habits, and some small details. All these things were sent to him by Lao Li yesterday. At that time, the painting was bought by a collector and given to the museum, and the details were announced later. This information will appear on the internet. So, Jack could naturally tell everything. Well, do you believe it now? Jack said, then casually pulled up a chair and sat down. Also, of those paintings you just gave me, I'm afraid only 3 or 4 of them are authentic, right? Jack said it very casually. In fact, he himself didn't realize it. It was pure nonsense. But it was his calm and composed look that made him seem even more unfathomable in Jin Qingshan's eyes. I didn't expect that Master Li is also a master of ancient painting appraisal. Since young Master Li has already seen it, I won't say much. If Mr. Li likes this painting, take it for 300,000. After all, it is a work from the Qing dynasty. A price of 300,000 shouldn't be too expensive, right? At a price of 300,000, they still made a lot of profit. 300,000? Too expensive, 200,000. Jack simply held up two fingers. Do you really think he is an idiot? If he wasn't worried about any accidents, he would even want to offer 100,000. 200,000? Mr. Li, this painting must be sold for at least 250,000. Jin Qingshan smiled bitterly. This guy is really not a sucker and doesn't look like he is easy to fool. Only 200,000. I'm afraid no one would buy this fake painting except us, right? Jack said calmly. This. Jin Qingshan hesitated for a moment and finally nodded and said, Okay, then 200,000. Mr. Li, are you swiping your card? Swipe the card. Good. Soon, Jack paid by credit card. Then, another purchase contract was signed. After signing the contract, the painting officially belongs to Jack. Even if an authentic work of Wang Shiji or Li Shiji is really unearthed in the future, it will have nothing to do with antique shops. Chapter 49, The Authentic Works of the Calligrapher. Mr. Li, please keep this painting. Now he's yours. Jin Qingshan handed the painting in his hand to Jack with a smile. The cost of this painting was only about 50,000 yuan, and he was very satisfied that it could be sold for 200,000 yuan. Are you sure it's mine? Jack also looked at Jin Qingshan with a smile, and at the same time, he quietly turned on the recording function of his mobile phone. He will dismantle the painting in public here soon, so we must be prepared in advance. In case Jin Qingshan changes his mind, he will have evidence. Of course, Jack was just worrying too much. The contract has been signed, and even if Jin Qingshan wants to go back on his word, he can't. Of course, Mr. Li, you have paid the money, so this painting is naturally yours. Jin Qingshan nodded seriously. If it was just 50,000 yuan, you would not regret it and lose the good reputation of Huipin Pavilion. Okay, then I'm relieved. Jack smiled and nodded. Brother Li, I spent 200,000 yuan to buy such a copy of the painting. Why do I still feel like I lost money? Lin Chen on the side couldn't help but say, Well, if I spent 200,000 just to buy this painting, it would be a loss indeed. Jack nodded seriously, and then changed the subject. But Jack, never do business at a loss. Boss Jean, do you have a paper cutter in your store? Paper cutter? Jin Qingshan was stunned. What did Jack need a paper cutter for? However, they definitely have a paper cutter in their store. Of course I have. I'll have someone bring it to you right away. After Jin Qingshan finished speaking, a servant immediately turned around and went to the front desk to get a paper cutter. Soon, a modern paper cutter was delivered to Jack. After Jack took the paper cutter, he didn't try to be mysterious. He just put the painting on the tea table and opened it. Then, following Lao Li's instructions, he began to scratch on the painting. Seeing this scene, Lin Chun on the side suddenly became anxious and hurried over to stop him. Brother Li, what are you doing? Even if you don't like this painting, it's still a copy of a painting from the Qing dynasty. After all, I spent 200,000 to buy it, and it does have some value. Isn't it a pity that it is ruined like this? Haha, don't worry, you'll know in a moment. Jack waved his hand, signaling Lin Chen not to be nervous, and then continued paddling. At the same time, Jin Qingshan also realized something. He deals in antiques, so he naturally knows that if a painting is cut, there's a high possibility that there's something hidden inside the painting. But the probability of this happening is too small. If there was something hidden in the painting, they would not be completely unaware of it. But if there was nothing hidden in the painting, why would Jack cut up the painting? This is the time when there are many people. There were many people coming and going in Huipin Pavilion, and many of them were attracted by Jack's actions. So, a group of people gathered around and joined in the fun. Hey, what is this young man doing? Why is the painting scratched? Does this look like the work of Tang Bohu? Someone recognized the origin of the painting. It is indeed Tang Bohu's Spring Mountain Companion, but it was copied by someone from the Qing dynasty. I just heard the young man and the boss say that. There was a bystander who had been in Huipin Pavilion before, so he knew the origin of this painting. A Qing dynasty copy? That should be worth hundreds of thousands, right? To scratch it out like that. Some people express confusion. As long as objects from the Qing dynasty have survived to the present day, they are at least worth some money. Isn't it a pity that it is ruined like this? Could it be that there is something hidden in the painting? Very likely. I think this guy saw from the beginning that there was something hidden in the painting. That's why he bought a fake painting so decisively. I just don't know what it is. Let's wait and see. There were also some smart people among the crowd who immediately guessed that Jack's behavior was probably because there was something hidden in the painting. At the same time, a middle-aged man and an old man also came over. Both of them put their hands behind their backs and watched Jack's actions with great interest. Everyone is looking forward to seeing good things coming out of Jack's slow blind box. Of course, the only thing I'm not looking forward to is probably Jincheng Mountain. If something good really comes out, he will suffer a huge loss. In front of so many people and with a contract, he had no chance to go back on his word. Jack finished dividing the painting. Then, with a light twist, the originally neat painting was instantly divided into two thin pieces. Then, a piece of rice paper the size of A4 paper fell out. There were about 30 words written in running script on the rice paper, which seemed to be an ancient poem. And at the very bottom, there is a red private seal. It's an authentic work by Wang Yujun. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly, and for a moment, everyone became excited. Brother, who is Wang Yujun? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask an older brother next to him. How dare you come to the antique street to shop for treasures when you don't even know Wang Yujun? The elder brother looked at Lin Chen speechlessly. Could this guy be a newbie among newbies? I just came here to hang out. Lin Chen said a little embarrassedly. If he had any knowledge about antiques, he wouldn't have been cheated some time ago. Oh, so that's why. It's normal that you don't know him. The elder brother nodded meaningfully. You may not know Wang Yujun, but you must know Wang Shiji, right? Wang Yujun is what people call him. There are also people who call him Yishao directly. That's his courtesy name. The calligrapher Wang Shiji. Lin Chen definitely knew this name. It can even be said that anyone who is from Daxia and has been to school knows the name Wang Shiji. The story of Wang Shiji adding a dot to form the character Ka is a story that every child has learned from their parents. This text is also in the textbook. There's also the story that Wang Shiji was so absorbed in writing that he used ink to dip in his steamed buns. These stories, which even elementary school students know, naturally make people remember the calligrapher Wang Shiji. It's actually Wang Shiji's calligraphy. It looks like Brother Li has made a fortune this time. Lin Chen said with some envy. Although he did not understand calligraphy and painting, everyone knew that Wang Shiji's calligraphy was worth 1,000 gold coins. If the calligraphy on this painting is truly authentic, the price will definitely not be less than 100 million. After all, Wang Shiji's authentic works on the market are as scarce as Tang Boa's authentic works. If it were taken to an auction, it might even fetch over 300 million. Of course, the prerequisite is that it must be an authentic work. As for Jack, when he saw the words with his own eyes, a smile appeared on his face. He could be sure without the need for an appraiser to verify that this calligraphy was definitely an authentic work of Wang Shiji. This calligraphy was authenticated by a master from a national museum in later generations, so it definitely cannot be wrong. I think if I give this calligraphy to my father-in-law, he will like it too. Jack thought to himself. Chapter 50, Meeting the Father-in-Law. Mr. Li, this seems to be an authentic work of Wang Shiji. Could you lend it to me to take a closer look? Jin Qingshan came to Jack with a wry smile. At this moment, he was about to vomit blood. Although we cannot be 100% sure, anything that can be found in such an ancient painting is most likely an authentic work. This is an authentic work of Wang Shiji, and it appears to be in exceptionally good condition. If it were taken to an auction house, it would definitely fetch over 300 million. In other words, he sold something worth 300 million for only 200,000. This is equivalent to a loss of 300 million. When he thought of this, Jin Qingshan felt as if a heavy hammer had hit his heart. The excitement of making 30 million from Lin Chen disappeared without a trace. 300 million. His store may not be able to make such a high profit even after several years. I am sorry. I can't show you this calligraphy. Jack simply shook his head and refused. Are you kidding? Given Jin Qingshan's character, if he snatched the calligraphy and didn't return it to him, or even tore it up in anger, Jack would have nowhere to cry. Master Li, don't worry, I'm watching right in front of you. With so many fellow practitioners here, there will definitely be no substitutions. Jin Qingshan thought Jack was worried that the calligraphy would be replaced. Although he did have such an idea, there were so many eyes watching here. Even if he was the god of gamblers, he couldn't replace the calligraphy quietly. Haha, I just simply don't trust your character. After all, you just cheated my brother out of 30 million. Jack didn't give Jin Qingshan any face at all. He and Jin Qingshan only did a one-time deal, and he would never come to this store again. If that's the case, why should we give face to Jin Qingshan? Compared to Jin Qingshan, Lin Chun, the rich second generation, is the one that Jack needs to win over. Hearing Jack's words, Jin Qingshan suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat and almost vomited blood. Lin Chun on the side was very surprised that Jack could still seek justice for him at this time. He is worthy of being the big brother that I recognize. Jin Qingshan swallowed it with all his strength, suppressing his nausea. Then he let out a smile that was uglier than crying. Ahem, Mr. Lee, don't get me wrong. I just want to help you identify it. If it's authentic, you can also choose to sell it to us, right? The price we offer is absolutely fair. Phew. When Jin Qingshan finished speaking, Lin Chun couldn't help but burst out laughing. Boss Jin, I'm afraid you don't even believe what you said, right? Honest to everyone, if he was really honest, how could he be defrauded of more than 30 million? This Jin Qingshan is a real profiteer. Jin Qingshan was speechless for a moment. If someone else questioned him, he could still argue a few words, but the person who questioned him was Lin Chun, which left Jin Qingshan speechless. He did indeed cheat Lin Chun out of more than 30 million yuan, and he could not deny it. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Since this young man doesn't believe in Boss Jin's appraisal ability, I wonder if I am qualified to give him an appraisal. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man appeared in front of everyone, and on his right was a middle-aged man. However, judging from the old man's position, he seemed to be slightly superior to the middle-aged people. It's Mr. Chu and Master Yi. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Mr. Chu and Master Yi? Who are they? Someone couldn't help but ask. You're new here, right? Neither Mr. Chu nor Master Yi know. I am indeed new here. Please give me some pointers. Mr. Chu is the richest man in Shanghai. Chu Tianxing, the chairman of the Chu Group. He is worth hundreds of billions. Mr. Ye's full name is Yi Xingxing. He is our Great Xia's antique appraisal master, and he is a national-level expert. Hiss. After hearing the introduction from the passerby, the crowd around him gasped. Everyone in Shanghai knows the Chu Group. This is the #1 company in Shanghai. Unexpectedly, they would be able to meet the chairman of this group here today. As for Master Yi, everyone who has been in the antique street for a long time knows his name. As long as the antique has been authenticated by this person, there is no possibility that it is a fake. I didn't expect to meet two big shots here today. Yes, if this calligraphy is the original work of Wang Shiji, then today's trip is really worthwhile. People around started talking about it. As for Lin Chun, although he was a little surprised that his uncle came here, he still took the initiative to step forward and say hello. Uncle, Chu Tianxing didn't say much to Lin Chun, just nodded at him, and then came to Jack with the old man. Brother, can you lend this original painting of Wang Shiji to me and Master Yi to appreciate? Don't worry, Master Yi is a professional appraiser and will definitely not damage this calligraphy. Chu Tianxing said politely to Jack. He didn't know at the moment that the young man in front of him was the son-in-law his daughter was about to bring back. However, Chu Tianxing also admired Jack very much at this time. Chu Tianxing didn't just like antiques, as Olivia said. In fact, he loved antiques to the point of obsession. This antique street is also a place Chu Tianxing often visits. With his status, he can naturally come into contact with some top appraisal masters. For example, the Yi Xingxing in front of him is a close friend of Chu Tianxing. At the same time, because of his love for antiques, Chu Tianxing particularly admires Jack. The young man spent 200,000 to buy the painting and immediately began to cut it into pieces, apparently able to tell at a glance that something was hidden inside the painting. This kind of vision is not something that ordinary people can possess. Even Master Yi, who was beside him, needed to observe carefully before he could make a conclusion. No problem, since Mr. Chu and Master Yi want to see it. I certainly won't refuse. Jack did not refuse and directly handed the original work of Wang Shiji to Yi Xingxing. This action immediately made Chu Tianxing appreciate Jack even more. Things worth hundreds of millions were casually handed over to two strangers. This kind of courage is not something that ordinary people can possess. Thank you, little brother. Yi Xingxing carefully took Wang Shiji's calligraphy from Jack's hand, then took out a pair of glasses from his pocket, put them on, and began to observe them carefully. As for Chu Tianxing, He also gathered aside and watched. 5 minutes later, Yi Xingxing took off his glasses and reluctantly handed the original work of Wang Shiji back to Jack. Mr. Yi, how is it? Is this calligraphy authentic? Chu Tianxing asked anxiously. His level is not as high as Yi Xingxing's. In just a few minutes, he could only see that the calligraphy was very similar to Wang Shiji's. However, it is not certain whether it is authentic. But one thing is certain, if it is an authentic work, Chu Tianxing will find a way to buy it no matter how much money he has to pay. An authentic work of Wang Shiji is something that can only be found by chance, even for him. Chapter 51, Sky High Price. Well, based on my experience, this is indeed an authentic work of Wang Shiji. Ye Vingsheng, no dit ikchitidli. He has not seen an authentic work of Wang Shiji on the market for many years. The last time I saw it was at a Sotheby's auction. At that time, there's also an authentic work of Wang Shiji of this size, but the number of characters on it was much smaller. There are only a dozen words, which is the length of a line of poetry. However, in the end it was sold at a terrifying price of over 300 million yuan and fell into the hands of an unknown buyer. Since then, Yi Xingxing has never seen an authentic work of Wang Shiji on the market again. Of course, you can still see it in the museum. However, the collections in the museum can only be viewed from a distance and cannot be touched. Even if Yi Xingxing wanted to appreciate these original works up close, he could only do so through a layer of glass. However, the calligraphy in front of me is definitely the authentic work of Wang Shiji. It is worth the trip to see the original works of Wang Shiji here. As for buying this original painting, that's unlikely. After all, standing next to him is Shanghai's richest man who also loves antiques. Although Yi Xingxing had some spare money, it was a fantasy for him to compete with this person. However, if Chu Tianxing could really buy this calligraphy, it would be beneficial to Yi Xingxing. When he had nothing to do, he would often go to Chu Tianxing's house to sit and appreciate the art. This is much more comfortable than going to a museum. Oh my god, it's actually an authentic work of Wang Shiji. This guy's going to make a fortune this time. As soon as Yi Xingxing finished speaking, exclamations suddenly rang out from the crowd. Yeah, I heard that this guy only spent 200,000 yuan to buy it. If this calligraphy is taken to an auction, it may be sold for 300 million yuan. Earning 300 million with 200,000 is like getting 300 million for free. Compared with 300 million, 200,000 is nothing. Yes, I'm envious. He became financially independent just by writing a piece of calligraphy. Alas, I've been hanging around in the antique street for so many years. Why can't I encounter such a good thing? It's your own fault that you don't have as good a vision as this young man. By the way, I also bought a copy of Tang Boa's ancient painting not long ago. Could it be that there's also an original work of Wang Shiji hidden inside it? Do you think I should cut it open and take a look? How much did you pay for it? Not much, just 50,000 yuan. If it were me, I would draw it. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. It's done. Little brother, I'm returning this calligraphy to you. I've authenticated it, and it's indeed the authentic work of Wang Shiji. If you don't believe me, I can introduce you to the curator of the Shanghai Museum for a second appraisal. He is my senior brother and should be happy to help you. Yi Xingxing reluctantly handed the original work of Wang Shiji back to Jack. Although he was reluctant to do so, these were other people's words, and he couldn't keep them monopolized. Jack a favor. As long as Jack is willing, he can go to see the director of the Shanghai Museum at any time. Thank you, Master Yi. There is no need for identification. I believe in your vision. Jack smiled and waved his hand. Old Li in later generations has already used history to prove the authenticity of this calligraphy. So why does he need to find someone to authenticate it? Jack was too disdainful to do such an unnecessary thing. Haha, little brother, since it's an authentic work, then I have a favor to ask. Chu Tianxing on the side couldn't help but speak. At this time, he was so obsessed with it that he wanted to buy the original work of Wang Shiji from Jack and take it home to appreciate it. Now that you have come across a treasure like this, there is no reason to miss it. Please go ahead, sir. Jack had a natural liking for Chu Tianxing, although he didn't understand where this liking came from. But there is no such thing as good feelings without reason. Moreover, Chu Tianxing was also very polite to him. If others are polite to Jack, Jack will naturally not offend them. After all, he is still the richest man in Shanghai City, so it is necessary to take this opportunity to build a good relationship with him. Ahem, that's the case, little brother. I wonder if you are willing to give up this calligraphy and give it to me. If you are willing to give up, I can invest 350 million, and I can call you within half an hour. Hiss, 350 million. Upon hearing this offer, everyone present took a deep breath. The richest man is worthy of being the richest man. He spends hundreds of millions of dollars as soon as he opens his mouth. The price of 350 million is definitely not cheap. You know, even if it is taken to an auction, the maximum price it can get is this. Although the rich people are all very wealthy, they will not spend their money recklessly. 350 million is the end of this painting. Any more, and it wouldn't be worth it. In other words, when Chu Tianxing opened his mouth, he wanted to buy the calligraphy at the highest market price. As the person involved, Jack was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Chu Tianxing would be so generous. More than 300 million yuan, I can easily give it to him. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. Compared with such top billionaires, the tens of billions in his hands are really nothing. Jack with envy. He also bought a fake painting and lost more than 30 million. But what about Jack? He made 300 million right away. Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. For a moment, everyone present fell silent. As for Jean Qingshan, his old face had turned the color of liver. If he hadn't been supported by the employees around him, he would have probably fainted. He sold an antique worth 350 million for only 200,000. The fact that he didn't get angry to death already shows that he has a strong psychological endurance. Little brother, 350 million is my greatest sincerity. Even if you go to the auction, you may not be able to get this price. Jack didn't answer for a long time. Chu Tianxing said anxiously. Besides, the auction also charges a 5% commission, which is not a small amount. Auctions are not charities. They need to charge sellers a certain commission for each item sold. 5% is already the lowest commission. Some are even higher and charged 200,000%. Even if it is 5%, it may not sound like much, but in actual operation is still a lot. For example, if Jack's authentic Wang Shiji work was sold for 350 million in an auction, the auction house would deduct at least 17.5 million in commission. 17.5 million. Even if you win the first prize in a lottery and bet twice as much after deducting the fees, it will not be as much as the commission. Therefore, Chu Tianxing suggested that Jack sell this authentic painting of Wang Shiji to him directly. There is no commission required for transactions between private individuals. Jack expectantly. He believed that faced with the temptation of 300 million yuan, few people could resist being attracted. This is especially true for a young person. Chapter 52, This is a Gift. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. I want to give this calligraphy to an elder, and I don't plan to sell it. Jack shook his head and directly rejected Chu Tianxing's purchase request. For him, 300 million is indeed a lot. Now all of Jack's assets added up to only about 1.2 billion. 300 million is 1/4 of his assets. However, after having Lao Li, money is just a string of numbers to Jack. As long as he follows Lao Li, his money will only increase. Therefore, it doesn't matter to him now whether he has a lot of money or not. The most important point is that this is a gift he intends to give to his future father-in-law. As long as he can win the favor of his father-in-law, Jack doesn't care about a mere 300 or 400 million. So, he directly rejected Chu Tianxing. Send someone. Chu Tianxing was stunned. He thought of many reasons why Jack would reject him, whether it was collected, donated to a museum, or sold to someone else at a high price. Jack never expected that he would give it to his elders. What kind of elder is this? How could this young man be willing to give a gift worth 300 million yuan as a token of filial piety? My own father wouldn't be like this, right? Yes, Mr. Chu, I'm really sorry, Jack said apologetically. In fact, if this calligraphy was not to be given to his future father-in-law, Jack would be willing to sell it to Chu Tianxing, and even at a lower price. Chu Tianxing is the richest man in Shanghai. It will definitely be beneficial to have a good relationship with him. Moreover, it would be even better if Chu Tianxing could owe him a favor. But now, it can only be said to be a pity. Little brother, may I ask, who are you sending this to? Chu Tianxing hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but ask. He really wanted to know who had such good luck. He's not a big shot. He's my future father-in-law. Tomorrow is my first visit. My girlfriend said my father-in-law loves antiques, so I plan to give this authentic work of Wang Shiji to my father-in-law as a gift. Jack didn't hide it either. There is nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Chu Tianxing has no way of knowing who his father-in-law is anyway. It's my father-in-law. My dear brother, your father-in-law is so lucky. Chu Tianxing said with envy on his face. At the same time, he appreciated Jack even more. This young man is really good. He can remain indifferent when faced with 300 million yuan. His future father-in-law is blessed in his previous life to have such a good son-in-law. At the same time, Chu Qianxing couldn't help comparing Jack with his son-in-law whom he had never met. Compared to Jack, the son-in-law he had never met was simply scum. Not only did her daughter, Chu Qianxing, get pregnant before marriage, but the child didn't come out until she was over 1 year old. For more than 2 years, his daughter has been raising the child alone. If her future son-in-law was half as reliable as Jack, her daughter wouldn't have to suffer so much. When his future son-in-law comes to visit tomorrow, he will definitely give him a good education. Chu Tianxing thought secretly in his heart. Little did he know that the son-in-law who made him angry and the little brother in front of him whom he admired very much were exactly the same person. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for the compliment. Jack thanked him. Then, Jack did not stay in the antique street any longer. He had gotten what he wanted and could leave. However, before leaving, he went to another antique shop and framed Wang Shiji's original works. This is an authentic work of Wang Shiji, and it is just a thin piece of rice paper. If it is not stored properly, it will be easily damaged. In fact, Huipin Pavilion also provides this service. But Jack didn't dare let the people from Huipin Pavilion touch his calligraphy. If the other party switches it or even destroys it, it will be a waste of time and effort. After mounting the calligraphy, Jack said hello to Chu Tianxing and Lin Shun and left. Alas, it's such a pity that I couldn't buy this calligraphy. Looking at Jack, as leaving back, Chu Tianxing sighed helplessly. His tone was full of regret. I don't know who this little brother's father-in-law is. How could he make this little brother give a gift worth more than 300 million? I think he should be someone in our circle, right? Yi Xingxing stroked his beard and said with a smile. If there are people in the circle, they will definitely get the news in 2 days. When the time comes, I can just go to that friend's house to appreciate it. Someone in the circle? Yes, that's very possible. Hearing this, Chu Tianxing's eyes lit up. If he is someone in the circle, then he still has a chance to buy the calligraphy. After all, he is considered the big brother among people in the circle, and everyone will give him face. Xiao Chun, how did you get to know this little brother? Chu Tianxing suddenly set his eyes on his nephew and asked curiously. It could be seen that the nephew seems to have a good relationship with this little brother. Uncle, I just met him not long ago. He bought a car from me. We're not that familiar with each other. Lin Chen said honestly. He and Jack were indeed not very familiar with each other. After all, apart from knowing Jack's name and knowing that Jack was rich, he knew nothing else about him. Is that so? Chu Tianxing pondered for a moment, then said, if you have the chance in the future, you can invite him to your home to play. You could go to your house or mine. People like this are worth associating with. Lin Chin didn't expect that his uncle would attach so much importance to Jack and even invite Jack to his home to play. You know, none of Lin Chin's younger friends have received such treatment. Even if the parents of his rich second-generation friends wanted to visit Chu Tianxing's home, it would not be an easy matter. Therefore, it can be seen how much Chu Tianxing values Jack. Okay, uncle, I'll invite him to my house later. Lin Chun said with a smile. On the other side, Jack did not go home directly, but drove to Olivia's company. The gift for the father-in-law has been chosen, and the next step is to choose a gift for the mother-in-law. Olivia said that her future mother-in-law likes jade. Jack doesn't know much about jade, but he knew that the more expensive it was, the better. Of course, he didn't know much about styles. He also didn't know what kind of jade his future mother-in-law would like. So, just take Olivia with you to the jade shop to choose. As a daughter, Olivia must be very familiar with her mother's preferences. Soon, Jack arrived at the ground parking lot of Tianqing International Building. Hey, Jack, are you here? Okay, I'll be right down. The call was answered almost instantly, and soon after, Olivia ran down from upstairs excitedly. Olivia, will you be okay if you leave the company during working hours? Jack asked, somewhat worriedly. It's working hours now. Are you sure it's okay to leave the company at this time? Chapter 53, This is my boyfriend. Hee, it's okay. I've already asked for leave. Olivia laughed playfully. She is the chairman. When to go to the company and when to leave the company is up to her. No one can or dares to say anything. Is that so? Then I feel relieved. Jack touched Olivia's little head lovingly. 10 minutes later, Jack drove his sports car to Ruijin Shopping Mall. Ruijin Shopping Mall is considered the highest-end shopping mall in Shanghai. The jewelry stores here are even more high-end, and the probability of buying good jade is also greater. Olivia, Do you know anything about jade? Where's the best jade? Jack held Olivia's little hand and asked curiously while looking around. Well, Olivia pondered for a moment, then continued. You don't have to buy the best ones. Anything good will do, as long as it looks good. Olivia knew her mother very well. Her mother was never a woman who despised the poor and loved the rich. Back then, when my mother married my father, he was just a businessman with little money. However, my mother was a lady from a wealthy family. The two were classmates in college. Although Olivia's grandparents did not agree with the marriage, in the end, Chu's mother still insisted on walking with Chu Tianxing. Later, Chu Tianxing did not disappoint Chu's mother and gave her a lifetime of wealth and glory. Maybe because of her upbringing, Chu's mother doesn't have any particular feelings about these things. No matter whether it is expensive or cheap, real or fake, as long as it is given by children, she likes it. That won't work. Jack shook his head immediately after hearing what Olivia said. This is my first time meeting my future mother-in-law. How can I just give her a random gift? I have to pick a good one. People are polite, but he cannot take politeness as a blessing. Is that so? Olivia nodded thoughtfully, then pointed to a store in front and said, let's go to that store. The things there are pretty good. Zenpingshuan? Zenpingshuan is a well-known jade manufacturer and seller in Daxia. It is said that the boss behind Zenpingshuan has cooperation with Lao Burma, and all the raw stones are purchased directly from Lao Burma, eliminating the process of middlemen making a profit from the price difference. Moreover, Zenpingshuan not only sells jade products, they also sell raw stones. Because their raw stones are purchased directly from Burmese people and the quality is relatively good, many people buy them. Buying raw stones is actually a process of gambling on stones. There has always been a saying in gambling on stones that one cut can make you poor, one cut can make you rich, and one cut can make you wear linen. A rough stone worth tens of thousands of dollars may make you tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. But at the same time, a rough stone worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions can also make you lose all your money. Jack didn't know much about raw stones, nor did he have the cheats and golden fingers like the protagonists in novels. Therefore, Jack was no longer interested in gambling on stones. Moreover, this Zenpingshuan looks like just a jewelry store and does not have any raw stones. However, if you want to buy jade jewelry, this is indeed a very good choice. Okay, Zenpingshuan is very famous. Let's go shopping. As they were talking, the two of them walked into Zenpingshuan. As soon as the two stepped into the door of Zenpingshuan, a woman with a badge with the words store manager on her chest came to greet them. Oh, Miss Chu, you haven't been here for a long time. Hello, Manager Yushuang. Olivia nodded politely at Yushuang. This Yushuang is a similar person to Tanya, whom they met at LV before. Both of them started out as store clerks and worked their way up to their current positions. Olivia and her parents played a very important role in this. Chu Ma is considered the highest level customer of Zenpingshuan. She spends at least tens of millions every year buying various jade products in this store. Some are worn by oneself, while others are given to friends or elders. Jade is not particularly suitable for young people, and Olivia doesn't like to wear it. Therefore, she came here relatively seldom, and only occasionally accompanied her mother here for a stroll. However, the fact that Yushuang was able to become the manager of this store in the city center shows that his eyesight and memory are definitely far beyond that of ordinary people. Even if Olivia had only come here once, as long as she came with Chu's mother, she would remember Olivia's identity. As a salesperson, if she can't even remember the faces of her most important customers and their families, then there is no need for her to continue in this line of work. Miss Chu, you haven't been here for a long time? This gentleman is... Yushuang set his gaze on Jack, and his eyes suddenly lit up. She just noticed that Olivia walked in with Jack's arm around her. Jack looks very young and very handsome. With three-dimensional facial features and an upright figure, he and Olivia look like a perfect match. However, as a professional salesperson, she would definitely not make random guesses. What if they are brother and sister? Therefore, it is better for the guests to introduce themselves. This is my boyfriend, Jack. Olivia said a little embarrassedly that she was not used to introducing Jack in front of outsiders. The word boyfriend seemed a little hot to the lips and also made her delicate face red. However, Jack enjoyed it. Olivia is a top campus beauty, and being her boyfriend is a great honor. Oh, Miss Chu, you are so lucky, aren't you? Mr. Lee is so handsome and has such a good temperament. You two are a match made in heaven, a perfect couple. Yushuang was generous with his praise. She could tell that Jack must be tall, rich, and handsome. The temperament he exudes from head to toe is that of a tall, rich, and handsome man. As for whether it was a gigolo pretending to be a rich and handsome guy, then there is no need to worry. Yushuang has been working for so many years and thinks he has some vision for people. There is absolutely no such confident little white face. Manager, you're too polite. Olivia smiled. Facing Yushuang, she was still very polite. Don't think that all rich people are cold and unkind. In fact, the truly top wealthy people are all warm on the outside but cold on the inside. That is to say, on the surface, they will be polite to everyone and will never be sarcastic or self-righteous. When facing strangers, even if it is just a cleaning lady, I will treat them with a smile. The richer you are, the more this is the case. It is a manifestation of high emotional intelligence. However, being polite on the surface doesn't mean they're really easy to get along with. It is not easy to become a friend they recognize and get into their hearts. Miss Chu, I wonder what you and Mr. Lee would like to buy when you come here today. If you need anything, I can give you some recommendations. As manager you spoke, he made a gesture of invitation to the two of them with a very respectful attitude. Jack was a little surprised about this. He didn't think too much about it. He knew that Olivia's family should have some money. At least, it was definitely a middle class or above family. Some are even upper middle class, with a family fortune of 100 or 200 million. Normally, I often come to these stores to shop. It is estimated that hundreds of thousands of dollars can be consumed in a year. Was so polite when he saw Olivia. Chapter 54, 20% discount. I'm going to take my boyfriend home to meet my parents tomorrow. Olivia did not hide it and said honestly, this is the first time my boyfriend comes to my house, so I want to see if there's a suitable gift for my mother. You should know my mother, right? Can you pick out a piece of jewelry that's suitable for her? For Chuma? After hearing what Olivia said, Yushuang immediately understood. At the same time, I had a goal in mind. No problem, Miss Chu. If it's for Miss Chu, there's a bracelet in our store. Please wait, I'll show it to you. After Yushuang finished speaking, he turned around and went to the high-end display cabinet and took out a gift box. Miss Chu, this is our new Imperial Green bracelet. If you hadn't come, I would have wanted to contact Miss Chu to see if it suits her taste. As soon as Yushuang finished speaking, a jade green bracelet appeared in front of the two of them. It's actually an Imperial Green bracelet. Jack exclaimed quietly. Imperial Green is considered the best type of jade. Jack had only heard of it in novels and on TV before, but had never seen it in person. Imperial Green jade is hard to come by, and it is even rarer to be made into a bracelet. Yes, Mr. Lee, this bracelet is in very good condition. Look, even under the light, there is not a single flaw. As Yushuang spoke, he picked up a flashlight and shone on the bracelet. When buying jade, be sure to use a flashlight to carefully observe it for flaws. This is especially true for this Imperial Green bracelet. Without light, you may not be able to see the flaws inside clearly with your naked eyes. An Imperial Green bracelet with defects and an Imperial Green bracelet without defects have completely different prices. Well, this bracelet is very beautiful. I want it. How much is it? Jack didn't hesitate. Since this bracelet could have been bought by his future mother-in-law, what was there for him to hesitate about? Yushuang knows Chuma well enough. If she thinks it's something Chuma would like, then Chuma might really like it. Mr. Lee, this bracelet is priced at 1.5 million. But since you came here with Miss Chu, I can give you a 20% discount, which means you can take it away for 1.2 million. 1,500,000 and you can get a 20% discount? Jack's pupils suddenly contracted. It wasn't because he thought the price of 1.2 million was expensive, but because he felt the profit margin of jade was too huge. 300,000 profits. Can you just give them up? If it comes to real estate, the price of 300,000 yuan may not be reduced even if you talk your mouth off. Moreover, even after the discount, the seller can still make a net profit of at least half of the bracelet worth 1.2 million or even more. It is absolutely impossible for a complete piece of raw stone to produce only one bracelet. If you have 5 or more Imperial Green bracelets, you can even buy a suite in Shanghai. But what about the cost? A piece of raw stone without a window may be worth only tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. The profits are so high, it's really terrifying. No wonder others say that the rough stone industry is a highly profitable industry. This is true. 1,200,000? So expensive. Hearing the price, Olivia's brows immediately frowned. If she want to buy for her mother, then let alone 1.2 million. Even 12 million would not be a big deal. But this is a gift from Jack. Giving such an expensive gift on the first meeting seems a little inappropriate, and it's too expensive. 1,200,000 is the amount of money an ordinary person can save even if he or she goes without food or drink for 10 years. It's not easy for Jack to make money, so Olivia naturally has to consider Jack. Miss Chu, if you don't like this one, I can recommend another style. Yu Shuang responded quickly. It is understandable that the customer thinks the product is too expensive. After all, not everyone will pay for jewelry worth millions. At this time, a qualified salesperson will not embarrass the customer by saying the word expensive. On the contrary, it will provide customers with a better choice and give them enough face. Don't bother with that. Just take this one and wrap it up for me. Just swipe this card. Jack shook his head and took out his platinum card and handed it over. He has more than 1 billion in his account, so a mere 1.2 million is really nothing. Besides, the original painting of Wang Shiji that he wanted to give to his father-in-law was worth more than 300 million yuan. If the gift you get your mother-in-law is too cheap, she will definitely be dissatisfied. Jack took a quick look and thought this was probably the most expensive bracelet in the store. Otherwise, he would pick a more expensive one. Of course, there are other expensive jade products, but they are not suitable. Jack, forget it. It's your first time visiting my house, and it's inappropriate to bring such an expensive gift. Olivia said with a frown. Her family is indeed rich, but it doesn't mean that you have to bring valuables when you visit a rich person's home. Just bring a gift worth tens of thousands of dollars. That's enough. It's okay. I recently invested in another project and transferred several hundred million. This little money is nothing. In order to dispel Olivia's concerns, Jack directly told her about his investment in virtual currency. $10 billion? You made 10 billion. Jack, are you all in again? Aren't you a little too brave? Olivia looked at Jack in disbelief. This guy had previously mortgaged his house to bet on gold futures and made a full 500 million yuan. Olivia originally thought that Jack would be able to stay quiet for a few years, but who would have thought that in less than a month, he would invest all his money in virtual currency? Does he have so much confidence in his investment vision? Haha, wealth and honor come in danger. Now you don't have to worry about me wasting money, right? Jack said with a smile. Compared to the speed at which I spend money, it is obvious that I make money much faster. Okay, since you're so rich, just buy it. Olivia pouted. Although she said this, she was still very happy in her heart. Jack is now a billionaire. Although there is still a big gap between him and his father, he can finally hold his back straight in front of his father. You know, Jack is only 25 years old now. At the age of 25, he can earn 10 billion with his own ability. Looking around the world, there are not many people who can possess this ability. When Chu Tianqing was 25 years old, he was still a pauper. Jack, who has 1 billion at the age of 25, after paying the money and packing the bracelets, the two prepared to leave. Just then, a man and a woman walked in arm. The man looked to be in his 50s, with a big belly and slick back hair. However, there were only a few strands of hair left on his slicked back hair, which looked extremely greasy. But the girl was different. She was very pretty and very young, looking about 24 or 25 years old. She had wavy hair draped behind her head, and the clothes she wore were all branded with the Gucci logo. The girl also had a great figure, with a pair of long, straight legs exposed, and she looked like a dancer. When the two walked in, Jack recognized the girl next to the man at a glance and spoke subconsciously. Tina. Chapter 55 Preemptive Strike. You are Jack. Tina was also slightly stunned when she saw Jack. Jack here. At the same time, she also noticed Olivia next to Jack. Olivia was called out of the company by Jack today, so she was still wearing a professional suit. With her status, she doesn't need to wear professional attire to work. However, Olivia's figure and appearance are so outstanding that wearing professional attire can cover them up a little. Of course, this is just her own opinion. In Jack's eyes, this is definitely the temptation of uniform. Olivia's professional attire could not conceal her charm at all, and the high-end custom-made suit she was wearing was obviously worth a lot of money. When Tina saw Olivia, her heart tightened, and she immediately compared herself to Olivia. After this comparison, Tina felt terrible. Putting aside the value of the clothes, just based on her appearance, she was completely defeated. However, Tina soon seemed to remember something, and an angry expression appeared on her face. Jack, why are you here? Do you have a girlfriend? How long has it been since you and Jessica broke up? Isn't this a bit too much? Jessica is still in the hospital. Tina and Jessica were college roommates. Their relationship was just like that of Jack and Dennis. Very good. Of course, there are reasons for this. The reason lies in Jack. Jack would often buy delicious food and drink for Jessica, as well as various cosmetics and skincare products. Jessica couldn't use up all these things by herself. What to do if you can't use it all? As a gold digger, she would naturally give it to Tina to show off. Tina is actually also a gold digger, but her looks and appearance are inferior to Jessica. The only thing to be thankful for is that I have a pair of long and slender legs, which are a must for dancers. Moreover, being a dancer from a prestigious university also gave her a lot of extra points. There are many people pursuing Tina in the university. However, with the precedent of Jessica, Tina can be said to be too picky and has no interest in those little boys who can only send breakfast, flowers, and chocolates. As time went by, the relationship was delayed and she remained single until she graduated from college. In Tina's words, she would rather be single than give in. However, Tina's luck was not very good. After entering society, he didn't find a good job, and because he was too ambitious but lacked the skills, he had to stay at home all the time. Until recently, I accidentally met a wealthy man in his 50s on the internet, the one in front of me. Only then did I have the courage to go out shopping. The rich man in front of you is called Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun does have some ability, as he started out by making hollow core boards. Many people may not know what hollow slabs are. In the past, when houses were built in rural areas, the floors were paved with hollow cement slabs. Hollow slabs can be understood as prefabricated slabs, which are cast in the factory in advance and then transported to the construction site for installation. In the last century, hollow core slab house construction was particularly popular. Almost every house built during that period was made of hollow core panels. Therefore, Zhao Chun can be said to have made a lot of money. However, since the millennium, especially after 2006, hollow slabs have gradually been replaced. Hollow board seems to be very convenient. It can be used whenever you want, and there is no need to wait for the cement to dry when building a house. However, its disadvantages are also obvious. For example, it is not shock resistant, not waterproof, and has poor sound insulation. The problem of sound insulation in particular is criticized. Therefore, in the later period, whether in rural areas or cities, hollow slabs were no longer used for houses, but they were directly cast with cement. Therefore, the business of Zhao Chen's hollow board factory was greatly affected. If it were someone else, the factory might have gone bankrupt. But as mentioned before, Zhao Chun does have some abilities. When he found that there was gradually no market for hollow slabs, he immediately interrupted the business and started producing cement. Cement is originally needed to make hollow slabs, so Zhao Chun is very familiar with the market in this area. In addition, the factory is fully equipped with machinery and equipment, so all it needs is some modifications. So, that year, he invested all his money and opened a cement factory. Cement, even now, is a very important building material. As a result, Zhao Chun once again gained a foothold in the construction industry. In recent years, he has reached cooperation agreements with several large companies. Also made some money. The total assets are about 2 or 300 million. With assets of 2 or 300 million, one could be called a wealthy man in Asia. However, after eating and drinking, one will think about sex. After becoming a wealthy man, Zhao Chun began to feel disgusted with his unkempt wife at home and started flirting with girls online and giving gifts to internet celebrities. He even kept a few young girls as mistresses. Among them, Tina is the latest girl he has supported. 500,000 a year, plus various holiday red envelopes, gifts, luxury goods, a BMW 5 Series luxury car, and a house. Of course, the house and the car are only for Tina's use. Zhao Chun would not really give these valuable things directly to Tina. However, an annual income of 500,000 yuan is considered a high-income earner even in Shanghai. Don't think that everyone in a big city like Shanghai earns $1 million a year. In fact, even if you earn over 10,000 yuan a month, it could be considered a decent income. With a monthly income of 30,000, you can live comfortably as long as you don't buy a car or a house. As for an annual income of 500,000 and owning a house and a car and not having to pay for daily expenses, 500,000 is the net income. You can earn 40,000 yuan a month, which is much more than most young people working hard in Shanghai. The most important thing is that although Zhao Chun likes young girls, his age is there, and he has 3 girls at the same time. Given his physical condition, he would not be able to handle it even if he took wolfberry and ginseng every day. So, in a month, Zhao Chun would only visit Tina 3 or 4 times at most. Just by accompanying a rich man 3 or 4 times a month, you can earn more than 40,000 yuan. How could she not be tempted by such generous treatment? And today is her birthday, and the rich man specially accompanied her to go shopping. Jack and his new girlfriend here. Originally, Tina felt a little embarrassed because she met an acquaintance. After all, anyone would think something wrong if they saw a young and beautiful girl walking hand in hand with an old man in his 50s. Unless this old man is her father. But unfortunately, her father is just an ordinary office worker and will retire in a few years, so he simply does not have such ability. However, Tina soon remembered Jack and Jessica's relationship. When she thought about how Jessica was brutally murdered by her suitor after breaking up with Jack, but her ex-boyfriend was happily shopping with his new girlfriend in the mall, Tina immediately took the initiative. She didn't want to vent Jessica's anger. She just wanted to stand on the moral high ground and shift the conflict to Jack so as not to be embarrassed about being kept. Chapter 56. Making Trouble. Hee hee, Tina. Maybe you're mistaken? Jessica and I have broken up,